Hey everyone, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you're well. I am Jen with Timeline Tarot, and I have recorded a Mercury in retrograde reading for each of the 12 zodiac signs, and they have been released. However, because I do release 48 readings every week, it's quite possible that they have been buried and you did not see them. So what I decided to do was compile all 12 readings into one extremely long formatted video. That's exactly what this is. And so I do encourage you to watch your sun, moon, rising, as well as your Venus placements. Timestamps, as always, will be in the description box. And if you're not sure what your placements are, also in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. I also recorded at the end of those readings a special bonus reading just for members. So if you are a channel member, I thank you very much for your support. The video has been posted on YouTube, members only section, as well as on Patreon. So you can take a look at either spot. And for those of you who are not yet a member, we do encourage you to join us, and information for that will be pinned to the comment section of this video. With all of that said, now let's begin. Hello, Aries, sun, moon, rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury retrograde reading. Mercury retrograde is the ideal time for us to pause and review where we are in life. So we're going to use tarot today and this new spread in my little cue cards that I created for it to help get you realigned during this period. So when Mercury does go direct, you'll be where you need to be. So it is a collective general reading. As the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, sun, moon, rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Aries collective, sun, moon, rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's get an overall message here to begin the reading for Mercury retrograde for the Aries collective. Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Thank you. We have valiant courage. Take action with passion. And at the bottom of the deck, you have cleansing waters. Purification activates a vibrant life force. All right. This is for Aries, sun, moon, rising, as well as Venus placements. What is their message for Mercury retrograde? We are looking at the anchor, the loop, the insight, the filter, the pivot, and the return for the Aries collective during Mercury retrograde. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Six of Cups. The loop, the world. The insight, the Knight of Cups. The filter, the Queen of Cups. The pivot, the Ace of Swords. And what may return, the Four of Cups. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Death card. To the Empress, to the Sun. That leaves the Moon, the Five of Cups, the Ten of Swords, and the Six of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, let's clarify this, and then we will get into your message. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading today. This is for Aries, sun, moon, rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor, Six of Cups, the loop, the world, the insight, Knight of Cups, the filter, Queen of Cups, the pivot, Ace of Swords, and the return, the Four of Cups. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Six of Cups is clarified by the Ace of Wands. The loop is clarified by the Three of Cups. The insight is clarified by the Knight of Cups. The filter is clarified by the Empress. The pivot is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups is clarified by the Four of Swords. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Star, the Ten of Pentacles, and the Ten of Swords. All right, Aries. That leaves the Three of Pentacles, Page of Swords, and Eight of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. It's going to take courage to do this, okay? The anchor, presently. Six of Cups to the Ace of Wands. This is where you need to pause. There's something here in your past, person, place, or thing that is not bringing you the excitement that you're longing for or the passion that you're longing for. Six of Cups to the Ace of Wands in this respect could be like the job you've been at for a long time. Maybe it's steady, maybe it's stable, but it's not creative enough for you, or you don't feel like you can really advance forward or maybe even express yourself. If this is a relationship, it could be lacking passion. Maybe it once had it and it lost it along the way, or maybe it just never had it. So take this how it resonates to you, person, place, or thing. You are anchored to this. It has been in your life for quite some time, whomever or whatever this is, but you are desiring some kind of passion or creativity that no longer exists within it. The loop. The loop here is we are not closing this out. This is a pattern that we continue to repeat. We continue to stay in something that at best is the Three of Cups. Now, when we're looking at emotional fulfillment, what we're really desiring is Nine of Cups and possibly even the 10 of Cups. So you sort of stay in this loop, possibly out of comfortability, where you're not really advancing forward. So there might be a fear here. We're looking at that Valiant Courage card. So there might be a little fear here of closing the loop. And so there's just, it's just like a hamster on a wheel here. The insight, what past is resurfacing to heal? Knight of Cups to the Four of Pentacles. Again, this is something or someone that you have been holding on to for quite some time. Whomever or whatever this is, there might be an issue with it during Mercury retrograde. The issue that comes up for you, and we're going to clarify these cards, is to give you the insight you need to say, I really need to close this loop once and for all. The filter, what boundary needs to be created? Queen of Cups to the Empress. There's something here about your emotional energy. You might be leaking too much energy, meaning you have too many irons in the fire, or you're striving too hard to make something that has been in your life a long time a success, and it might be emotionally depleting you. The pivot, how to prepare now when Mercury goes direct. Ace of Swords to the Eight of Pentacles. There's something here that you need to see the truth about, that no matter how much effort you put into this person, place, or thing, it will not materialize into what you're hoping or creating. The return, who or what may return. If none of this work is done while we are in Mercury retrograde, then what returns is the Four of Cups to the Four of Swords. We continue to stay stuck and stagnant in a situation, environment, or connection that is not pleasing to us. And I just say us because I don't want you to think like I'm picking on you. But this is what ends up happening for the Aries collective. And we're going to repeat now another cycle in something that maybe is stable or structured, but a bit boring and leaves us feeling like we are in emotional lack. The cue here is to actually close it out. We have the Death card, the Empress, and the Sun. This would be you bringing your energy back to you, saying, I'm no longer going to pour myself into whomever or whatever this is. Star card, 10 of Pentacles, and the 10 of Swords. And this would be like, in order for me to heal and to advance forward in my life, I am shutting the door or taking steps to close something that, again, in that 10 of Pentacles, has been in my life for quite some time. Let's begin to clarify. Clarify this Six of Cups to the Ace of Wands, please. This is the anchor. What do you need to pause? Seems to be an investment in this. And now I'm not telling you to, quit your job during Mercury retrograde or anything like that, but in terms of how much you're investing, there's something here about like taking a mental pause to really consider what you're doing here. Tell me more about this Six of Cups here. Who or what is this for Aries? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Six of Cups is clarified by the Lovers, the Magician, and the Ace of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the High Priestess. So the Six of Cups is something or someone that you continually choose to stay in, and yet you manifest for it to become what you're desiring. And it's not happening, and you just continue to stay in the loop. So you go to work every day, and maybe you've been there for a long time. I'm just going to use work as an example, and then you can extrapolate it and apply it to your life how you see fit. So if this is a job, I go to work every day. It's not really emotionally pleasing. It's a comfort zone. I've been here for a long time. I make the choice to go in every day. I make the choice to not look for a replacement job. And yet I continue to manifest that this job one day, maybe tomorrow, I'll walk in and it'll be exactly what I want it to be. And there's something here about pausing and seeing it for what it is. It is not the Ace of Wands job, or it's not the Ace of Wands relationship. Clarify that Ace of Wands there in the After Tarot deck. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the Seven of Wands, the Ace of Cups, and the Five of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Knight of Wands. I have a group of you where you continue to give to the situation, environment, or connection, even though it's like fighting tooth and nail to even get one extra cup from whatever this is. So it literally drains you to continue to exist in it and to have any kind of emotional reward from it. The loop. The loop. World card here to the Three of Cups. Clarify the World card here, please. So this is the pattern that you continue to repeat. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The World is clarified by the Hierophant. This is a staple in your life. Page of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups. Interesting. So this is the Hierophant here is something that is a staple in your life. It could be a marriage, a long-term committed partnership, a community group of some sort that you are involved with, like literally in your community, like a community organization. It could be a political group or even like a religious group or affiliation. For others of you in a career and finance read, this is the corporation or entity that you work for. Tell me more about that Three of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Three of Cups is clarified by the Four of Wands, the Emperor, and the Moon. And you choose to go there every single day. Bottom of the deck, the Queen of Wands. You choose to participate in whatever this is every single day because it adds to the structure or stability in your life. And you have some fears, doubts, and anxieties when it comes to disentangling yourself from it. The insight that you need. What past is resurfacing to heal? It looks like there might be an exchange here between you and whomever or whatever this is. This is supposed to resurface the issue here that is occurring to give you greater insight so you actually move on from this. Because that Four of Pentacles, I always call that the miser card. We're really holding on to something here for dear life. It's like the white knuckle death grip of tarot. But in the After Tarot deck, it's met with the scorpionic energy of the death card, of the Grim Reaper. So something here is bound to occur over the course of the next couple of weeks while we're in Mercury retrograde. That includes the post-shadow. And there's something here that you're supposed to, this is supposed to be the pause when you go, yeah, I really need to make a plan or something like that to move on from this. Tell me about the Knight of Cups. Some type of interaction or message or communication here occurs. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Knight of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Three of Pentacles. So whomever this is that you work with or collaborate with, it looks like something here is occurring. Now, this could be an argument. This could be cutting words. This could be you finding out that someone within the structure of that Hierophant is actually doing something behind your back and betraying you in some way. It's supposed to make you pause and go, Two of Pentacles. It is the effort that I'm putting into this. Is this what I deserve? Do I deserve to be Seven of Swords in this situation, environment, or connection after everything that I've done here to nurture it? Four of Pentacles. Tell me about the Four of Pentacles here in the After Tarot deck. So I would expect conflict with whomever or whatever this is, possibly even some type of revelation here of information you receive that it kind of opens up your eyes here that either you're betraying yourself by staying in it or someone here tied to this Hierophant is betraying you. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Four of Pentacles. There's that Hierophant. Told you. Ace of Swords. So you're going to find out the truth here. And the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Cups. So there's an interaction here with an individual who is tied to the Hierophant. And it's going to make you see it very clearly that you're staying in this for all the wrong reasons, or that you're being taken advantage of, or that someone here is actually actively betraying you. So the truth will be revealed to you during Mercury retrograde. This is supposed to be a moment now where you pause and you retreat and you look at this anchor that's been in your life and you go, what the hell am I doing here? The filter. This is the boundary then that needs to be created. Clarify the Queen of Cups, because in the deck that I use for you, the Queen of Cups has two cups. So I feel like you are overly generous with whomever or whatever this is. And you might not even realize that you give so much to this entity. Clarify the Queen of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Cups is clarified by King of Pentacles, the Emperor again, and the Queen of Wands, bottom of the deck, Justice. So there's something here where you feel like obligated to the job, the organization, the individual, the group, something like this. It's like, I feel obligated and I must overgive and I must overinvest in whomever or whatever this is. And I feel at this point, Aries, you have become so accustomed to doing this that it's possible here that only until after you exit this situation, environment, or connection will you actually be able to like breathe a sigh of relief and realize just how much effort you were putting in for the very little reward you are receiving. Like if this is a job, for most of you, it won't be until you're in the next job that you go, wow, I wasted so much time and energy at that past job. This place treats me better and I don't have to go head over heels over it. I could just show up and do my thing every day and I'm appreciated. Same thing if it's a relationship. Clarify the Empress here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Empress is clarified by the Four of Cups, the Page of Cups, and the Magician. Bottom of the deck, the Three of Wands. So that's exactly what happens, what ends up transpiring here. There's almost a realization of, wow, I've been giving so much to whomever, whatever this is. I'm getting back so little. And yet I continue to manifest. Magician to the Magician. Here we go right back to the anchor that whomever this is will finally see my worth and return to me what I have been giving to it. So something here occurs. I feel like it takes the blinders off. The pivot. The pivot is the truth. The Ace of Swords to the Eight of Pentacles. This is preparing now for when Mercury goes direct. The thought here is later on in the month of, let's say, July, moving into maybe August, the feeling here is then I need to start actively working to move on from whomever or whatever this is. So something is occurring here that opens up your eyes to this. Ace of Swords. Tell me about the Ace of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the King of Wands, the King of Swords, and the Four of Wands. We go right back to that bottom of the deck, Ten of Pentacles. There's something here that you're going to realize that this is not as stable as you thought it was. Eight of Pentacles. Clarify the Eight of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Eight of Swords, the Page of Pentacles, and there's that Two of Pentacles again. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Swords. You cannot make it up. I don't know who this person is, but you're about to find out the truth about them. It will be up so obvious to you what is happening here. You have two Seven of Swords cards, two Ace of Swords, two of Pentacles, and this two of Pentacles, it's like you're pausing and going, oh my God, I can't believe that this is happening. But in the After Tarot deck, Eight of Swords, you're freeing yourself. Page of Pentacles is newfound information. It's tangible. It's indisputable. And in this deck, the After Tarot deck, the Two of Pentacles, you're now turning your back or creating a plan to turn your back on whomever or whatever this is. So that is what I have for you, Aries. We're going to take a look at here what may return now if you end up experiencing this and still doing nothing and staying in the loop. We then have you moving out of Mercury retrograde. Once it goes direct, staying in something that is no longer emotionally fulfilling for you. Tell me about that Four of Cups to the Four of Swords. If Aries doesn't do anything here. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Chariot, the Three of Wands, and the Two of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Swords. Tell me more about this when it comes to this partnership, professional, platonic, or romantic. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Six of Pentacles, the Three of Swords, and the Hermit. Bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. Aries, we need to talk. If you don't do anything when it comes to moving on from this professional, platonic, or romantic soulmate, you end up in the Four of Cups, meaning you're continuing the cycle. Okay, you haven't closed the loop. You're going to continue the cycle. You will continue to be breadcrumbed, not paid adequately, not respected, not cared for. There's no equal reciprocity here in the Six of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck. In the Three of Swords in the After Tarot deck, the swords are out of the heart. I almost feel like at this point with the Hermit card, you'll see that you made a mistake by staying in this. Now, you'll be able to change course if you choose to do that post-Mercury direct, and maybe that's what's required here. Maybe for some of you, what is occurring here will be so shocking that you won't immediately be able to do something about it. So for some of you, if you don't close the loop and you move on, nothing's going to change with the situation, environment, or connection. For others of you, during Virgo season of this year, you will go back mentally and recall what just went through. And that just recalling it and that hermit energy might push you then to move forward. I do see this eventually coming to an end, but whether or not you repeat another cycle with whomever or whatever this is will be entirely up to you. We'll close it out now with some oracle cards and some kippers. So yeah, purification activates a vibrant life force. This is supposed to activate you to take action on your own behalf. Some of you will do it immediately. Some of you will do it just as Mercury goes direct, and others of you will need some time to digest this. So you might not make some real moves here until Virgo season. I thoroughly enjoyed this spread. I hope you did also. I worked for 2 days on it, even used it on myself. So I hope that you enjoyed the spread if you did. We usually have Mercury retrograde 2 or 3 times a year. And then this is just something that I will use again in the next retrograde that we have. Let's get 3 cards here, please, for Aries for their Mercury retrograde message. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have exploration, intuition, and hope. The bottom of the deck, we have rooted in courage. I don't know why, but for some reason, it will take a lot for you to move on from whomever it is, because that 6 of Cups to the Hierophant card showing up twice tells me this has been a staple in your life for quite some time. Exploration. Brave exploration of the unknown will expand your horizons. I think that's what this is meant to do. It's supposed to open up your third eye, basically, and realize that you've been ignoring your intuition about this all along, and start exploring ways on how you can extricate yourself from it. Trust your inner guidance and make confident decisions. And then you have hope. Hold on to hope and look forward to the future. So there is that 10 of Swords moment. 10 of Swords is astrologically the sun in Gemini. So the feeling here is eventually you will close out whatever this is and move on from it. But when you do that, it's entirely up to you. Some of you may decide to do another cycle, and then come the retrograde, the third one, the final one that we have for this year, later on in the year, may be actually the time that you cut the cord with whomever or whatever this is. And now we'll close it out with some kippers. Let's get 6 kipper cards, 2 for each row here for the Aries collective. 2 cards here for that top row, please. We have poverty in the upright, and we have mature woman. You could be the mature woman. You could be the mature man. There's something here that keeps you in want. Like this is 5 of Cups, 5 of Pentacles type of feeling. So it's either financial or emotional poverty. 2 cards here for the center. This came out on the side. We have child. And we have message. Yeah, there's something here, some message, some information. The child card for me sometimes is like, do I want to keep nurturing this? And I think whatever occurs here, whatever message or intel or exchange you have with this person, it's supposed to get you to pause. Maybe not to immediately break away, but just to like reduce how much you're nurturing or giving to this. I feel like you showed up here twice as the Empress and twice as the Emperor, whether you're masculine or feminine. So you actively make the choice to over nurture with those 2 Empress cards. So whenever this happens here, you might actually pull back as you should, to like conserve your energy. And 2 cards here for the bottom row. We have great fortune in the reverse came out, and the official person, which is sort of like the Emperor card. So I think by the time you exit Mercury retrograde, what you're realizing here is, particularly because of this new information, or again, some type of, it could even be like aggressive arguing with the 2 Knight of Sword cards and that 7 of Sword cards. There's something here where you realize this is not a great fortune. This is not the relationship or the job or the situation or the involvement for you that will, last the test of time, if you will. Bottom of the deck, expectation, house, and journey. And that leaves judication to marriage. For some of you, it could be a marriage. It doesn't have to be. The marriage card in this deck, I often view as someone that we have some type of contractual obligation to, whether we feel it morally or it's written in document, like a contract with an employer. And yeah, for some of you, it could be a soul contract or a marital contract. But I would expect expectation card to the house card to the journey card for this all to change for you. Your opinion of whomever or whatever this is something that you can expect will change as a result of the interaction that occurs here between you and them during Mercury retrograde. That is what I have for you, Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope that you enjoyed that reading. If you did, please click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury retrograde reading. Mercury retrograde is the ideal time for us to pause and reflect where we are in life. So we're going to use tarot today and my little cue cards here that I created for the new spread to see where you are in life and what changes you can make so that when Mercury goes direct, you are exactly where you need to be. So as always, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. We're tapping into the Taurus collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's get one oracle card, please, for Taurus for the Mercury retrograde. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Taurus, we have for you, answering the call. The time is now. And at the bottom of the deck, you have cleansing waters. Purification activates vibrant life force. So this is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For Mercury retrograde, we are clarifying the anchor, the loop, the insight, the filter, the pivot, and the return for the Taurus collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Page of Cups. The loop, Seven of Pentacles. The insight, Nine of Swords. The filter, the Nine of Pentacles. The pivot, the Five of Pentacles. And the return, the Ten of Cups. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Hermit. Okay. Let's clarify this now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through it as necessary in your reading today. So this is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For their Mercury retrograde message, we're clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? Clarifying the Page of Cups. The loop. What pattern are you repeating? Seven of Pentacles. The insight. What past is resurfacing to heal? Nine of Swords. The filter. What boundary needs creating? Nine of Pentacles. The pivot. How to prepare for Mercury direct? Five of Pentacles. And the return. Who or what may return? The Ten of Cups. This is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by the Devil. The loop, Seven of Pentacles, is clarified by the Ace of Cups. The insight, Nine of Swords, clarified by the Two of Cups. The filter, the Nine of Pentacles, clarified by the Knight of Wands. The pivot, the Five of Pentacles, clarified by the Seven of Swords. And the return, the Ten of Cups, is clarified by the King of Cups. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Cups. Okay, Taurus. I feel like there's a little infatuation here. This is where you need to pause. There's something or someone in your life here in this Page of Cups energy that you are continually generous with, jovial with, always attempting to get along with this individual. I don't know who they are to you, professional, platonic, romantic person. It could be several people. There's something toxic or addicting here for you. There's some type of pattern. I feel that you are aware of it, but you continue to engage with this situation, environment, or connection. I feel like it's more connection based because we have the Two of Cups there, but who that person is exactly for each of you will be different. The loop here, the pattern that you continue to repeat, is the Seven of Pentacles to the Ace of Cups. I think in one of your readings about 2 or 3 months ago, the phrase that came up was sunk cost fallacy. And I suggested that maybe some of you genuinely spend considerable amount of time looking into it. The Seven of Pentacles to the Ace of Cups is just that. The loop that you're repeating. I'm going to continue investing in
blank. That Ace of Cups is what the Page of Cups is holding. I'm going to continue investing in this. And eventually, my hope is that I will receive a return on that investment. And the sunk cost fallacy part comes in. I've been doing this for so long that I have to just continue. I have to grin and bear it and continue doing this because of time served. Almost treating this as if it's some kind of like jail sentence. The insight, what past will resurface during Mercury retrograde. Something here will occur with this situation, environment, or connection that will leave you very much up in your head wanting to take action, but not sure what action to take. The Nine of Swords is Mars in Gemini. So there's something here where you'll be ruminating on this a lot in regards to, again, the situation, environment, or connection. The filter, what boundary needs to be created. There's something here about your energy, you taking action on your own behalf. I don't know if it is, and I'm going to clarify this. I'm not quite sure yet if this is to be like become single, free, and independent, Nine of Pentacles of whomever or whatever this is, or just that you need to put a little distance between whomever or whatever this is, like between you and them. The pivot here, how to prepare for Mercury retrograde, is actually to create a strategy to exit whatever this is, or to extricate yourself from whatever this is. The Five of Pentacles would be leaving it out in the cold. The Seven of Pentacles and the After Tarot deck is not making the same mistake. I feel like you're betraying yourself here by continuing to invest in whomever or whatever this is. So the pivot here is between now and July 23rd to create some type of strategy on how you can exit this. The return, who or what may return if you don't do any of this work and you just continue with the sunk cost fallacy. We have the Ten of Cups, which is what you're hoping for, emotional contentment with whatever this investment or association is. But what actually ends up happening, King of Cups, the cup is poured out. So it still does not yield the result that you want. All right, let's begin to clarify. So answering the call, the time is now to cleanse yourself of this. Cleanse yourself of this. So tell me, let's clarify that Page of Cups there to the Devil. This is the anchor. And it could be a pattern within you, a shadow side within you, or something that you're not wanting to see in something. Clarify that Page of Cups to the Devil, please, for Taurus. Where do you need to pause? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Page of Cups is clarified by justice. The Devil shows itself again. And the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Six of Cups. So this person, place, or thing, if you will, is toxic. You're aware of its toxicity. I'm not speaking to a Taurus here where you're not aware of what you're doing or what you're engaging in. So if it's not your reading, don't be offended. Just check another placement. My readings are intended to help the collective grow and expand and move forward in their life. So I have a group of you here. You are well aware that your collaboration or association with a person or group of people, or maybe even the way you show up with that person or that group of people, you're aware of the toxic pattern or trait here. But there's some belief here in that Justice card that if I keep doing this, everything will work out in the long run because I've done it for so long, I can't quit now. That's the shadow aspect of you. That's the toxic pattern within you. I'm sure that this situation, environment, or connection is toxic as well, but your attachment to it or refusing to let it go is equally as toxic or as damaging to you. Clarify the Devil card here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by the Four of Cups, the Knight of Swords, and the Star card. Bottom of the deck, Three of Pentacles shows itself again. Completely different deck. So again, your engagement with this does not leave you feeling emotionally fulfilled. There is an aspect of you that is aware or conscious that you should give up on this or move on from this. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is pouring the cup, that cup that you're holding in the Page of Cups, that you continue to give or invest in whomever or whatever this is. So you're consciously aware of it. There's a part of you, Knight of Swords, that's actually angry that you may have to do this after all of this time, or or money or talent, whatever this is that you have poured into. There's something unsettling here. It's almost like I don't want to have to do this. I shouldn't have to do this. However, in the Star card, the belief here is I'm angry at the thought of having to walk away from whomever, whatever this is. So I'm going to continue investing in it in the hope of being able to heal it. So the loop here that you're on is actually one that you have created and one that you choose to stay in, even though it is emotionally unfulfilling for you. Seven of Pentacles. Tell me about the Seven of Pentacles, the loop. What pattern are you repeating? Seven of Pentacles. Clarify the Seven of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles is clarified by Queen of Swords, Two of Wands, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Cups. So the pattern you're repeating is seeing this very clearly, Queen of Swords. This is the energy of someone who I can see very clearly what is happening. And Two of Wands, I know what decision I need to make here. But Four of Swords, I'm sitting on it. I'm not making the decision. Instead, I continue to stay and endure. Ace of Cups. Tell me about that Ace of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ace of Cups is clarified by the King of Swords, the Six of Wands, and the Nine of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Cups. So there's a feeling here of there's something here. Please don't be offended at this, and obviously only take the message if it resonates. If I do end up being successful with this and I end up achieving that 10 of Cups, I will feel very prideful. Like I will have a lot of pride in myself that I was able to endure this and that I saw it through to the end. There's a feeling here of like, I'll be very rich. Now, it could be monetarily for some of you. It doesn't have to be. For others of you, it's just a feeling here of if I were to stay in this, there's success here or there's public recognition. I'm going to get a pat on the back. Everything's going to work out just fine. I feel like I'm speaking to a Taurus who is gaslighting themselves into thinking that they can ride this out, as opposed to Eight of Cups walking away. And this could be anything. This could be giving up, realizing that you have a money pit of a home that you're investing in, and it's really in your best interest to pull out and find something else, right, to invest your resources in. I could be speaking to a Taurus where you are in a long-term committed partnership with that Justice card that is toxic. Maybe you're stepping out on the connection, they're stepping out on the connection, but there's something here with pride and ego that I have to endure this because maybe because of how the public sees me. Six of Wands to the Nine of Pentacles, that's quite possible. Or there's some type of trauma bonding here between you and this person. I could be speaking to a Taurus who is reliant on family for money or for support or assistance. And there's something here that if I am authentically me, and I don't know what that means for you, authentically you, but maybe there's a fear here of like being shunned by the family. So I have to stay small and I have to stay quiet. And I know that this is toxic. I know that this is not healthy for me. But if I were to break out of the loop, I may find myself independent of the family unit. And I don't want that. Or there's a worry or fear here of going out on your own. So there's definitely sunk cost fallacy here, whatever this is. There's an awareness that it's toxic. And then there's also the awareness of, but I've been in it for so long, or I've been showing up this way for so long that I have to continue enduring this, even if this is a job. There's a Taurus here who doesn't really know or comprehend how much talent and skill and experience they bring to the table, and they're settling for a job that does not pay them adequately, or maybe pays them adequately but does not treat them well. And it's almost like, well, I've been here for 10 years, what am I going to do? But it's like, you then deserve to be in at a job that does treat you well. So something here will occur during Mercury retrograde, which begins June 29th, goes on till July 23rd, but there is a pre and post shadow phase. We're already in pre-shadow at the time of this recording. Pre-shadow began on June 29th. Post-shadow will go until August 9th. So during this period, something here will resurface with this situation, environment, or connection that's supposed to give you the insight to encourage you to change course, to answer the call, and to move in another direction. Clarify that Nine of Swords, please. What is occurring here during Mercury retrograde? One more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Swords is clarified by the Three of Swords, the Queen of Pentacles, that's you, whether you're masculine or feminine, and the Six of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Page of Swords. So there's some type of exchange here, like communication exchange. So what do I mean by that? And right behind that's the Two of Cups. So you're going to learn something here. Either this individual says something to you that hurts you, breaks your heart. You find something out. You see something online. You hear something from someone else, like secondary, third hand, but it's almost like indisputable because it confirms your intuition here or opens up your eyes to the pattern that you continue to repeat. So there's some type of information or communication that occurs here during Mercury retrograde, pre the retrograde, and then post shadow, that makes you realize it is time for me to move on from whomever or whatever this is. This is not benefiting me in the long run. Clarify that Two of Cups. Clarify the Two of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Two of Cups is clarified by the Hermit, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Judgment. So whatever occurs here, whatever information comes out, or you see or witness or discover, or again, maybe someone says something to you. It could be this reading for some of you. And you're like, oh my God, I really deserve better than this. Whatever it is, that messenger, if you will, of communication, it's supposed to get you to go within and do some soul searching in regards to this partnership, this person, this people. And again, if it's not an actual person here, this would be you looking in within yourself as your higher self, looking at who you are today and saying, is this really the best option for me? Can I do better? Can I find another investment? Can I find another job? Am I really honoring who I am by staying in whatever this is? You have the Wheel of Fortune and the Seven of Wands. Whatever occurs here is supposed to show you that you continue to repeat that cycle, that loop over and over and over again, trying to defend something that you can no longer defend. There's something here that, and I'm not a fear-mongering tarot reader. I'm not the Jerry Springer of tarot readers. There are plenty out there, and they're great entertainment. I watch them, as I'm sure many of you do, but I'm not one of them. But there's something here that makes you feel, or is supposed to bring you to the conclusion of, okay, I got to draw the line on this. And that Seven of Wands, I got to draw the line on this. I have to get out of this, or I have to whatever, sell the property, or I have to come out and be authentic. I'm tired of defending myself, or this person crossed the line again. Something like that here is occurring. And if this is third party, if you're engaging in it, the other person will find out about it. And if your person is engaging in third party, you will find out about it. The filter, what boundary needs to be created? Clarify that Nine of Pentacles. Because there's something here of, well, if I stay in the loop, then I'm successful. But this is supposed to teach you that you can pivot and go in another direction and be more successful than staying in this. And this is authentic success. So I do think here that you need to protect yourself, your resources, your energy from whomever or whatever this is. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Pentacles is clarified by the Star. The Seven of Wands shows itself again, and the Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Cups shows itself again. Yeah. There's definitely something here about you being authentic in that Star card and healing this wound, this sunk cost fallacy wound that you have here, that you have to continue enduring, or you have to continue suffering, or being inauthentic, and defending your position on this, saying, I'm not going to give to this anymore. And look, when we have that realization that we've been showing up in a certain way, or giving our time, talent, love, money into a situation, environment, or connection, and it just doesn't pan out the way we sacrifice a lot. I'm speaking like you, Taurus. Like the Taurus collective has sacrificed a lot for whomever or whatever this is. There is some sadness that I can't believe that I have to finally walk away from this, but The alternative is you can stay in the loop and continue to live the life that you have been living, which isn't quite pleasing to you and is quite toxic and is not getting you any closer to your goal than what you want, because what you want does not exist here. So there is something sad in saying, after all this time, I have to list a house for sale. I have to walk away. I have to find another job. I have to break up with this person. Maybe I got to get a divorce. Maybe I have to come clean about a third party. Maybe I need to confront them about their third party. Like whatever this is, there is some sadness here, but without doing that, you're making the situation here worse for yourself. Knight of Wands. You're enduring something you don't need to endure or struggle or suffer for. Knight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Knight of Wands is clarified by the Chariot, Five of Pentacles again, and that Three of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. There are a lot of threes here on the table. So I don't know if for some of you this is third party, or there's something here with people. There's something here with people. Maybe you're not being genuine with someone or a group of people or your family or something like that. Obviously, only take it if it resonates. But the filter here that you need to create is to create distance. Chariot, Five of Pentacles, and Three of Cups. Pivot and move in a direction where people will honor you, where you will receive the return on your investment that you're hoping to receive. Just because it isn't here doesn't mean that you can't find it here. Like you can't find it elsewhere. The pivot. How to prepare for when Mercury goes direct on June 29th and comes out of post shadow. I'm sorry, goes direct on July 23rd and comes out of post shadow on August 3rd. There's something here about not repeating this cycle. Closing this loop once and for all. Clarify that Five of Pentacles. We have the Three of Cups showed itself. So walking away from this person or investment or group of people, Hierophant, here you are. And Five of Wands, bottom of the deck, Four of Pentacles, finally letting go of it. Finally letting go of it. So this would be your time between now and August 3rd to create a plan. So if this is work related, this is a time period where, because you're reviewing this, right? Mercury retrograde is a time where we review and we reflect and we determine what we need to release. Because you're doing that, then the conclusion here is, I'm going to utilize this time between now and August 3rd to find another job. I'm going to utilize this time between now and then to come clean about third-party involvement. Or I'm going to utilize this time between now and August 3rd to confront this person, maybe on their third-party involvement. Or I'm going to use this time between now and August 3rd to, I don't know, list the property up for sale, or speak to my accountant or investor on how to maybe change my portfolio, right? If this is something that you're monetarily investing in. There's something like that about creating a strategy. And maybe for some of you, it could be 15 seconds of insane courage to come out of the closet. I keep going back to that King of Swords to that Queen of Swords to the Four of Swords. There's something here for at least one person watching where maybe you're in the closet or you're ashamed of who you are, or you feel that people would look at you like, I don't know, that like you're the devil or you're toxic if they really knew something here about you. And so you pretend to be something that you're not, out of shame. It's like fear of judgment. I'll only take that if that resonates. So between now and August 3rd, it would be coming up with a way to come clean or come out of the closet, or, work on your self-esteem to know that you're going to be okay. You should not have to hide who you are to keep a person or people in your life. What kind of life is that? If you're living in a state of misery because you can't be who you are. So obviously only take that if it resonates, but I feel like someone watching needs to hear that. Seven of Swords. This is creating the strategy so we do not make the same mistake again. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Swords, Emperor. I love this. Stepping into your power. 10 of Wands, dropping the burdens. 8 of Cups, walking away. So the ending here occurs. The culmination here, the ending occurs on your terms. And so there's something here about you creating that plan or strategy. Now, if you do nothing, nothing changes. So that 10 of Cups that you're hoping, I can be emotionally content with this, or it'll eventually work out. It appears here it does not. The King of Cups in the After Tarot deck is spilling out the cup. So I feel like eventually you end up walking away, or I'm not going to predict that the job, fires you, but something like that here occurs where that cup that you originally keep giving and giving and giving, at some point it ends up empty. You walk away, they walk away, something like that here occurs. The 10 of Cups that you want with this, like the emotional contentment or the satisfaction, is out there for you. It's just not here, but it is out there for you. And to use myself as an example, it's really expensive in the state of New Jersey for me to maintain this house. It doesn't mean that there's not another place in the country or the world that I can move to where I would be able to comfortably live on my income. Of course there is, but it's not here. It's not in this house, and it's not in this state, not at the income that I make. Maybe if I made a lot more money, I would be able to live in this state. But the regulations and the taxes, I mean, my property taxes are almost $8,000 a year. I have less than a quarter-acre lot. I live in an 1860 home that's falling apart. So there's other people in this state that, you know, maybe have larger land. They're paying $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year just in property taxes to be able to keep your house. So maybe if I made a lot more money, I would be able to afford to live here. So again, not to make your reading about me, but just to let you know that you're not alone in whatever this is. Yeah, there is another place out there for me that I can move to. And maybe I can't do it all during Mercury retrograde, but I can begin to create that plan, and then start to work on it so I can implement it in the near future. And I feel like that's all this reading is telling you to do. You don't have to make this change right now, but you should create the plan and then stay dedicated to the plan. Because what you want is out there, Taurus. It's just not here. Just like there's a more comfortable place where I could be living, it's just not here. And that's okay. And it's okay to say, oh my God, I spent all this time in this house, 6 years post-divorce in this house. I put all this money to fix up the house. I can't believe I have to walk away from it now. I have some friends here. This is a community that I've known for over 12 years, or 14 years now at this point. But that doesn't mean that I should continue to stay here and struggle. 10 of Cups. Tell me about the 10 of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. 10 of Cups is clarified by 4 of Cups, the Death card, and the Wheel of Fortune. Bottom of that King of Cups. This cycle will continue until it eventually will close out. And again, I don't know what that closeout here is for you, but you continue to be unsatisfied. 4 of Cups. The Death card, nothing changes if nothing changes. The cycle will continue. That Wheel of Fortune is just going to continue here until eventually it comes to an end. You walk away, they walk away. You quit, they fire you. You put so much money into the house, you go broke. I mean, again, I'm not that type of reader, but I have to tell you what is here. This does not end up panning out the way you thought it would. The King of Cups. Clarify the King of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Cups is clarified by the Sun. There's that 7 of Pentacles and the Hangman. The happiness you want, the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Pentacles, the success you want, 7 of Pentacles to the Hangman. No matter how much you invest, you can say another 7 years living like this, another 7 years at this job, another 7 years at this marriage. The happiness you seek, Hangman, will continue to elude you here. Let's get you some oracle cards, Taurus, and we'll close it out with some kippers. So if this message is hitting home for you, Taurus, I feel like Source is really trying to get you to break the loop, break the addiction, break the sunk cost fallacy here, work on your self-worth and your self-confidence. You don't need this to be financially stable. You don't need this to have luxury in your life. There's a plethora of different ways for you to make money. There's a plethora of different lovers out there, if this is love related, that you can connect with that will value you. You know, there are different jobs out there where you can make even more money than what you're making here. I mean, in comparison, this is like the job that's paying you 5 of Pentacles. There's the 9 of Pentacles and even the 10 of Pentacles out there waiting for you. So take the messages how they resonate to you, but there is a better, happier, more successful life waiting for you. All you need to do is, when this moment here occurs, is to see this for what it is and to create a strategy to extricate yourself from it. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please, for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for Mercury retrograde. One more shuffle. Thank you. Heritage, Step by Step, Braveheart. Oh yes, bottom of the deck, Potential. Taurus, we have heritage. Cherish the wisdom and experiences of the past and pass them to the future. There's something here about moving forward towards a new beginning, leaving the past in the past, step by step. Follow the natural pace and gradually achieve your goals. This is creating the plan and then sticking to that plan to extricate yourself from whomever or whatever this is. And yes, it will require a brave heart to do this. Face the world with fearlessness, breaking through all the boundaries with courage. You most certainly can do this, and the time to do this is now. The universe is calling, Taurus. It's time to answer the phone on this. Potential. Unleash your inner potential and transcend your self-limitations. I feel like you've put yourself in this box for whatever reason, but you are capable of getting yourself out of it. You're the backbone of the zodiac, Taurus. Use the backbone to move towards something better instead of breaking your back to stay in something that isn't yielding the result that you want or bringing you the happiness or the success that you deserve. We'll close it out now with 6 Kipper cards, 2 for each row. So can I have 2 for that top row, please? Thank you. Okay. Upright, we have mature woman. You could be mature woman, mature man. And on the side, we have marriage. So this is some type of contract. That's how I personally see that marriage card in this deck. For some of you, yeah, it could be a marriage, but it's any type of contractual obligation. So it could be to a property, to investments, certainly could be to a job. It could be to an individual. This could be a friend or family member who's just highly toxic. And yeah, for some of you, it's someone that you are in a committed romantic partnership with. Let's get 2 cards here for the middle row. We have sudden wealth and thoughts. So I'm not taking this as actual like sudden wealth, like you're hitting the jackpot. Sudden wealth to thoughts is falling on this second line. This is the insight that you get. This is the sudden, oh my God, this is happening again. Or why do I continue to do this? So something like that here is occurring. If this is in regards to investments, I don't want to predict that you might lose money, but there could be something like if this is an investment where it's going to cost you more, or there's some kind of delay or hiccup here, and you realize that this is like you're losing money here. Like I've got to shift gears and find something else to invest in. And 2 cards here for this bottom row, the pivot and the return. We have change and we have a gift. I think you need to see this as a gift, Taurus, the gift of insight here. So you can change your life, some of you by September, others of you within the next 9 months. But it all begins now during Mercury retrograde. That is what I have for you, Taurus. That is your Mercury retrograde reading. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, be gentle with yourself as well as honest during this period. As always, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're well. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury retrograde reading. Mercury retrograde is the ideal time for us to pause and review where we are in life. So we're going to use tarot today and this all of my little cue cards here for the new spread that I created to see how we can get you realigned onto your path during Mercury retrograde. So when the planet goes direct, you will be exactly where you need to be. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Gemini collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What is the Oracle card message here for the Gemini collective for Mercury retrograde? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. And your message, taking shelter, the answers are within. It always gives me the feeling of the hermit holding the lantern there. The bottom of the deck, we have rejuvenating rain. Clear the past, heal the present. Okay, let's get into tarot now. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor Where do you need to pause? The loop, what patterns are you repeating? The insight, what past is resurfacing to heal? The filter, what boundary needs to be created? The pivot, how to prepare for Mercury direct? And the return, who or what may return? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, clarified by the Six of Wands. The loop, clarified by the Tower. The insight, clarified by the Star. The filter, clarified by the Seven of Swords. The pivot, clarified by the Page of Wands. And the return, clarified by the Queen of Wands. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Pentacles. All right, let's clarify now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we're clarifying the anchor, Six of Wands, the loop, the Tower, the insight, the Star, the filter, the Seven of Swords, the pivot, the Page of Wands, the return, the Queen of Wands. For the Gemini collective, let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands, clarified by the Emperor, the loop, the Tower, clarified by the Page of Pentacles, the insight, the Star, clarified by the Four of Pentacles, the filter, the Seven of Swords, clarified by the Queen of Cups, the pivot, the Page of Wands, clarified by the Three of Pentacles, and the return, the Queen of Wands, clarified by the Ace of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Magician. Okay. Gemini, the anchor, where do you need to pause? There's something here about ego. If it's not your reading, don't be offended. These messages are intended to help you grow and expand, and we're going to clarify, so we'll see where we go. I don't know if the Emperor is a particular person or an aspect of yourself, but where you need to pause here, there's something here, the Emperor to the Six of Wands. This is the involvement in situations, environments, or connections that kind of stroke our ego or make us feel good or make us feel wanted or make us feel selected or maybe even keep us in the public eye or help us to portray a particular image of ourselves that may not be authentically who we are. The loop. What patterns are we repeating? It seems like the same lesson here is trying to be taught over and over again. The universe comes in with the Tower and shakes us up and says, hey, Gemini, you got to look at this. There's a lesson here to learn. And you're like, no, I don't know about that. Because in the After Tarot deck, I'm taking this individual standing here as like the universe, handing you the pentacle. Like, here, you graduated, learn this. And you're like, no, I don't think so. I think I might want to do this again. The insight, what past is resurfacing to heal? The Star to the Four of Pentacles. Something here is occurring during Mercury retrograde that makes you realize that staying consistently in whatever this pattern is, it's sort of a block to where you want to be or where you need to be, or it is a block to your wish fulfillment. I say that because in the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles, which I call the Miser card in regular tarot, because they're like holding on to their Four of Pentacles, it's met with the scorpionic energy of the Grim Reaper. So something here will occur during Mercury retrograde to give you some insight that says, yeah, you know what? This pattern that I keep holding on to that has something here to do with that Emperor to the Six of Wands is actually preventing me from getting to wish fulfillment or my destiny. The filter, what boundary needs to be created? Seven of Swords to the Queen of Cups. There's a new way on how to do something. Maybe there's something here that you haven't been seeing or some type of self-sabotaging behavior. Again, we're going to clarify this more. The pivot, how to prepare for Mercury direct. Finally, learning the lesson, seeing this for what it is, and then putting something new, like now working on something new or doing something a different way, or maybe even planning for something new in the future. The return, who or what may return during this time? Queen of Wands to the Ace of Wands, and we'll see who or what that is in a second. So let's begin to clarify. Let's clarify that Six of Wands to the Emperor. This is the anchor. Where do you need to pause? I feel like this is going to be a very specific message. So again, like if it's not yours, just check another placement or write it out till the end of the reading and see maybe there's at least something here that you can take from this message. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands to the Emperor is clarified by the Five of Cups, the Six of Pentacles, and the Two of Swords.
Bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups. So there's something here that we continue to engage in because, again, it makes our ego feel good, or it presents us a certain way publicly in that Six of Wands. But at the core of it, it's actually not emotionally fulfilling, and it's not reciprocal in nature. It's like it takes a lot of effort to put on this facade or to engage with whomever or whatever this is. And I feel like your higher self knows that there's something better out there for you. But with that Two of Swords, it's like, but I don't want to make that decision because once I make that decision, then I have to walk away from blank. Let's keep going with this message. The Emperor. Clarify the Emperor. This could also be like, I need to portray myself to my inner circle or the world even at large that I am very successful, right? The Emperor is the king of all kings. And I can't make any decisions that would be contrary to that. So I could be speaking to a Gemini where maybe in your everyday life or what you post on social media, you sort of present yourself in your life as the Emperor to the Six of Wands. Like, all is well here. Look, this is the food that I just had. This is where I'm going. Or again, maybe in your everyday life, you're like involved in a lot of different things. So you have created this image for yourself that might not actually be who you are. Maybe at the end of the day, when you're sitting back, you're actually Five of Cups to the Six of Pentacles. You're feeling a bit depleted or a bit empty. So the world sees you one way. The world sees you as the Emperor to the Six of Wands, where you're successful and you're happy and you're the king of all kings or the queen of all queens of your life. And then there are people out there that, like, they wish they could be you, but they really don't know the shadow side. And the shadow side is that in your quiet time, you're actually not happy with maybe who you are or all that you have or all that you do. The Emperor. Clarify the Emperor here. We have the Chariot. We have the Three of Swords. And we have the Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have the Wheel of Fortune. So there's something here of I constantly have to move forward and move forward and move forward. Like, this is what they expect of me. Why did I just hear that? This is what they expect of me. I have to keep going. And even though it's emotionally displeasing to me, I have to keep repairing myself and I just have to keep going. I have to keep going because I'm the Emperor and the Six of Wands. I'm the one who gets things done. This is the way the world sees me. This is how you have portrayed yourself, to be quite honest. I mean, at some point in time, there was a little ego here at play where it made you feel good to run and fix this and do this and be the person that everyone leans on and everyone calls. So at some point in time, you participated in creating this image, if you will, or this version of yourself, because there was a little ego at play. I feel like this is a back then type of thing. Like, I don't think I'm speaking to a Gemini, even if you're still continuing to participate this way in the world or like interact with people around you this way. I don't think you no longer do it for ego. Now you do it because now I'm obligated as the Emperor. Like, now I have to keep up appearances. Now I can't say no when someone calls me. I can't admit to people I don't really want to be part of this group, or I don't really like this job. So it could, you're going to have to take the messages how they resonate to you. I feel at some point in time when you started doing what this is, it was coming from a place of ego and you enjoyed the accolades that you received from people. And now it's like, now I have to keep up that image. Now I can't say no. Now I can't change. People have this idealized version of me. And if they only knew just how sad and miserable I was at the end of the day. So there's something here of like seeing the truth of yourself. The Queen of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is looking at that pentacle, but seeing the reflection. She can actually see her reflection in that pentacle. So it's almost like a sad feeling because I don't think the world sees you this way. I think the world sees you as the Emperor and the Six of Wands. I think the world sees you as the Emperor and the Six of Wands and always on the go. And, oh, look, Gemini got hit with something, but that Three of Swords in the After Tarot deck is healed. So it's like Gemini bounces right back. Gemini is always there and they can always get things done. I think you have portrayed an image that at some point in time began an ego, but now it's like just keeping up these appearances that you are rock solid and you're steady. But again, I feel like when you look at your own reflection or you look inward, I think there's a sad Gemini here. I think there's a sad Gemini here that the world does not see. And that's what you need to pause on, because you're not living authentically. The version of you inside who you are today is very different than the Emperor and the Six of Wands. And this is the loop that you keep doing, like keeping up these appearances, or, you know, continuing to give, and you don't know how to say no. You don't want to say no. If I say no, they might not look at me anymore like I'm the Emperor and the Six of Wands. The Tower. Clarify the Tower. What pattern are you repeating? Clarify the Tower. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Tower is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Strength card, and the Ten of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Ace of Cups. I feel like the universe is continually coming in and creating these towers, trying to force you into an ending, trying to force you to finally say, no, I can't do this anymore. Or, no, you know what? I know that I went to school and I know that I've been an accountant for 30 years and everyone sees me as the successful. I'm just going to use that as an example. You extrapolate it how it applies to your life. But this would be like a Gemini who, you know, you went to school, you went to college, you have a degree, you are some certified accountant, maybe you have your own firm. The whole world sees you as a very successful accountant. And so you get up every day and you continue to be an accountant. But at the end of the day, when you get home, you're like, I really hate being an accountant. I wish I could be a sous chef. I wish I could be a tarot reader. I wish I could do anything other than accounting. And so every now and then at work, you get hit with a tower. You lose a big client. There's a shakeup at work, something like that. It's to try to get you to go, you know what? This is bullshit. Like, I don't want to do this job anymore. I want to change this job. But yet you don't learn the lesson and you don't look for another job, or you don't, you know, actually engage in what you would like to do for a living. And so the next day you just wake up and you go right back to the accounting firm. And this could be applied to anything. This could be applied to maybe a relationship. I could be speaking to a Gemini where your inner circle or the world, and maybe it's through things that you say or do, or the image that you portray, or what is posted online, they think you're in a very happy marriage. Emperor to the Six of Wands. That's like, oh my God, dream partnership there. And you guys go out on the town and you're always lovey-dovey and everyone thinks you're so perfect with the house and the dog, you know, running around the driveway and the chickens in the backyard. And meanwhile, it's a hollow existence. You're alone, you're detached from your person. And it's like if the world only knew. And every now and then, maybe the marriage has a crisis. Ten of Swords to the Tower. Maybe you step out of it. Maybe they step out of it. Maybe there's a really bad fight or argument. And that's supposed to be that breaking moment where you go, you know what, I can't do this anymore. But you don't. You wake up tomorrow, you know, and you get in the kitchen, and I don't know, you make scrambled eggs for you and your spouse. So there's something here that you're engaging in, situation, environment, or connection. I think in the buildup of it, there was something egoic, or you like the image that it portrayed. And now, after all this time has passed, could be days, weeks, months, maybe even years or decades for some of you, it's no longer emotionally fulfilling. And every now and then the universe drops a tower moment on you to go, hey, Gemini, we haven't forgot about you. That is not where you need to be. And you're like, but I'm going to stay. And not to make your reading about me, but I can see it as this house. I mean, I finally got the wake up call this past winter. Like that, the Tower to the Ten of Swords was it for me. But when I went through my separation 6 years ago, I left a marital home. I had purchased this home right before the divorce with my own money. It was an investment property. I was just going to fix it up. It's an old 1860 home. I got it very cheap, very inexpensive. And I thought, well, I could fix it up and rent it. And I could start building up, you know, a nice retirement nest egg for myself. And thankfully, that when the tenant left, I didn't, you know, fill the apartment on the second floor. So when I left him, this is where I came. This house has been nothing but a money pit for me for 6 years. Now I'm very grateful that I had a place where to go, you know, post separation, post divorce, and I'm glad that I was able to save the money all those years before and be able to buy it. But the house is a money pit. I mean, this winter I was barely sleeping 3 hours a night because the furnace crapped out on me. I don't have the money to replace the furnace. So I have all these electric heaters. My electricity bill was running at about $2,000 a month. At the height of winter in January, there was a $3,800 bill. I could not believe it. This house just bleeds. I mean, it just bleeds. And in the basement, every 2 hours at night, I had to wake up and go downstairs and check that propane tank because I had a propane blower on the water pipes to make sure they don't freeze. And I was like, you know what? Thank you, universe. I needed this. I needed like the worst winter in this house to realize I have to sell the house. This is the year I need to fix up a little here and there, what I can do, what I can afford, and I need to sell the house. So that was my wake up call. But to the world around me, and I'm not ashamed to share this with you. I'm sure a lot of people were like, "Wow, Jen must be doing really well. She bought that house. She got a divorce. She's been fixing up the house." People don't see the struggle. People don't see me sitting up here at the end of the day in that 5 of Cups, going, "Oh my God, this is like another expense I can't afford." 6 of Pentacles, this is another breakdown in this house. I don't know where I'm going to get the money from to fix. So it's being able to be honest with myself here and telling other people, I really can't afford this house. I can't do it. I'm struggling, and I don't care how you see me. I'm not the Emperor and the 6 of Wands. And so there's something like this in your life, situation, environment, or connection that you continue to feed, continue to show up for, continue to invest in that no longer serves you. And every now and then the world, the universe hits you with the tower and you're like, well, I'm just going to try to, make do. I'm going to white knuckle this and I'm going to stay here. Page of Pentacles, not learning that lesson. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Pentacles, clarified by the 6 of Cups in the After Tower deck. We keep going back to the situation, environment, or connection, as opposed to moving on from it. The Strength card and the 2 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Pentacles. Whether there's another person here involved or not, we keep returning to that because it is familiar. It is a familiar version of ourselves. And it's a little scary to change your environment or change your job after 30 years or leave a marriage that is no longer supportive, or finally tell your family who's always so dependent on you to do everything, to finally tell them, I can't do it. I don't have the time for you, or I don't have the money for you. I just don't have the patience anymore. There's some way that we are showing up that the realization is we don't want to do this anymore, but yet we continue to engage in, I'll call it the pattern. The insight, something's going to happen. Oh God, I can't afford another breakdown in this house. The past will resurface here to get you to look at this, okay? And it's going to occur during Mercury retrograde. It's going to make you realize, if I keep example, again, use myself as an example so then you can apply it to your life. If I keep investing in this house, that money that I keep putting into this house, I could be socking away to buy a better house. I could be saving it. So I feel like something here is going to happen and go, I can't keep doing this anymore. Situation, environment, or connection. The anchor is no longer an anchor. In the beginning, it was an anchor, right? Think about an anchor when you're out at sea and you just want to kind of stay still. You don't want to keep moving. You want to feel solid. You want to feel grounded to the earth. The anchor is a good thing. But what happens when your life needs to move on and the storms come in? The world, the universe keeps hitting you with that tower. It's like it's time to go. And you're like, but I can't move because I'm anchored. So I feel something here is going to occur again and make you realize that anchor, what you think is safe, or the image you portrayed of yourself has been like safe and secure, isn't really so safe and secure. It's actually an albatross. It's not an anchor. It's preventing you from moving forward towards wish fulfillment. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Star is clarified by the Ace of Wands. Everything it says is the truth. Ace of Swords, double truth there. And the Fool. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Pentacles. Something here is going to occur during Mercury retrograde that's going to open your eyes and give you that push. Okay, now I don't know if it's a creative idea. It's a spark of genius. That's quite possible. We now have Uranus in our sign, and it'll be there till 2033. So this might be just a realization where you wake up one day and you go, I don't want to be here anymore. What do I need to donate? What do I need to sell? What do I need to get rid of? How quickly can I get the house on the market? It's the morning where you wake up and you look over at your spouse and you're like, you finally have that 15 seconds of insane courage. You're pouring the pot of coffee and you're like, I want a divorce. That's what this feels. This feels like instant insight, even if maybe you don't say it in that moment, but it's the instant realization to you, I need to get out of this. It's going to work one day and looking around and going, if I woke up 10 years from now and I was still having to come to this office and sit at this desk, I would be completely miserable. I wouldn't want to do it. So there's something here. Like I said, there's a download, a creative idea, a spark of courage in that Ace of Wands that becomes your truth that says, I need a new beginning. And this doesn't work anymore. I need to let go of this, or I need to change this. Four of Pentacles. Tell me about the Four of Pentacles. One more shuffle. For some of you, it could be this reading. Queen of Swords. Judgment. And the Ten of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Tower. I would expect the Tower here during Mercury retrograde. Something will occur. Again, going to use myself as an example. Maybe something else does break down in the house and it's like, oh, shit, I can't do this. You know, I'm working with a realtor out of state to look at different properties. Maybe during Mercury retrograde, she contacts me and says, I found the perfect house for you. It's well within your budget. You know, it works with your time frame. You know, it's a friend of mine, but they're not going to sell for 6 months, and that'll give you time to do what you have to do in New Jersey. There's something like that here. I don't feel like it's a devastating Tower. This seems to be more like a shakeup that causes you to, like, it could be like a dream and you wake up and you're like, oh my God, that's what I'm going to do. It could be a conversation you have with someone. It could be you seeing something online or talking to someone and you see what they're doing with their life and you're like, oh my God, I could do that too. They're older than I am and they're doing it. So there's something like this. It could be a download, like I said, a download, a thought, a dream, a creative spark of inspiration, a conversation you have with another person. You see them doing something in their life and you're like, I could do that too. It could even be something you see on TV or online. There's something like that here occurring. And it makes you make the judgment call that says, there's more out there. I'm holding on to something that at the end of the day is the Five of Cups, the Six of Pentacles, and the Four of Pentacles. I want the Ten of Pentacles. So there's some type of realization here that you have. And like I said, maybe for some of you, it's a conversation that you have with someone else. The filter, what boundary now will need to be created? That aha epiphany moment or that conversation, something like that is going to create a tower. See, the tower in this deck is still standing. It's fractured, but it's not this. This is total catastrophe. Like in here, it's still slightly connected. I think that's why you're able to, like, oh, I'm just going to put that top back right on there and we're going to just continue to stay in this. This is completely broken. So this completely changes. Oh, and right behind that, Eight of Cups. Whatever occurs here, information, communication, download, it's going to give you the final push. Okay. Seven of Swords. I think you're going to see where you have been limiting yourself or not being authentic to yourself, where you have been sabotaging yourself. Clarify the Seven of Swords. One more shuffle. That taking shelter card in the beginning, when I said it reminds me of the Hermit and it has the star, that's your wish fulfillment. This is what you're going to move towards. That Tower is going to make you realize that the shelter, something here that you have in your life that is like structured and solid and stable, is not for you. It's not. It's going to clear the past or give you the realization that you need to clear the past and move forward. Seven of Swords is clarified by the Two of Wands, the Decision, the Nine of Swords, and Judgment. You got Judgment here twice. Three of Pentacles. And that's just happens to be your next card. I love tarot so much. So there's a judgment call here that needs to be made. That decision that you've been putting off because you're nervous about it. Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords is Mars in Gemini. So there's a realization here that the only thing that has been keeping me trapped here is me. I can leave at any time. And now I'm going to take action. And now I'm giving considerable thought. Mars is action. Gemini is Mercury. So we're thinking. It's a realization of I have been sabotaging myself. I've been allowing doubts, fears, and anxieties to keep me tethered or stuck into this anchor that I think provides me with security and safety, but really does not. It has actually stopped me from being able to move forward. And so the judgment call you make here is I have been sabotaging myself. That's the filter. It's like the rose-colored glasses come off. You can no longer blame the spouse, the house, the Facebook community, you know, whatever group you're in, the job, the industry. This is looking inward. This is saying, I've been keeping myself stuck here for all the wrong reasons. Queen of Cups. Tell me about that Queen of Cups. In the After Tarot deck, the Queen of Cups lifts the lid off the chalice and finally gets to look inside. So I feel like this is you looking inward and you realizing that you are in the Five of Cups, the Six of Pentacles, the Four of Pentacles, because you put yourself there and you continue to keep yourself there. This is self realization here. This is Two of Wands here. This is Dorothy at the end of The Wizard of Oz, when she realizes all she had to do was click her heels. The power was within her all along. There were fears, doubts, and insecurities that kept her tethered to something or someone or some image that she outgrew a long, long time ago. Two of Wands, Seven of Pentacles, and the Moon. Bottom of the deck, the Five of Wands. So almost giving me the feeling it's a very light, dark night of the soul. It's a very quiet, going within, taking that lid off the chalice, looking within and saying, it's time for me to make a different decision and plant a seed in a new direction. The Moon. I don't know if planting that seed in that new direction will give me the situation, environment, or connection that I'm longing for. But I know that I have been here and this isn't where I want to be. It's a realization I need to take a gamble. Like, life is short. I need to go after that star card, because what I'm currently doing or engaging in isn't getting me any closer to the star. The pivot now is how to prepare to come out of Mercury retrograde. So Mercury goes into retrograde June 29th, comes out July 23rd. We are currently in pre-shadow, which at the time of this reading, which began on June 12th. Post-shadow is going to take us to August 3rd, okay? So between now and August 3rd, this is a time for you to begin discovering ways on how you can basically build your way out of this. The situation, the environment, the connection that you have been stuck to, because it's a comfort zone. Clarify that Page of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Wands clarified by Ace of Cups. Everything I said is the truth. You have 3 of the 4 aces on the table, Gemini. Ace of Cups, Ace of Pentacles. You now have all 4. Get out of here. Ace of Cups, Ace of Pentacles, and the 8 of Cups. You will create a plan. Mark my words, you may not believe it now at the time of this reading, but between now and August 3rd, you're going to create a rock solid plan on how to get out of whatever this is. And look, you may be like me. It might take you 6 months, a year and a half to be able to sell the house, but you're creating the plan. Creating the plan, ordering the dumpster, already started boxing stuff up, already make the plan. And I think that's what many of you will be doing now. And it could be going back to school, learning a new skill, starting to save your money, throwing stuff out, having a difficult conversation with your spouse that you no longer want to be in this connection. 3 of Pentacles. You're going to start working here on a new foundation, a new tower, your tower. The tower for the new you. One more shuffle. Thank you. 3 of Pentacles. Again, 8 of Cups to the 8 of Cups. Tower again. And Temperance. You're going to change your entire life during Mercury retrograde. Just by making this decision and starting to create this plan. It doesn't mean that you wake up on August 4th, the day after Mercury goes to, comes out of post shadow and is fully direct. And you're like, oh my God, I'm in Florida now on the beach. And no, and I make $100,000 a year. No, it's not going to happen overnight. But the realization here is this is the pivot. So this is, I know for certain within me, I'm not going to stay here. That's it. It's not even a promise to myself. It's an absolute. I am not going to stay here in this situation, environment, or connection. And I'm actively making plans to move on from it. The return. Who or what may return? Queen of Wands to the Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands to the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Wands is clarified by 8 of Swords, that 5 of Pentacles, and the King of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. Ace of Wands. Tell me about the Ace of Wands. We'll take it. Take it. Okay. 8 of Pentacles. Knight of Wands. Page of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Devil. If you don't do this, okay, if this tower comes in, this download, realization, shake-up, conversation, burst of inspiration. Okay. If this occurs and you end up doing nothing, when Mercury goes direct, you're going to be right back to where you were. 8 of Swords, 5 of Pentacles, King of Cups. Pouring yourself, your emotions, your energy, your love, your devotion into a situation, environment, or connection, or house that at the end of the day, when you sit back, 8 of Swords to the 5 of Pentacles, you feel completely depleted in, emotionally or financially. And that brilliant spark of the Ace of Wands just sort of fades away. 8 of Pentacles, we go back to the grind. We go back to the job. We stay in the house. We stay in the relationship. We continue to portray ourselves as the false emperor. Knight of Wands, we just get up and go, go, go. Got to be there at 9. Got to be there at 2. This person needs me at 5. Nothing changes here. And then Page of Wands to the Page of Wands. Next Mercury retrograde, because here you are, this Mercury retrograde, Page of Wands. Next Mercury retrograde, which we'll have a third one at the end of the year, you're going to be in the exact same spot. The cycle will continue. You'll have another Tower moment during the next Mercury retrograde. It's going to be another shakeup for you to get out of here. You will have another opportunity to create the plan to get out. Or you may choose to repeat the cycle. And next year, it's going to happen all over again. Every Mercury retrograde, this starts happening. Let's get into some oracle cards, and we'll close it out with some kippers. So nothing changes if you don't change. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So I would expect a Tower here. I think it's an intellectual Tower, which I like, because again, it's going to keep that beautiful cerebral mind of yours going. But you could quiet the thoughts. You're a Gemini, you know. You're the sign of duality, and you might in one moment really like the idea and the next moment totally kill it. And in that case, you can't be upset when you wake up at the next Mercury retrograde and you're still doing this loop and you still got that anchor, which is really like an albatross wrapped around your neck. It's not an anchor when it's wrapped around your neck. Or you can save yourself the future towers, be honest with yourself about whatever or whomever this is, and use the next, period of time now between now and August 3rd to create the plan to get out of it. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Oracle cards here for Gemini. Vision. Innovation. Told you. Brave heart. Bottom of the deck, inspiration. Gemini. Vision. Look to the future with foresight and make wise choices. When the Tower moment happens, and like I said, this doesn't appear to be a bad Tower moment, okay? Not as bad as what you've had in the past, but it's significant enough to you. It's supposed to get you to think outside of the box. It's supposed to get you to look at your life 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line. If nothing changed with the situation, environment, or connection, and you woke up 5, 10, 20 years from now, and it was exactly the same as it is today, would you be happy that you stayed? Lean into your opposite sign of Sagittarius and think expansively. See yourself out there in the future. Would I be glad if I stay in this house? Could I wake up 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years from now and be happy that I stayed? And I spent, $12,000 every year just to heat the home. Would I be happy? Would I be able to sustain that 20 years from now when I'm older and not making the income I make now? Can you wake up 20 years from now next to that person in that loveless, empty relationship where you are rejected or neglected or left in want? Would you be happy? Big vision here, Gemini, and then innovate. Boldly experiment and open yourself up to new possibilities. That's all you have to do is say, I'm going to do it. When, again, the realization, the conversation, the download here occurs, or you're witnessing something or someone doing what you want to do, will you become innovative? Will you think of creative ways on how to get out of this? Brave heart. Face the world with fearlessness. breaking through all the boundaries with courage. It takes a lot to say, I have been existing in this and I'm not really happy. Another quick example, when I never told anyone how miserable my marriage was. I told one friend about 10 months. I was sitting pretty quiet at the lawn of a local restaurant early in the morning, having a cup of coffee with Kyle. And he was like, "What's the matter?" He's like, "Jay, you look so sad today." And I looked right at him and I said, "Kyle, if nothing changes in my marriage, I'm probably going to leave it within the next year." And he was like, "Oh, I thought you guys were so happy." Everyone thought we were so happy. We were the show couple. Not to sound obnoxious, but that's what we were. We live in a very small town. Everyone knew us. We were very public, okay? Very emperor, empress, six of wands type of public figures here in this town. And there were moments where we would pull up to a restaurant and he would tap me on the knee and say, "Showtime." Because we knew that when we got home, we were going separate directions. He was going to his room. I was going to mine. I mean, at that point in the marriage, we weren't even sleeping together anymore. But to the community, to keep up that public facade, it was, "He's the best husband ever." It was all those Facebook posts. "Happy anniversary to the best husband a woman could ever ask for." At that point, I hadn't received an anniversary gift in probably 10 years. Best husband ever. Best wife ever. It took a lot of bravery to shatter that illusion that I helped to create. I don't know why I feel someone watching this needs to hear that. But I'm living more authentically now than I ever have. And so is Tony. We're both now in relationships where we're actually happy. And we don't have to fake it. We're happy. And we have our ups and downs with our, our new person. But I'm way happier in this than I was in that. Now, if I could just sell this house, I'd be ecstatic. Let's get 6 Kipper cards here for Gemini. 2 cards for the top row, 2 cards for the middle, 2 cards for the last row. Okay. Mature man sort of came out on the side, but I'm going to keep him up, right? You could be mature man, you could be mature woman. Based on your experience with this situation, changes on the side. Nothing changes if you don't change. Nothing will change here. You can continue to stay in something that is very stagnant, very stale. Or you're very mature at this, whatever this is for you, Gemini. You have a lot of experience. You're also growing old in it. You're losing time. Staying in something that no longer fulfilling. 2 cards here for the middle row. We have poverty. We have unexpected income. And on the side is despair. Bottom of the deck, judication. This is like judgment. So you basically have 3 judgment cards now on the table. This is the unexpected epiphany, download, okay? Gift from the universe, conversation with the person that says, I don't have to sit in this anymore. This place where this is mediocrity. This is not what it should be. Poverty. I'm better off 5 of Pentacling it. I'm better off abandoning this. This is the realization. I think I'm staying in something that is structured or solid or stable. I'm actually choosing to stay in lack, emotional or financial. It's the unexpected realization. The anchor has become the albatross. 2 cards here for the final row. Okay, we'll take it. Did we have any other flippers here? No. Okay. Bottom of the deck, sudden wealth. Now, on the sides, what do we have here? Thoughts and judication. Boy, that judgment card just loves you today. So I think you're going to give considerable thought to this during Mercury retrograde. That first judication is the honest conversation with yourself that this isn't working and you want more for yourself. You want better for yourself. And then it looks like you're giving considerable thought here as you're slowly coming out of Mercury retrograde to say, how am I going to change my life moving forward? Sudden wealth, child, courtship, imprisonment. There's something about this contractual obligation. It could be marital. It could be how society views you. It certainly can be investment. It could be job. It is now a jail cell, and you're realizing it. If I continue to court whatever this is, person, place, or thing, I am choosing to imprison myself. I'm choosing that. birth, sudden wealth. It's this feeling of I can create, I can empress this, I can birth or create a new life for myself. I can launch my own business. I can change career paths. I can get out of this marriage. I can leave this town. I can sell this house. It's a sudden epiphany of feeling like a child again and realizing the rest of my life has yet to happen. And I'm not going to spend it doing what I've done up until this point. Wheel of Fortune to the devil looking right at me, so I have to make mention of it. This is choosing that this is the time, the divine time, with the Chariot card to move forward towards my manifestations, to actually actively co-create with the universe, not just say, oh, I wish I could have that one day, but to actually make it happen. Devil in the After Tarot deck is unshackling, unchaining ourselves from the public image, or the situation, environment, or connection that has kept us trapped. In the After Tarot deck, these people are free. The Eight of Swords, which I love, is another Gemini card. We are free. We are setting ourselves free from this. And the Seven of Cups, we are leaving the Six Cups on the shelf, the familiar, to go with the new, to go with that new Ace of Cups here. And your final card here at the bottom, which I love, look at that Four of Pentacles, what you've been holding on to. Six of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, you're walking away from it. So is this all happening in Mercury retrograde? Nope. But your epiphany moment, your realization is, and the plan now is starting to build. If you don't do this, like I said, I'm not a fear-mongering tarot reader, but if you don't do this, you'll be exactly where you are today. And that's okay. You get to choose those loops, and you get to choose how often, how much of your life you're going to spend in the loop. But for those of you willing to make the change, your life will be drastically different 1 year from today, because you took the insight that the towers created here, or will be creating for you relatively soon. And then you'll be able to create this plan to extricate yourself from whatever this is, or from whomever this is. Yeah, finally cutting off the chains from whatever this is that has binded you to a life or a lifestyle, or a way of just doing life that no longer serves you, and finally being free. That is what I have for you, Gemini. It's quite the powerful message. I expected nothing less from you. We just had a new moon in your sign, and this is your ruling planet in retrograde. So this could very well be a huge epiphany wake-up call for you to change your life for the better. And I hope you do just that. That is what I have for you, Gemini. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the opportune time for us to pause and reflect where we are in our life. So we're going to use tarot today, and the little cue cards here that I have created for this special reading, to see where you are in life and what changes you can make so you can be realigned to your path. And this way, when you exit Mercury retrograde, you'll be exactly where you need to be. So this is a collective general reading. As the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it's meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, that's okay. In the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Cancer collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What is the Oracle card here to start this reading off for the Cancer collective for their Mercury in retrograde reading? One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have Voyage of the Heart. Love flows through you and to you. And at the bottom of the deck, Embracing Enthusiasm. Shout to the heavens with happiness. Okay. Let's clarify this message further now for the Cancer collective. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What patterns are you repeating? The insight. What past will resurface itself during the retrograde in order for you to see it and heal it? The filter. What boundary needs to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct. And the return. Who or what may be returning? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor is clarified by the Six of Cups. The loop is clarified by the Two of Wands.
The insight is clarified by the Eight of Cups. The filter is clarified by the Knight of Pentacles. The pivot is clarified by the Three of Wands, and the return is clarified by the Eight of Wands. At the bottom of the deck, we have the High Priestess. Let's clarify this further now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter and change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we are clarifying the Anchor, Six of Cups, the Loop, Two of Wands, the Insight, Eight of Cups, the Filter, Knight of Pentacles, the Pivot, Three of Wands, the Return, Eight of Wands. For the Cancer Collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Anchor, Six of Cups, is clarified by the Two of Swords. The Loop, Two of Wands, clarified by the Nine of Cups. The Insight, Eight of Cups, clarified by Eight of Wands. The Filter, Knight of Pentacles, clarified by Five of Wands. The Pivot, Three of Wands, clarified by the Ace of Wands. And the Return, Eight of Wands, clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Wands. This seems to be a decision-making reading here for you. There's something here in your life, situation, environment, or connection that has been comfortable for you for quite some time. I feel like you have already made the decision that you don't necessarily want to be in this situation, environment, or connection anymore. However, the loop or the pattern here that you seem to be repeating is, even though intellectually, right, swords are our mind. So it's not just the words we speak to others, but the words we speak to ourselves. So intellectually, you've made the decision here that this anchor, although it is comfortable or familiar, or I've been here a long time, it's not really where I want to be in the future. The Two of Cups, maybe for some of you, it is a connection-based reading, but the Two of Swords is the moon in Libra. So there's something here that you know, like it wouldn't be just or fair for me if I just continue to exist here. Again, it's comfortable, but it's not overly stimulating. The loop, though, is even though intellectually with that swords, you know, the Two of Swords, the Two of Wands would be actually taking action. And the loop you seem to be, stuck in at this time, or the pattern is intellectually, I know this, but when it actually comes to taking action to move towards something else or someone else that would actually be more emotionally fulfilling for me, I don't. So intellectually, I know I shouldn't be here, but when it comes to boots on the ground, taking action, I withdraw. The insight, something here will be resurfacing or occurring during Mercury retrograde that's going to have you look inward and look at why it is so difficult for you to fully move away from whomever or whatever this is. Because again, that Two of Swords, you know it intellectually, and look at the Eight of Cups. You're already emotionally disengaged. You don't really like the house. You don't like the relationship. You don't like the job. There's something like that here happening. We're going to clarify all of this more. So the filter then, the boundary that needs to be created is without argument within myself. I'm content with creating a plan. Knight of Pentacles is creating a plan. It's Virgo energy. Virgo is high vibrational Virgo. That is all about creating a structure, a plan, a schedule, and then meticulously sticking to it like that Knight of Pentacles. So I am here. This is where I want to be. And these are all the steps I need to take to get me to where I want to go. The pivot. The pivot is, instead of waiting for the change to happen, the pivot here is I'm going to make the change happen. The return, the Eight of Wands to the Ace of Pentacles. Let's begin to clarify. The anchor, where do you need to pause? Two of Swords to that Six of Cups. Clarify the Six of Cups here, please. There's some nostalgia here with whatever or whomever this is. Six of Cups, one more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Cups is clarified by Five of Pentacles, Nine of Wands, and the Death card. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Swords. This is a situation, environment, or connection that you would like to change. There's a desire here within you to change it. You're very tired. There's a lot of fatigue here. It's a job where you're not making a lot of money. The industry that maybe you're in that you sort of have lost interest in. It could be a relationship for some of you, certainly in that Six of Cups. It could be a home. And I say that because in the Five of Pentacles card, we actually see a house back here. So take it how it resonates to you.
Whatever it is, it's no longer either emotionally or financially fulfilling. Some of you feel alone here. So it could be like you live in an area where like you don't have a lot of friends, or all your friends have moved away. There's just a feeling here of like really feeling like left out in the cold. I'm just existing. Life is sort of passing me by. I feel very wounded. 9 of Wands. I just kind of wake up every day and I do the same thing, and I'm surrounded. I feel like you're surrounded by this. It's a feeling like I can't even get away from this, although I want to. The Death card. I wish intellectually, again, I know that I need to put an end to this or move on from it or start again somewhere else, like maybe relocate. But I'm just kind of stuck in this. And it's almost a feeling like feeling helpless or feeling hopeless. So the loop is intellectually knowing, or let's clarify that, 2 of Swords. But yeah, the loop here is intellectually knowing what needs to be changed, but not stepping into some fire energy to actually make the change. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The 2 of Swords is clarified by the Tower. So this is an intellectual, a cerebral thought that you have had over and over again. This is every day you wake up, it's like Groundhog's Day. You know that you don't want to be here. It's the same. It's boring. I feel like this has become boring or mundane. The Chariot, you would like to move on from it. You know that you should move on from it. Page of Cups. There's a part of you here that's actually really excited. 5 of Cups. This is, after tarot deck, is very different. This is, we're not even crying over this situation, environment, or connection, because we're just over it. Like I said, it's just boring. And we would like that new 2 of Cups, that new situation, that new environment, that new type of connection. The loop. The loop here is not moving forward, even though you want to move forward. Clarify that 2 of Wands. Your deck is so different that I use for you, because in the 2 of Wands, we don't even see the second wand. Like typically in the 2 of Wands card, we see an individual like in the original Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. They're like on the turret, like of that castle. And the person has like a globe in their hand. They're looking out into the world. They're holding the Ace of Wands. But right behind them is the old Ace of Wands, if you will, the old structure, the old situation, environment, or connection. And it's bolted to the castle wall. But in this deck that I use for you, that old Ace of Wands is on the ground. I don't even feel like this is without question. Like you know you don't want to, whatever here is for you, you know you don't want to be here anymore. I don't feel like there's a decision here that needs to be made. I think you've already made your decision. You just haven't taken action. Like this person is sitting down. They haven't taken action yet. They dream about it. Right above this person's head is the globe. So you dream about making the change or what it would be like if you made the change, but you haven't actually started it. Clarify that 2 of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. 2 of Wands is clarified by 2 of Pentacles. 10 of Cups. There's that dream. And the Ace of Swords. That is the truth. Bottom of the deck, 8 of Swords. So there's a lot of mental processing here that occurs for you. It's the dream of doing it. It's I would like to do it. But then that 2 of Pentacles, not creating the time. For me, 2 of Pentacles is time management. And so we're not actually creating the time. We create the time to dream about what life would be if we got out of here. But we're not actually creating the time to make the change. 9 of Cups. Tell me about the 9 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Please don't be offended at any messages that come through in this reading. They're all intended to help move all of us forward into our best and better life. So if it's triggered, there's a reason why it's triggering for you, because it's trying to like tap you on the shoulder and be like, psst, Cancer, it's time. It's time we take action here. 9 of Cups is clarified by the 6 of Pentacles, Judgment, and the 4 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Devil. So I don't want to keep repeating myself, and I want to get into clarifying the other cards, but there's definitely the feeling here of like, this is not enough. I wish I could walk away. I should walk away. But that 4 of Wands, it's a little attractive because, again, it's some kind of comfort zone. It's a community you know. It's a marriage you know. It's a relationship you know. It's a job you know, even though it's a bit lonely or not very fulfilling. For some of you, your decision, you're putting too much emphasis on what people would say in that 4 of Wands, like maybe the people you live with or your children or your friends or your community. They wouldn't want to see you uproot and move away. You know, maybe the kids don't want to change their school system or something like that. It's only for a few of you watching. Obviously, don't take it if it's not yours. The insight. Something here will occur during Mercury retrograde that almost sparks creative impulse with you. Say, I got to get up and do this. And maybe for some of you who's just watching this reading. 8 of Cups. Clarify the 8 of Cups. We'll take it. Take it. 8 of Cups. Clarified by 6 of Pentacles, King of Cups, and the 7 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Pentacles. What's that? Clarify that 8 of Wands for me, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. 8 of Wands is clarified by the Emperor, the High Priestess, and Justice. Bottom of the deck, the Lovers. I feel like you, during Mercury retrograde, are having a conversation here with someone. Someone is saying something to you that encourages you to move forward. It could be a reading, something you see on TV, conversation you have with an individual. I feel like this is more like a conversation you're having with someone. But if you want to see it as maybe something you're seeing online or on TV, you can. But whoever this person is to you, whether you know them in the 3D world or maybe you just, like I said, you watch them or something like that, you look up to this person in that Emperor energy. So I feel like for most of you, it could be your spouse, a trusted friend, an advisor. And sure, maybe for a smaller group of you, it's someone you see online or, like I said, on TV. I feel like for most of you, this is someone in your life. This is someone who, when this conversation takes place, this person is going to encourage you to move forward because it is really best for you to do that. Like this person wants the best for you. And like I said, a small group of you, you're seeing something online or on TV, and it's going to inspire you. Something that this person says, someone that you look up to, that you already have a favorable opinion of. It could be an actor, a musician. You know, I remember years ago watching something on YouTube, and don't laugh at me. It was it was an interview with like different members of different rock bands from the 80s. And it was something that Nikki Sixx said, and it was about life. And I sat back and went, wow, I just got like a dose of wisdom from this guy just watching this interview from like the 90s, watching this interview on my monitor. So it could be something like that, but it would be someone that when they say it, the message really resonates with you, okay? I just feel like this is going to propel you to move forward. There could be someone here even saying something to you like, I believe you can do this, or I believe this is best for you. This person gives you courage, hope that you can take that one step towards this, again, this new direction. Knight of Pentacles. The filter here will be to now create a boundary. I feel like the boundary is within yourself. Like there's something here that you're going to hold yourself accountable, saying, okay, now that I've had this insight because of something I saw or something that someone said to me, now I'm going to create this plan and I'm going to stick to it. And I'm going to stop battling myself. In the After Tarot deck, the 5 of Wands, there's no battle. So it's almost like I'm going to stop battling myself on this and I'm actually going to do it. Clarify that Knight of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles is clarified by Knight of Wands, 9 of Cups, and the Queen of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, the Hangman. I might not be able to do this overnight, okay? But I'm going to create the plan to do it. And then I'm going to take real action, real fire energy, real pentacle resources, my time or my love or my money, whatever it is, to move towards that 9 of Cups that I've been putting on the back burner for so long out of fear, out of what other people would say. I'm going to do it. 5 of Wands. 5 of Swords came out. So not only am I now mentally ready, but now there's no argument. There's no argument in my mind. And there's no argument now when it comes to taking action. This is alignment. Here you are not aligned, right? The mind says, I got to go. The body says, oh, not yet. You know, the mind says, come on, let's get up and do that exercise regimen today. And the body goes, oh, I'm too tired. This is alignment. The Lovers, it's a choice you're making. Queen of Cups, this is like out of love for self. 3 of Wands, which I love, is the next card we're clarifying. The Gemini, I think, reading was like that also. We went from 3 of Pentacles to 3 of Pentacles. Yours is 3 of Wands to 3 of Wands. So I feel like if this message is hitting home for you, it's pretty on point. This is you going within. There's no, I love the alignment here. The mind, body, spirit, if you will, or the intuition, the mind, and the fire. It's like everything within you now is aligned and you're making the choice to move forward. How to prepare now for when Mercury goes direct. Three of Wands to the Ace of Wands. There's something here about starting to get busy. So Mercury goes retrograde on June 29th. It will be in retrograde until July 23rd. We are already in pre-shadow at the time of this reading. We went into pre-shadow on June 12th. The post-shadow period will take us to August 3rd. So the pivot here is for you to start taking steps. Okay, don't wait for your future to come to you. You now take steps to move towards whatever that future is, that plan here that appears you're creating. To do that, and it doesn't have to be all at once, but it is small incremental steps now between now and August 3rd to now move in this direction. So maybe you start throwing stuff out in the house, or you start looking up new jobs, or you start looking at classes you could take online to advance your career. Whatever this is, you start looking at neighborhoods you want to move to. This is now taking action. That's the pivot. You create the plan, and now you've got fire in your belly to move towards it. Clarify that. Three of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Could you go from that Two of Wands, I don't know, to the Three of Wands? It's like, it's time to get up and go. That is the Sun in Aries, so it's taking action on one's own behalf. Three of Wands, clarified by the High Priestess, which we originally saw at the bottom of the deck. The Five of Cups and the Ten of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Emperor. Wow. This is you saying that is gone. Now, I don't know if you're actually uprooting and relocating between now and August 3rd. I mean, that would be huge. But it's definitively, without a doubt, I'm moving on from this. Am I a little sad that I'm leaving behind the situation, environment, connection, the job I've had for a long time, maybe the community I've lived in since I was a child in that Page of Cups? Yep. But it's something that I want to do. I'm aligned with my intuition. I've caught up to my intuition. Something like that here is occurring. And I'm moving on. It's like arrivederci. Ace of Wands. Tell me about the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands. Clarified by Eight of Pentacles. I'm getting to work on this. King of Swords and the Nine of Wands. Eight of Pentacles. I'm going to work. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to put in considerable effort to getting this done. King of Swords, I'm very clear-minded. The sword is down in the After Tarot deck. I don't need to think about this anymore. I know exactly what I have to do. And some of you have someone here helping you. Where back here you kind of felt alone. It could be this person that you talk to. It could be someone else. But there is assistance here. Either you're hiring movers, or there are friends coming over to help you, or you're connecting with people online because maybe you're taking classes or courses. Whatever this is for you, most of you will either reach out to someone or someone will reach out to you, like maybe that person who's talking to you, and they're going to help you transition. So again, they're coming to you or you're finding them. Now the return. This is what happens if we don't do any of this. Okay, we just decide to stay in that anchor. Clarify the Eight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Wands, the Fool, and the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. Clarify the Ace of Pentacles here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands, clarified by King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands is at the bottom of both decks. Okay, I'll get to those messages in a second. If you end up not doing anything about this, okay, that forward movement, that momentum after you have that conversation or that drop of insight or inspiration that you see on TV that gives you that feeling that you got to move towards the Ace of Wands. Okay, I got to begin now. I got to take the leap of faith. I got to start working on this now. If you don't actually do it, if you don't create the plan, or you create the plan but you don't stick to it, if there is no follow through, the King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Knight of Wands, you end up going nowhere. You still end up staying where you are, that existing structure, whatever that has been for you, Hangman, and life just pauses. It's almost a feeling of life passes you by. That'll be the feeling that you have. So I'm not telling you that you have to do all of this between now and August 3rd, but the plan needs to be created and some steps need to be made between now and then. So again, if you want to change jobs, it's not just saying, oh, I'd like to change a job. Yep, I'm going to change my job, and then never doing it. It's looking up for, new jobs. Or you want to learn something new, it's looking up the classes or getting the self-help books. You want to relocate, it's looking at neighborhoods, or it's getting a dumpster or throwing stuff out or donating items or beginning to box stuff up. It's actually, I heard the dream in motion. Oh, isn't that pretty? It's putting the dream into motion, or putting the motion into the dream. Okay, at the bottom of the deck, we have Queen of Wands, Three of Swords, and the World card. I'm not a fear-mongering tarot reader. I'm just here. I'm your channel, if you will. Okay, trying to get this message to you, transmit this message to you. There's something here that if you don't take action, there's a regret here. A regret that you didn't close out the chapter. A regret that you didn't take a leap of faith. There's some regret that settles in. That Seven of Pentacles, it's just wash, rinse, and repeat. And that's just what you're going to continue to do. And that version of yourself that you see in the future, that you can see in your mind's eye, just kind of stays a dream. It's almost like you end up being like a world away from where you're supposed to be. At the bottom of this deck, you have the Queen of Wands, you have the Nine of Swords, and you have the King of Cups. And again, it's the feeling like if you don't take action, you're trapped. You're trapped with all of these thoughts, the should have beens, the could have beens, the would have beens. The King of Cups, you're pouring out the cup. It's the situation, environment, or connection that you'll choose to stay in. You'll almost end up like having disdain for it. You won't even want to give to it anymore. And then we have the Seven of Swords. So you will be repeating a cycle here. And then you've got the Devil card. So let's get some oracle cards and some, we'll close it out with some kippers. You have a big opportunity here to change your life. It will require you, though, to create the plan and then get some fire under your feet to bring that plan into fruition. But this will change your life if you move towards it, okay? It's a voyage. It's a voyage of the heart. It's a voyage of your physical space. It's a voyage, but it's something here that you need to do for love of self. Embracing enthusiasm. That's what you need. Instead of looking at this like a big, scary life change, look at it as a very enthusiastic change. Shout to the heavens with happiness. Thank you, God. I got to wake up today, and I get to have one more day where I get a little bit closer to that dream because I did something, because I took action. As small as it was, I threw something out. I learned something new. I took action on my own behalf, and it's literally being grateful for the opportunity to move towards this dream. Most people don't have the opportunity, and even when they do, they don't take it. Don't be one of those people. I don't know why. Someone needed to hear that. Let's get you some oracle cards. Oracle cards here for the Cancer Collective for this message. So, one more shuffle. Thank you. So your anchor here seems to be either not being enthusiastic about the path or feeling like it would be too burdensome to do this. But it wouldn't be on your path if you weren't capable of doing it. The goal. What is the goal here? Oh my God, I love this message. Intuition and rooted in courage. Bottom of the deck, rooted in grace. Of course, because you're not going to do this all in one day. No one expects you to. But you have the goal. Set a clear goal and move forward towards the goal with courage. You cannot make it up. I love this. Set your goal, set your plan, and then just start taking little steps towards it. Intuition. Trust your inner guidance and make confident decisions. I think it was one of your readings that I did recently where I said some of you want absolute certainty that you're doing the best thing. All you can do is make the best decision you can with what you have in front of you. And trust yourself. Trust your intuition. It's guiding you in another place. Maybe that's where you end up hitting the lottery. Maybe that's where you meet the love of your life. Maybe that's where you get involved in local politics and you become the town mayor. You have no idea what the new path has for you. Rooted in courage. It's going to take a little courage to do this. Change always does. But again, you are a water sign. You can move with the current. You can go with the flow here. So find strength in challenges. And like deep roots, stand firm. So you need to stand firm in this. So again, it's holding yourself accountable. It's okay, I'm going to do this. I'm motivated. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what this next chapter of my life has, in store for me. I'm going to create the plan. I'm going to dedicate myself to the plan because I don't want to wake up a year from now and be in the exact same place where I'm at today. And rooted in grace. Face life's challenges with grace, maintaining inner stability and calm amidst the change. So yeah, you don't have to do this all overnight, but you do, or you should, create the plan between now and August 3rd. Life's going to have quite a surprise for you in the next chapter. There's something there that you weren't expecting. A person, a situation, an experience. There's something like that here happening for you. Okay, I hardly ever get those messages. I just got a bunch of spirituals. Goosebumps, goosebumps, glue bumps. Oh, glue bumps. Whatever this is, it's going to fit like you're going to feel stuck to it, like, but in a good way, like you were meant for this. Glue. Once you get there, you're not going to want to leave. Whatever this is. Once you get there, you're not going to want to leave. Okay. 2 cards here for that top row. Gift is in the reverse, and then you have courtship. So again, it's like you court mentally, right? You court with the idea, but then when it actually goes to, like it gets to the point where you got to take action, it stays a dream. It's not rooted in any type of reality. You're not really moving towards it. You just sort of like flirting with the idea of it. 2 cards here for this center row, the insight and the filter. We have the coffin, and we have unexpected income. So I'm telling you, there's some type of unexpected conversation, something encouraging, something you see online. It's from someone that you respect, or someone from, you know, that you trust, that tells you it's okay to move forward. You can leave this behind. Again, it's unexpected. It's unexpected that I have to do this, and I also have to plant a new seed elsewhere. 2 cards here for that final row. Okay. Bottom of the deck, house. For some of you, this is literally like maybe buying a home, selling a home, changing where you live, changing communities. Something like that here is occurring. We have marriage, we have courthouse, and we have despair. For some of you, this could be entering a new contract, like leaving a job, entering a new job. That would be a financial contract. It could be the buying or selling of a home, right? Financial contract. This could be something where you end up going. If you're single, you end up meeting your person and you get married. It could be a divorce for some of you, although I don't see it here in the cards, but I don't know your individual stories. I just know that here, if you don't move forward with this, because marriage could also mean commitment. So if you are not committed to the dream, if you don't honor the contract you make with yourself, because it appears here you're making a contract with yourself, like I'm going to do this, right? It's the courthouse contract. I'm going to do this. I'm committed to this in that marriage card. But if you don't do it, this came out on top of that return card. So it's almost like you go right back to, I don't know, a state of apathy or boredom, or not, you know, it says on here, despair. So I feel like you go right back to where you are, that 5 of Pentacles. House, sudden wealth, main female and main male. And then we have child. So maybe for some of you, this is uprooting your family and relocating. If you're single, this could be where you end up relocating and you find your person. Maybe you have a child, they have a child. Maybe you're young enough, you have children together. Could be a community change here, birthing a new life. This is also alignment. If you're doing this solo and you don't want anyone, that's okay. This is your divine feminine, divine masculine energies within you being aligned on this. And that's sort of that feeling that I had said here, like now you're aligned, like sort of body, mind, and spirit. You're ready now for this change to create this new chapter of stability, if you will, in your life. That is what I have for you. Very powerful Mercury in retrograde reading. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing this for you and channeling these messages for you as well. That is what I have for you, Cancer. If you like these messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the opportune time for us to just kind of pause and reflect on what's happening in our life. So we're going to use tarot today and the little cue cards here that I created to see where you're at and what you need to do in order to become more aligned with your path. This way, when Mercury goes direct at the end of July, beginning of August, you'll be exactly where you need to be. So keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. As the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what they are, no worries. In the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Leo collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's start off here with an oracle card here for the Leo collective for their message for Mercury in retrograde. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And we have
in the flow, everything is smooth sailing. Interesting. In the flow, but the card kind of stuck. So maybe you're like in a sticky situation right now, or you feel like something is not quite moving. At the bottom of the deck, we have watching clouds. Lie back, rest, and relax. So lots of smooth sailing kind of feeling here. Let's get into tarot now. Let's clarify this, please, for the Leo collective. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For their Mercury in retrograde reading, we are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What patterns are you repeating? The insight. What past will resurface during the retrograde for you to look at? The filter. What boundary will need to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd. And the return. Who or what may return? Tell me more about this here, please, for the Leo collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, the High Priestess. The loop, the Page of Wands. The insight, the Moon. The filter, the Seven of Cups. The pivot, the Four of Pentacles. The return, the Six of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Devil. Okay. We're going to clarify this now using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we're clarifying the anchor, the High Priestess, the loop, Page of Wands, the insight, the Moon, the filter, Seven of Cups, the pivot, Four of Pentacles, the return, Six of Swords. Okay? We'll take it. The anchor, High Priestess, is clarified by the Magician. The loop, Page of Wands, clarified by the Devil. The insight, the Moon, clarified by the Eight of Cups. The filter, Seven of Cups, clarified by the Nine of Swords. The pivot, the Four of Pentacles, clarified by the Ace of Wands. And the return, the Six of Swords, clarified. Isn't that interesting? Six of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Cups. Please don't be upset with me. These messages are intended to help all of us learn and move forward and expand our lives, okay? There's something here that you're desiring, and obviously we're going to clarify these cards, but there's something here that you're desiring. You're feeling intuitively led. This is your anchor. What can be? I know what I want in my life. I know what I see for my future in career and finance, in love and romance, in location where I live, right? It's different for all of you what it is here that you're desiring, where your intuition is leading you, what you're attempting here to manifest. So you're very anchored in the, I can see myself 1 year, 5 years, 10 years doing this, or I would like to see myself in the future doing this. So it's a very good anchor. But here's the loop. The pattern that you keep repeating is not really taking all of the actionable steps that you need. So there's like a lack of dedication, something like that. Like it's, if that manifestation, whatever it is for you, is something that you're intuitively feeling led, right? High Priestess. And you know that you have everything it takes to create it in that magician energy. Then the only thing you're really doing with this is hoping and praying. But there's not a lot of consistent application to this one thing. It's almost like when it comes to this one thing, there's a little bit of like procrastination station happening. So the loop is Page of Wands. I'm fired up. I'm excited. I want to discover more. I want to learn how to do that. I want to start co-creating. But then the Devil card in the After Tarot deck, the people are not shackled. So there's something here like, I'm not staying dedicated to this, or I lose the passion or the drive, or I begin to procrastinate, or I allow other things to get in the way of what I'm doing, other interferences, other life occurrences. So I'm not wholeheartedly invested in the dream. I am intuitively, I am cerebrally, right? So, if I can get that word out of my mouth, because the Magician card is Mercury, and Mercury rules not only our communication, like words we speak to others, but the words we speak to ourselves. So I feel it inside. This is what I want. I can almost see it in my mind. I know it's possible, but when it actually comes time to implementing it, boots on the ground, I lose focus. So the insight, what past is resurfacing? Whatever this thing is, this block, if you will, this obstacle, something keeps interfering with this. It's going to happen again during Mercury retrograde, okay? Possibly around one of the new or full moons that we're having during the retrograde period. And something is going to
It's almost like you'll be interested in doing this again, learning this, learning about it, discovering more. So, like I said, starting to get boots down on the ground and I'm going to get serious. I'm going to learn this time. I'm going to do this time. But then something comes around here that either is exactly like something from the past or something entirely new that's just repeating that pattern. And that should be your moment here where you go, oh my God, it's happening again. Every time I get excited to do this, learn this, move forward, something else happens. So again, it's either like the same thing, maybe the same person, or it's just something oddly familiar. So the filter here is saying 7 of Cups to the 9 of Swords. Whatever all of these distractions are, I'm going to just like basically cut them out of my life. I'm creating very heavy boundaries here because I need to stay dedicated to that. Example, just using myself as an example, you extrapolate it to your life how you see fit. I wake up super early in the morning, okay, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm at this table at 6 a.m. My intention is I work in the third floor of my home. This is my attic space, my workspace. I love it up here, but it also gets really hot. This is an 1860 Victorian, okay? So it gets incredibly hot. The house does not have central air. I have one AC unit in the window. By the time we get to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's unbearable up here. Even if that AC unit is running, you got 3 floors of heat, rising up now into the attic. So I tell myself, I'm going to, 6 o'clock in the morning when it's nice and cool, I'm going to get up here. I'm going to get all my readings done by 10 a.m. That leaves me about 4 hours to edit and upload and schedule and do the closed captioning and all of that stuff that I do for it. And so by 2 o'clock, I'm out of here. But then distractions happen. The phone rings. My dad calls. Somebody rings the doorbell. I don't mute the notifications on my phone. Now I'm stopping constantly. Oh, I get a alert that some video just, some person that I follow on YouTube posted a video. Now I'm going to stop to watch the video. So this would be like cutting out the distractions so then I can stay focused. So that would be like the phone goes on airplane mode or something like that. It's like changing your schedule a bit so you can stay firmly dedicated to whatever this is that you need to work on. So the pivot here is if we can do that, then we become unstuck. Remember the cards in the beginning were stuck? Then it becomes more of a flow. Then you have like a regimented schedule, if you will. And now you start to get creative. The return here is if we don't do any of this, 6 of Swords, we circle right back and we go right back to where we were, which is this just remains a dream, wish, or goal, and there's no real boots on the ground of dedication to get it done. Because in the After Tarot deck, the 6 of Cups is like we're returning to the past. So let's see if we can get more for you on this. Clarify the High Priestess. For Leo, clarify that High Priestess, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The High Priestess, clarified by the 7 of Wands, the 2 of Cups, and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, we have the 2 of Pentacles. Okay, hold on a second. Magician. What is the Magician? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Magician, clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Sun, and the 3 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have the 10 of Swords. Okay. Only take this message if it resonates to you. Obviously, it's collective in nature. There's a feeling here of, this is what I'm manifesting, right? This is what I would like for blank in my life, situation, environment, or connection. I really want to take the inspired action to do this. I think I would be very successful in doing this. But I am of the belief that I need someone else to do this with. I can't create this on my own. I can't save enough money to travel the world on my own. I can't start a business on my own. I can't, save enough money to buy a house on my own. So, there's something here that you really desire. I think what you fail to see is you have all of the tools or skills or knowledge within you, or the ability to acquire the tools, skills, and knowledge that you need to make this a reality. But the belief here is, as much as I like that, I need someone else to do it with. I need someone. I want to take the inspired action, but that 3 of Pentacles is like, I need someone else. The High Priestess here says that would be a really nice dream. I would like to go to Rome one day, maybe visit the Eiffel Tower in Paris, launch a business. But for right now, 7 of Wands, I need to hold myself back from doing it because I need someone else to do this with. I need a traveling companion. I need a best friend. I need a divine partner or my counterpart. There's something like that here. where it's like, I really want to do this, but I don't think I can do it alone. So the loop here is I get excited when I think about blank, but then I don't put a lot of dedication into it because I don't really feel confident enough in myself to be able to do it. Or there's something here within me, just speaking like you, I don't really think I could do this on my own. Page of Wands. Tell me about the Page of Wands. We'll take it. Page of Wands, clarified by the Eight of Wands. So I start to get excited. I start looking into it. I start inquiring. Eight of Wands, Six of Cups, this dream that I've had for a long time. Nine of Cups that I know would make me happy. 10 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, but I need someone to do this with. And I see that because the Nine of Cups is a very individual card, right? It's card number 9. Nines are all individual. So it would make me very happy to fulfill this dream that I've had maybe since I was a child for some of you in that Six of Cups. But when we're in the Nine of Cups, we're hoping or desiring someone to come along with a cup. A Page of Cups, a Knight of Cups, a Queen of Cups, a King of Cups comes with one cup, and that brings us to the 10 of Cups. So I get all excited to do this, but then when I realize that I'm going to be doing it alone, or the prospect is there that I may be doing it alone, I stop myself. The dedication drops. I don't feel like I could fully do this on my own. There's a self-worth, self-value wound here in the Leo collective. The Devil. Why is the Devil here? Because the Devil is Saturn. Saturn rules Capricorn. If you have ever known a high vibrational Capricorn, they want to lose 20 pounds. Those mother effers lose 35 pounds. You know, they want a particular job. They end up getting the job and they excelling. And like within 6 months, they're running the department. Like a high vibrational Capricorn is very successful. So that's what I mean. Like the drive, the passion, you sort of unshackle yourself. And you're just like, I can't do it alone. Or I just can't do it. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Devil, clarified by the Queen of Swords, the Two of Pentacles, and the Eight of Wands. So the forward movement comes to a stop. The forward movement comes to a stop, and I start debating here within myself, am I really capable, Two of Pentacles, of investing the time to do this? So this appears here to be a self-worth wound, a self-value wound. You could be a Leo that has an anxious attachment style, and so you feel like I need someone to do this. Not that I want to do this on my own and I would like to have someone, you know, accompany me, but regardless, I'm going to do it. That's not the Leo collective that I've tapped into today. The Leo collective says, I need someone to do this. Either do it for me or do it with me. The Moon. So here's the insight. What the past is resurfacing to heal. So something is being brought to light that will hopefully get you to review this and realize that you can do this on your own. The Moon. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon is clarified by the Two of Swords, which is the Moon in Libra, the Queen of Cups, and Temperance. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. So something here is occurring in the energy of either one of the new moons or one of the full moons that we're having during this period. Mercury retrograde begins June 29th. It will continue until July 23rd. We are already in pre-shadow as of June 12th. We will be in post-shadow until August 3rd, your season. So one of the new moons or one of the full moons, it's going to be different for each of you during that time period, June 12th until August 3rd. There's something here that is occurring that has not yet been revealed to you. So I don't feel like you're aware of this. There's something here that is going to encourage you or inspire you to move forward on this, to do this on your own, to start working on this on your own. Eight of Cups. Tell me about the Eight of Cups. There's something here, something like that happened in the past that distracted you. Tell me more about this. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Cups, clarified by the Chariot, most likely happening in Chariot season. Page of Cups and the Five of Pentacles, bottom of deck, Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so there's an interaction here with an individual, a past person, a current person in your life, a new person. It's going to be different for all of you. So once again, it's going to happen. You hope, dream, believe that this is what you want. You start getting a little creative, you know, mentally speaking, like, oh, I'm starting to get excited. Yeah, I want to look this up. Yeah, I want to go here, do that. I want to do this. And then the loop here is I become disenchanted with the idea of doing it, or I lose confidence in myself and the ability to do it because there's someone here who comes in and says something to you or does something that makes you feel like you need to wait on doing it, or you're not good enough to do it, or you can't do it alone. So I'll give you an example and you extrapolate this into your life. Let's say you live in New Jersey in the United States of America, like I do, and you have some dream in your heart to visit Rome, Italy. And for the longest time, you can dream about Italy. You've looked everything up. You're so excited. You can't wait to be able to go to Italy and go to all these different towns and cities and regions. And every time you get excited about it, you have a conversation with someone. It could be the same person, it could be different people, but the pattern is the same. They ask you what you did this weekend, and you say, oh, I spent all weekend looking up Rome and different regions of Italy that I can go to. I would really like to save money and go there within the next 2 to 3 years. Right? I want to plan out this trip and be able to go there for like 3 years or 3 years. I want to be able to go there for like 3 weeks. And this person says to you, well, who are you going to go with? And you're like, oh, I'm going to go alone. Oh, I'm so excited. There's different tour groups. And they're like, you're going to go alone? Oh, I wouldn't. There's so much going on in the world, and there's wars and there's kidnapping and hostages. And oh my God, that would be so expensive. Like it would be so much cheaper if you had someone to go with. And they talk you out of it. Something they say talks you out of it. And then you end up consciously or subconsciously deciding, yeah, that's really stupid. Why would I go all the way to Rome, Italy by myself? So something like that here is happening. Let's say this is business and there's a desire within you to like build your own business. And you get all excited and you start looking up everything that you need to do, how you're going to create a website, how you're going to market it, what licenses you need, what you need to learn to do it. You get all excited. And then you either talk to the same person or, someone else. But again, it's the same pattern. And the person talks you out of it. Do you know how expensive it is to own a business? Oh my God, people are so happy these days. I mean, you better have really good insurance. I don't know how you're going to launch a business while you have the kids and a full-time job, and that just seems impossible. And you talk yourself out of it because this person essentially talks you out of it, and you end up abandoning it. So something like this is occurring. During Mercury retrograde, you're going to get fired up about the high priestess to the magician. Something here that you have wanted to do for a long time, 6 of Cups. You're going to start getting excited about it. You're going to start looking into it. You might even talk to a person or two about it. And one of those people are going to tell you, and this is someone close to you, is going to tell you it's a bad idea or you shouldn't move forward with it. It's the same cycle in the 8 of Cups repeating. In the 8 of Cups in the After Tarot deck, it's like just as you get ready to go on this journey, right? Because you're all the way back here in the red coat. Here comes this person again. It's like the past resurfaces itself again. Either same person or same pattern that tells you for you to move forward with this would be very foolish. Oh, that sounds so immature. You don't know enough. You're not capable. You're a child. Basically, they're talking to you like you're a child. You could be a 52-year-old woman like I am. But this person talks down to you as if you're not capable to do that. You're not capable to save the money, launch the business, learn the skill, relocate, write the book, get it published, whatever this is for you. They talk you out of it and you end up abandoning it. Abandoning something that could really enrich your life, either emotionally or financially, maybe even both. So the key here during Mercury retrograde is that when this occurs, for you to stop yourself, you got to cut out the distractions. So let's see how you can do that. Cutting out these distractions, filtering through, right? This is the filter. Not allowing everyone's opinions, right? In the 7 of Cups card in your deck, this person has their arms open. So they have all these cups, right? All these connections in their life telling them what to do. It clouds a person's judgment. Now they don't know if they should go towards it or not. So you get stuck in your head, right? And the 9 of Swords astrologically is Mars in Gemini. So you want to take action, but now you're mentally conflicted because it's almost like they talk you out of it and then you talk yourself out of it. So we need to guard, or you need to guard yourself against this. 7 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Cups. Clarified by the 3 of Cups. When this person or people come around, there's that 9 of Swords again and the Page of Swords. I'm telling you, there's some type of communication or something like that. Someone says something here to you. Someone you've known for a long time or you look up to. Right behind that, we have the Chariot, which again, we had here. So it's most likely occurring during Cancerian season. It could be a family member or, if this is like a spouse, I mean, that would be terrible for a spouse to kill your dream. But, maybe you are married to a narcissist. I don't know. I always support him no matter what he does. And even if I disagree, I might say to him, these are the 2 or 3 reasons why I don't think you should do it, but if you do it, I'm going to still support you to do it because I still want him to be successful with whatever it is. So there's something like that here happening. So when this comes around, there's something here about you limiting either communication with this person or not allowing them to influence you, not allowing what they say to get stuck in your head. This is a boundary you need to create. That if these people want to give you solicited or unsolicited advice, that's where it stays. You don't have to absorb it. You don't have to ruminate on it. You don't have to allow their opinion of what you want to do to kill the dream that lives inside of you. Nine of Swords. Instead of getting stuck in your head, you use the Ace of Swords because you have the clarity. You know exactly what it is that you want to do. And you just slay those dragons. I don't mean like literally slaying these people, but so when this happens, you need to like limit their influence on you. There you go. Wheel of Fortune. So I feel like this has happened a lot. And I don't know if this person or people do it intentionally. Maybe they don't want you to be better than them or more successful than them. Maybe this person had a failing business and there's something within them, consciously or subconsciously, that doesn't want to see you succeed because they didn't. Could be something like that happening here. So I don't know if they're knowingly doing it or unknowingly doing it. The point here is they're doing it. And we need to safeguard you so they stop killing this dream. Nine of Swords. Tell me more about the Nine of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. It could be a person or people that are jealous of you, like an ex. Nine of Swords, clarified by the Knight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and Judgment. It's making a judgment call to say no more. And it's almost getting angry, okay? And I don't mean angry, again, like lashing out at these people physically, but it's getting angry enough that you're going to protect this dream. The Knight of Swords in the After Tower deck is literally slaying people, okay? It's a battleground. But it's protecting this dream that you have, so much so that if someone gets in the way of it, you like energetically are like, you're cutting the cord, like not going to think about it, not going to think. You're not allowing, or you shouldn't allow, their opinion to block you. And you need to get angry about this, again, within you, because you can use that anger to fuel you forward to do this, to save for it, to get it done, to learn it, to launch it, whatever it is for you, as opposed to letting what they say, you know, minimize what you want and totally lower your self-confidence. Instead, you need to use it for fuel, like rocket fuel to launch you. If you're able to do that, you can make that judgment call. The wheel spins in your favor. What you want actually ends up happening. Now, obviously, you'll be putting in the effort, but it comes in. Like you make the judgment call, I love this enough, or I want to do this enough that I'm not going to allow this person or these people's opinion to stop me. And you do it. The divine sees that. The divine hears that. The universe hears that and says, Leo is really fucking serious this time. So let's start moving around those chess pieces and do our part to make this happen for them. I just got a bunch of spiritual goosebumps on that one for you. So the pivot, this is how we get unstuck. This is how we restore passion into that Ace of Wands that you want to build for yourself. So it doesn't have to remain a dream. Four of Pentacles. Tell me about the Four of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Pentacles. Page of Cups. There's that person again. Strength card. And the Four of Swords. Bottom of that Queen of Pentacles. Not allowing this person to influence you. When their words drop, you go silent on them. Leo, this is you. You're the Strength card. So when they come in with that Page of Cups, this is the pivot. So when this occurs from here on forward, and they give you solicited or unsolicited advice that is not supportive, it's one thing, and I'll give you a quick example. He wanted to do oil changes in our cars, right? In his vehicles. It's his way of saving money. He loves working on cars. So for him, it's a nice way to like pass a good weather Saturday or Sunday. And I had said to him, I'm nervous about you doing this because you're in the garage alone. You know, I'm not around. And what if like the car drops, or what if, God forbid, it falls? Like, I don't want you to get injured, right? And instead of saying to him, I don't think you should do it at all for this reason, I offered a solution. See, it's different when someone says, I'm not sure if you should do that because of ABC, but, you know, here's how you can do it. And it would minimize, you know, something bad from happening. That's not what this person is doing. This person is like specifically telling you like, you can't do it, or you shouldn't do it alone, or you're not capable of doing it. That's different. Me saying that to him is saying, let's actually save some money and actually buy you a lift, as opposed to just using a jack, a hand jack, which, can end up, collapsing on you. So let's actually get you the equipment you need to be able to do this. And then I'm not worried about it, and you're not so worried about it, and you can actually enjoy working on the cars and changing filters and whatever else that you want to do on them. So that would be constructive, like constructive criticism, constructive help. I'm worried about you doing this, but here's how you can do it. That's not what this person is doing. So your pivot here is when this person or people come in with their unsolicited advice, trying to talk down to you, telling you you're not capable. You, Leo, stand strong and you let their words fall flat. You don't have to entertain it. Four of Swords, you don't have to respond. You just sit there in silence as if they never said anything. That's the pivot. You don't ruminate on it. You don't think about it. You let it lie. Ace of Wands. Tell me about the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands, clarified by Seven of Cups, Nine of Wands, and the Five of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Two of Wands. Okay, very interesting. So whoever this person or these people are, we have Six Cups here. This is the Seven of Cups card in the After Tarot deck, but we're leaving basically Six Cups on the shelf, and we're moving towards the Ace of Cups here. At least that's my interpretation of the card in this deck. So the feeling here is when they come in with all of their noise and all of their confusion, we lay it flat. We let it go flat. We don't have to argue the point. We don't have to defend ourselves. We don't have to convince this person or these people that we can do this. That's not the job here. And it's not our responsibility to convince someone that we're capable of making a dream come true. All we have to do is convince ourselves, and you've already done that. So don't allow anyone to talk you out of it. So you grab hold of that Ace of Cups or that Ace of Wands, whatever that is, and you move forward. Nine of Wands to the Five of Swords. Because as you move forward and you actually get serious about this, people start to notice. You're going to have some detractors here. You're still going to hear that this is foolish or that you shouldn't do it. But you need to continue doing it. No fighting in the After Tarot deck. Again, we're not exchanging words. This is not open for a negotiation. My dream is not open for a negotiation. I'm going to continue doing it. You can stand by me and support me, or you can get out of my way. But I'm still going to do it. That's the pivot. And then you move forward anyway, and you get this done. If it takes you 1 month, 1 year, 3 years, whatever it is here, you work on this and you make this dream come true. And don't allow anyone to tell you that you're not capable or confident or sexy enough or handsome enough or smart enough to do this. The return. Six of Swords. If we don't do anything with this, if you don't do anything, and this person comes in and you allow them to talk you down again or talk you out of it, and you don't put up a boundary, and you don't move forward regardless of the resistance, if you don't take a stand and believe in this, I feel like we go right back to Six of Cups in the After Tarot decks, where we're going right back to square one, where the dream is but a dream. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Swords, clarified by the Chariot, the Ten of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Sun card. So that's exactly what ends up happening. This person or these people, if we don't stand up to them, and they come along in Cancer season, this person or people we've known for a long time, or family, or something like that, they make it so impossible that it blinds us. In the deck that I use for you, the Ten of Wands, this person's head is completely buried in the 10 Wands. So if we allow this person to make us believe that the wish, dream, or goal is impossible, there's no way that you're going to be able to get it. It's too difficult. You're not smart enough. You're not strong enough. You can't do that on your own. Then we end up returning right back to square one, which is making absolutely no progress on this. Tell me about that Six of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Cups is clarified by the Fool, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Six of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups. That would be really sad, because the Fool is taking the leap of faith, and the Eight of Pentacles is working on it, but the Six of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is abandoning it. So it would be walking away from this. In that respect, we go right back to putting that dream in a box, sticking it on a shelf where it will do nothing but collect dust. Let's get you some oracle cards. We'll close it out with some kippers, and we're going to take a look at the the bottom of those decks because they seem a bit interesting to me as well, looking at that Knight of Cups and the Sun card. So I feel like there's a dream, wish, goal here that the Leo Collective has, and you have routinely allowed either one person or, like I said, different people, you know, same lesson, different meat suit, basically, to talk you out of it for whatever reason. And it's quite possible that that's that dream that that person had. Maybe they tried it and they failed. Maybe they never tried it and they just don't want you to try it. And it could be done unconsciously. And for others of you, there's some jealousy there at play. They're purposefully trying to withhold you from doing this, because if they weren't successful, why should you be successful? If they don't have the balls to travel the world alone, they don't want to see you do that. I would be very, very mindful of this during Mercury retrograde. I would pay attention the next time someone tries talking you out of that dream. Catch it and be like, oh, no, no, no. Now I see it. Now I see it. People are supposed to inspire you. You know, good people, right? Good people in our lives inspire us. If they're worried we can't do something or they have genuine concern, then they would provide solutions to help us still make that dream a reality. They'd come up with the idea to, you know, get a lift. Not tell you to never do the oil change. That's not a supportive person. 3 cards here. Okay, we will take it. First card out, patience, empathy, and potential. Bottom of the deck, innovation. This is interesting. Patience, beautiful things take time. Let yourself grow stronger in the waiting. Whatever this dream, wish, or goal is, I don't think you can accomplish it in a day. And that might be something here that's at play. This person might tell you it will take too long to launch the business, it would take you too long to learn this. It would take you too long to save money and go on that trip by yourself or buy your own house. But you have the patience required. I know you have the patience required because you've been sitting on this dream for so long. Empathy. Understand others' emotions and needs by listening with your heart. It's possible for some of you that this person comes across as they're very, that they have a lot of empathy. Oh, I know you would love to do that. Oh, you know, yeah, I know. I feel like this person, for some of you, expresses to you just how much they know, honey, that you really want to do this. But, you know, honey, you can't do it. You're handicapped. Or, you know, honey, you can't do it. You just don't have the money. Or, you know, honey, it's just, I just don't feel comfortable going out there into the world on your own. This person may come across as saying these things out of a place of care or concern. So pay attention to your intuition when you have this conversation or conversations with this person or these people. Listen to what your gut is telling you here. I don't think there's a lot of empathy here. There might be jealousy, there might be envy, and there might be subconsciously here where they don't want you to do something that they failed to do or never did. Potential. Unleash your inner potential and transcend self-limitations as well as their limitations. So you have great potential to plant a seed, to nourish it, and to watch it grow. Again, I don't feel like it's going to happen overnight. This must be pretty big, something that you do want to do in your life. It won't happen overnight, but it will happen for you. But you have someone here trying to talk you out of even planting the seed. And that's not helpful. That's not helpful. And yes, for some of you in that empathy card, there's some fake empathy there going on. Don't fall for it this time. Let's get you 6 skipper cards, 2 for each row. 2 cards here for that top row. Toil and labor in main female. You could be main female, main male. This is something that you are more than capable of working on and bringing it into a reality. It does not have to sit in the dream state. 2 cards here for the insight and the filter. Occupation. Look at how the poverty card came out on the side. Okay, there's someone here. Expectation, main male, thief. There's that 7 of Swords card. I knew it. Family. It could be family member for some of you. That would be terrible, but yeah, I've seen it happen before, even with myself. It's almost like this person makes it their job to talk you out of this, or to at least make you indecisive enough, or make you feel like you're not capable enough to do this. This person makes it their job to talk you out of it. I don't feel it's coming from a place of empathy at all. I think there's there's jealousy here, or there's another motive here at play. Like if you're successful with this and then you're able of moving away, then because I feel like this person's thinking about their own needs. This person's thinking of themselves here. So let's say this is an elderly parent. Well, if you were to go traveling, then you're not around to maybe take care of them or go food shopping, or you know what I mean, like run errands for them. If you become successful, you might have enough money where you want to move away. And this person, you know, again, if it's a parent, they're thinking, oh God, I can't have Leo move away because 30 years from now, I'm going to be old and I need Leo to take care of me. And for others of you, this person did try working at this and they failed at it. They were unsuccessful. And as much as they might love you or maybe even have some empathy for you in this dream, they still don't want to see you succeed at something they could not succeed at. That's sad. Let's get you 2 cards here for the pivot and the return. You wanted to show yourself the house. This is the pivot. Staying committed to building this new structure. Marriage came out in the reverse. So if you don't, okay. So the pivot here is I'm going to build this anyway. I'm going to do this anyway, regardless of how long it takes me. You can't build a house overnight. Okay. So this is, I will have patience with myself. I'm going to stay dedicated. I am committed to building this. But look at the return. What came out for it in the reverse is the marriage card. The marriage is about commitment. It doesn't have to be to a person. It's to this dream. So if you don't stay committed to it and you become uncommitted to it, it doesn't materialize. False person, community, and concern to coffin. We need to put an end to this person's influence. I think it's someone close in your inner circle. It could be a very close friend. It could be a family member. There's something like that here at play. And for some of you, this is like an elderly person, like a parent or a grandparent, someone who has a lot of concern that if you were to do this or move away or something like that, they lose access to you. For others of you, this is someone who's just jealous of you, but this is like covert jealousy. They're never going to tell you to your face that they're jealous. They're just going to keep knocking down this stream. Let's look at the bottom of the deck. Leo, we have you, the Sun. We have the Tower, and we have the 8 of Swords. You can free yourself from this. This is a self-imposed restriction put upon you by the words you allow someone else to become your words. Someone else's opinion of you or someone else's opinion of your dream, you allow it to become the opinion you have of yourself or the opinion you have of your dream. It's important that you are strong enough during Mercury retrograde that when this occurs, you blow that up. You do not allow their words to keep you stuck. Knight of Cups, Strength card. There you are again, Leo, to the Star. You continue to do this. And the after tarot deck, the Knight of Cups is drinking the Ace of Cups. You move forward with this, making this dream a reality. The Magician, making your manifestation here a reality. Move forward with this. 7 of Swords to the Queen of Pentacles. It could be an earth sign for some of you who just is stubborn or old-fashioned or they don't like change or something like that. And it could be a parental figure. Do not allow this person to sabotage this for you. 2 of Cups, Knight of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. The right people will come along. The right people who support you will randomly show up on this journey of yours, and they will support you. You don't necessarily need this person's help. That is what I have for you, Leo. That is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Please move forward with this dream. Stay in the flow, okay? You can make this dream a reality. Everything is smooth sailing. Once you're able to put up a boundary within yourself and say, I'm not going to allow this person's opinion of myself or my dream or my capabilities to stop me from moving forward on this. And from there on out, it's like lie back, rest, and relax. The road becomes open for you. You're basically removing an energetic block. That's what this person or these people have been for you. That is what I have for you, Leo. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that on your mobile device. And don't forget to check out your other placements. They should all be up by Thursday. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the perfect time for us to kind of pause and reflect and evaluate where we presently are. So So in this reading today, with these little cue cards that I have created for my my new spread here, we're going to take a look at where you're at and what you need to do during Mercury retrograde in order to become aligned. So when the planet goes direct, you will be exactly where you need to be. Keep in mind that it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits and leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Virgo collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's begin with one oracle card. There we go. There's your card. For Mercury retrograde, we have vast vistas. Expand your horizons. And at the bottom of the deck, we have narrow pathway. Tread thoughtfully. Okay. Let's clarify this more, please, for Virgo. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What pattern are you repeating? The insight. What past is resurfacing? The filter. What boundary needs to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct. And the return. Who or what may return for the Virgo collective for Mercury in retrograde. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. The anchor, clarified by the Six of Swords. The loop, clarified by the Magician. The insight, clarified by the Six of Wands. The filter, clarified by the Two of Swords. The pivot, clarified by the Nine of Cups. And the return, clarified by the High Priestess. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Nine of Pentacles. Okay, let's clarify this message. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter the meaning of the cards a bit, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. So this is for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor, Six of Swords, the loop, the Magician, the insight, Six of Wands, the filter, Two of Swords, the pivot, Nine of Cups, the return, the High Priestess. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Six of Swords, clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. The loop, the Magician, clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. The insight, Six of Wands, clarified by the Lovers. The filter, Two of Swords, clarified by the Eight of Pentacles. The pivot, Nine of Cups, clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. And the return, the High Priestess, clarified by the King of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Wands. There's something here that you need to pause on in regards to your stability, Queen of Pentacles. And for some of you, that could be like your job, what you do for a living, or investments that you have, if you're like a retiree, or maybe you're saving for retirement. For others of you, that Six of Swords to the Queen of Pentacles, there's something here in regards to house and home. It possibly could be marriage or a long-term committed partnership. The loop, the pattern you keep repeating, is attempting here to manifest the Ace of Pentacles, trying to make what you're currently in what you want it to be. The pattern you're repeating is that it's not what you want it to be, but you keep praying and hoping and even putting your own effort into trying to make that into that, and it just hasn't been working for you. The insight, something here is transpiring during Mercury retrograde. This is the resurfacing of a situation here with an individual. It's forced to make you look at this. So you will have a choice here about whether or not you want to repeat the cycle or the pattern with whatever or whomever this is. The filter would be to block it. That would be the boundary, and to work on something else. The pivot here, how you can prepare to go direct, is to only make choices where your pentacle resource of what you're investing here, that could be your time, your love, your money, your commitment, etc., should be more geared towards your own personal happiness, as opposed to maybe investing it in a structure or a relationship or maybe even like a career path that's no longer serving your highest good, that you're struggling to maintain here. And the return here if this is not taken care of, something you don't see coming will be occurring. Okay, let's go through this. Let's try to clarify this more for you. The anchor, where do you need to pause? The Six of Swords. Clarify that Six of Swords for me, please, for the Virgo collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Six of Swords is clarified by the Knight of Wands. The Queen of Pentacles, that's you, whether you are masculine or feminine. And the Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have Temperance. Okay. Clarify that Queen of Pentacles. Who or what is the Queen of Pentacles? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Queen of Pentacles is clarified by the Magician. I knew it. That's what you keep trying to manifest. The Six of Cups and the Chariot. Bottom of the deck, Five of Cups. Okay. So, Virgo, you have a choice here, okay, during Mercury retrograde. Now, if you're not familiar with those dates, Mercury retrograde officially begins on June 29th. It will run until July 23rd. We are already in pre-shadow at the time of this reading because we entered pre-shadow on June 12th, and the post-shadow effect will take us to August 3rd. So between now when I'm doing the reading and when you'll see it, which probably will be, looking at the thing, you'll probably see this on the 15th or the 16th. Between now and August 3rd, you will have the opportunity to revisit a situation, environment, or connection here in the past that you had been manifesting the best possible outcome for, but was increasingly difficult for you to achieve what you wanted. And I'll explain to you why I'm saying that in the cards here. In your deck, and all of the decks I use, the Six of Swords is depicted differently. But in your deck, I always see it as an option or a choice. And that's because we have a boat going this way, and we have another boat going this way. And at first glance, when I saw it was, you may have the opportunity to loop back around to whatever this Queen of Pentacles is signifying. The job, the business partner, the marital partner, a house, a home. You may be considering relocating, but then deciding to stay. You may be considering leaving this person or divorcing them, but then considering staying. So there's a person, place, or thing here. It happens to be the same thing you keep manifesting to be what you want it to be, the ideal job, the ideal spouse, the ideal living situation. And there's a possibility here, instead of you moving on from it, actually looping back around to it. And so the anchor where you need to pause is that. The Six of Swords was clarified by the Knight of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Five of Cups. There's a little ego here at play. Don't be offended. These readings are intended to help us grow and learn and expand. And at the end of the day, you have the divine gift of free will. You can do whatever you want to do. Obviously, you are a grown Virgo, but I just need to tell you what's here on the table. There's a little ego here at play that the feeling is I may lose whatever this is to something or someone else. And so the only reason to hold on to it would be out of ego. This would be like a Virgo who's in a long-term committed partnership, whether that's you're just living together or you've been dating for 9 years, or maybe you're married. And the realization here is that your person may be moving towards someone else. And although you have been manifesting for the relationship to work out and it hasn't been, and you are in the process of exiting, the news that they may be moving on to someone else may make you pause and want to return to them. But that would be coming from wounded ego or low vibrational Leo ego here with that Six of Wands to that Five of Cups. It could be the same thing with a job. You're planning on leaving a job, you're exploring new job options, but you hear that Marianne down the hall, who you don't particularly like, may be up for promotion and get your position if you leave. You may be inclined to stay for that reason. I'm just letting you know what's here. Or you're hell bent on leaving whomever or whatever this is, and there's a conversation here that you have with someone that they make you feel like you're a quitter for leaving the industry or leaving the profession or leaving the company or leaving the person. And it makes you feel like I have to prove that person wrong, or there's something like this here at play. So there's a little injury here to ego with completely moving on from whomever or whatever this is. So you will be given the opportunity to return. The Magician, the Six of Cups, and the Chariot. This will most likely happen during Cancer season. which we will be entering right around June 21st, something like that, June 21st, June 22nd, and that'll run until almost like July 21st. So you have like that 4-week window where what it is that you've been manifesting, you have the opportunity in the After Tarot deck, Six of Cups, to return to something or someone here in the past. And the Chariot indicates there is a great desire to return to this. Again, I don't think it's coming from the healthiest place for you, but let's keep clarifying. The Magician, this is the loop, and this isn't the first time that you either have moved on from this or have contemplated moving on from this. And while you were in it, I feel like you kept hoping, wishing, praying that it would be more solid or more stable or more financially rewarding or maybe more reciprocal between you and this person. Tell me about the Magician. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Magician is clarified by the Two of Cups. So whoever this person is, professional, platonic, or romantic. Again, the boss, the business partner, the friend, the family member, the community group, the job, the industry. It certainly could be a lover. So we have the Two of Cups. We have the Seven of Swords. And then the Ten of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Cups. So there's manipulation here at play, and it's coming from you. Some of you are consciously doing it, and some of you are subconsciously doing it. Seven of Swords to the Magician is a highly manipulative energy. Now, the Magician has all the aces of tarot in their arsenal, and they're capable of creating whatever they want. However, when the Seven of Swords comes into play, it means the person is manipulating their skills or manipulating their tools or, manipulating their power, if you will, to achieve the desired outcome that they want. There's a feeling here that this is not exactly 100% of what you want, because if it was the ideal job or relationship or living situation, you wouldn't have been stuck in that loop of continually trying to hope, pray, and make it what you wanted it to be, but it never really was. So that's what I mean about the manipulation tactic. It's like you're sabotaging yourself because you're trying to stay in something, or possibly here even return to something, because you're hoping that it'll be something that it never really was. And you're shorting yourself out of possibly moving towards something else that would be what you want. You just can't see this yet. This isn't on the radar yet. The Ace of Pentacles. Tell me about the Ace of Pentacles. So again, it's like I was going to leave this blank, but either someone said something to me that made me feel like a quitter. So now I'm going to show them I'm not a quitter, and I'm going to stay in a very unhealthy dynamic or situation just to prove them wrong. Or you find out that that position that you've been wanting, again, in career and finance, love and romance, or something else, may be occupied by someone else. And with that wounded pride and ego, it's like, well, I'll show them. You're not going to take my guy. You're not going to take my girl. You're not going to take my job. It just keeps you stuck in a very unhealthy dynamic. Clarify that Ace of Pentacles here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Pentacles is clarified by the Star, the Four of Cups, and the Ten of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Three of Wands. So this has been a loop here. If this message is resonating for you, you have returned to whatever this is several times already. And every single time you try to be very optimistic and heal it and come to it with a different set of eyes and an open heart and being more accepting and more forgiving, it continues to disappoint you. The Four of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the individual is dumping out the cup. It's like, why did I do this again? Why did I forgive them? Why haven't I left this job? Why haven't I found something else? This could even be like a very stressful client. Like if you're a business owner, sometimes Queen of Pentacles could be a business owner, whether you're masculine or feminine. And you might be just taking back the same crappy client or type of crappy client. And you're like, God, I did it again. Right. I keep saying this is going to be the one. This is the client and that I want to work with. And then it's like you're not vetting it properly. So some of you are not vetting this person properly, or you're overlooking some major red flags. And for others of you, there's some type of manipulation here at play where you want this just because you don't want someone else to have it. The Insight. Something with this situation is resurfacing during Mercury retrograde, and you will have a choice. Lovers is the ultimate choice card about whether or not you're going to do this loop again or not. Six of Wands, that's that that pride or ego here in that Knight of Wands. A wounded Knight of Wands to that Five of Cups, that's Leo energy, but it could be low vibrational Leo energy. Clarify the Six of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Six of Wands is clarified by the Seven of Cups, the World card, and the Devil. Bottom of the deck, the Chariot. Something here will transpire, either as you have decided to close this out, or maybe some of you have. It is resurfacing. The point of it resurfacing is to show you that when you engage with whomever, whatever that is, you are sabotaging yourself from having better in your life. Let's see if we can get more on this. Tell me about the Lovers. So you end up giving this a try, and the same thing happens. The person steps out of the marriage. You know, Devil to the Six of Wands, to that Knight of Wands. This could be someone who's a player. They might sell you a really good game, promise you that this time it will be different. Probably not the first time they promised you that. And then you return and you realize that you're still an option or a choice. So this is, if you were to return to this during Mercury retrograde, it would be a short-lived success here. Either you return back to that negative pattern or they do. There's definitely manipulation here at play. There's a toxic pattern here that's on a loop, and you keep returning to it, hoping that maybe this time it'll be different. The situation, environment, or connection will be different this time. The Lovers. Tell me about the Lovers. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Lovers is clarified by the Ten of Wands. How many times are we going to do this? Nine of Cups and the World card, bottom of the deck, Tower. You will have an opportunity to reconnect with whomever or whatever this is, or to stay at the job, or to stay in the relationship. When I say short-lived, it is short-lived. We're talking about 10 days max. 10 days max, where it feels really good to be with this person again, or to stay in the apartment, or stay in the home, or the job, or return to the job. Whatever this is here for you, it is very short-lived satisfaction. It's coming together here out of ego. That's the best way that I could describe it. Now, you don't have to return to that, but the opportunity to either stay, I should say, you don't have to stay or return, but the opportunity to stay or return will be there. If this is not a situation, environment, or connection, it could be an addiction. It could be, I could be speaking to a Virgo, and we'll just use this as an example. Perhaps you have a gambling issue, and you have friends that keep inviting you to the casino. And every time you go to the casino with them, you convince yourself that I'm not going to gamble. I'm strong. I can sit right next to them while they're at the blackjack table or that slot machine, and I'm not going to bet, and I'm not going to gamble. And then you go there and you lose your shirt. You lose money, and you're, stuck at the machine till 4 a.m. trying to recover your money. And it's like, crap, I did it again. And then a couple weeks go by and they ask you to go to the casino again. And you go, this time I'm stronger. And it happens again. So just using that as an example, and you can extrapolate that and apply it to your life how you see fit. This would be your friends, one more time during Mercury retrograde, asking you to go to the casino again. And if you go, that it's going to be very short-lived. The first 10 minutes you're winning, and then you lose your shirt. So we have 2 world cards here. It's like, you know better. You've learned. For me, the world cards are a completion. They're the equivalent of attending high school in the United States. I say that because the corners have the 4 fixed signs. So it's like, I've gone to school. I got the diploma. I learned everything I have to do, yet you keep returning to high school. When it comes to this one thing, you keep returning to high school. And I don't know anyone in 52 years who on graduation day says, I'll be back in the fall. But you have an inability to move on from this, or have had an inability to move on, or an inability to cut the cord here, or to have some healthy boundaries here, because there's something addictive for you. You're getting something out of it. You're getting something over on someone else. It's feeding your ego, which is at a low vibration. I mean, healthy ego is good, but this is not healthy ego. You keep returning because for, material reasons, like this is a spouse who cheats on you, but you stay because they're the breadwinner, or they provide you with the lifestyle that you're, accustomed to. You stay in a relationship because all your friends and family tell you that this person is no good for you, but you want to prove them right this time. No, this time she changed. No, this time he changed. So there's wounded pride and ego here at play on your part. What that is pertaining to will be different for all of you. Like I said, an addiction, a pattern, or an actual situation, environment, or connection. I know that during Mercury retrograde, you have a chance, or I should say an opportunity, to go back to high school. The filter here, the boundary is, I'm not. I've learned this lesson. Two of Swords, I'm blocking this out. I'm going to focus my effort, my attention, my pentacle resources in a different direction. Instead of, we'll use that casino analogy, instead of going to the casino, I'm going to work on cleaning the house. Instead of returning to this toxic relationship, I'm going to learn on, I'm going to spend my time learning how to play the guitar. I'm going to do something else that benefits me or feeds my soul, or is good for my overall general health. Two of Swords. Tell me about the Two of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Two of Swords, clarified by Four of Wands, Four of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. So the block here is saying this would only feel good momentarily. Four of Wands. There would be a cause for celebration. I would feel victorious at the casino table, at the blackjack table. It would feel really good to go back to work or stay in that job. Again, if this is work related, it would feel really good to reconnect with this person or maybe be intimate with them again. But look how far we decrease. We go Four of Pentacles to the Two of Pentacles. It feels good for a moment, Four of Wands. Then the Four of Pentacles, like, oh my God, what did I do? I'm stuck in this again. And we decrease to the Two of Pentacles now. So the block here is to, when this invitation comes through or the opportunity comes through to stay or return, the filter here is to say, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to find a different job or a different housing situation, or I'm going to move on and work on my healing. But I'm not going to go back to something that keeps me trapped in a loop. The Four of Pentacles is a loop. It's stability or comfortability or something that we're familiar with, but there's no growth in the Four of Pentacles. And that Two of Pentacles is a loop. You can actually see the infinity loop here on the card. So the block here is to not return to something that keeps you stuck in a loop just for momentary satisfaction or celebration in that Four of Wands. Eight of Pentacles. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Six of Pentacles, that Four of Wands, and the Sun. Bottom of the deck, Judgment. The filter here is to say no thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. In the After Tarot deck, the Six of Pentacles, the person's walking away, as opposed to being breadcrumbed or settling for less, staying or returning to a job that doesn't pay them well, staying or returning to the person who cheats on them or maybe has options. So it's deciding to walk away from that Four of Wands because it's a false sense of security. The house, the home, the relationship, the job, it's recognizing it's a false sense of security. And it's saying, I deserve better in the Sun card. I'm going to work on situations, environments, or connections that are healing to me, pleasing to me, expansive. Vast vistas are expansive in my life. Expand your horizons. I don't want to stay stuck in this small little experience, if you will, that I've completely grown out of. I'm speaking like you. So this is tread thoughtfully. Okay, narrow pathway, because once you re-enter this, you're going to be in it for a little bit. You're going to be in it for a little bit. Like leaving it again will be more difficult. I'll try to see why that is. But there's something here about like tread thoughtfully, because it's a narrow pathway. It's not going to be a lot of exits off of this. So you're going to get stuck in this for a little bit. So let's say, whether you're masculine or feminine, doesn't matter. Let's say this is a highly volatile relationship. You step out or they step out. Again, I'm not quite sure on a collective reading who is the toxic person here. But you decide, because I really wanted this to work, I'm going to re-enter it. And maybe you get pregnant, maybe they get pregnant. And now you're stuck, for lack of a better term. And I hate to say that about a baby, And please don't take it that way. But now it's a lot more difficult to disengage from this connection. Maybe you re-enter it and you feel so good that you end up buying a house or putting this person's name on your bank account. Now you have joint or shared resources. It just becomes a disentanglement is a lot more difficult. Maybe you stay or return to the job that you know is damn well toxic, but you don't want to leave, or you're returning because you don't want Marianne again. Sorry if your name's Marianne, just using that as an example. You don't want Marianne down the hole to get the job, and you get the job, and now something ends up happening, and there's a lawsuit, and somehow you're involved. Now it becomes a lot more difficult to leave a place. So something like that will occur. I'm not the fear-mongering tarot reader. I just have to tell you, there's something here about treading thoughtfully, really thinking twice about re-entering, because, and I'm going to try to get you some cards on that specific message. It seems like it's a lot more difficult to disentangle yourself from it if you were to return. The pivot here is to focus on your happiness, your true happiness in the Nine of Cups. That's not true happiness. That's deception, manipulation, gaslighting, betrayal, betraying yourself, being betrayed by another. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The pivot is justice, moving towards connections that are balanced and healthy, professional, platonic, or romantic. Not that. Justice is Libra, and your neighboring sign of Libra is the house of marriage, partnerships, relationships, contracts, whether they're professional, platonic, or romantic. Justice, the Death card, and the Two of Wands, bottom of the deck, Nine of Wands. The pivots say, I'm not going back to the past. What I want is out there. The ideal situation, the ideal job, the ideal industry, the ideal friendship, the ideal romantic partnership. It's just not there. It doesn't mean I'll never have it. It's just not there. And that's the pivot. The pivot is changing the mindset, making that judgment call that it's just not there, and it's okay that it's not there. And I don't want to waste any more time fooling myself that it is there or that it can be there. And again, same thing if it's an addiction. It's saying I'm going to replace that addiction with something else that is healthier for me. That's not serving your highest good. Clarify that Seven of Pentacles, planting a seed in a new direction. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands, that is the truth. Moving towards the new. Five of Cups is the new in this deck. I'll explain why in the Knight of Pentacles. The Ace of Wands, something else, another job that is exciting or creative or collaborative. Another relationship that is truly passionate. Okay, it's authentically passionate. Whatever that is for you, there's something new and better waiting for you. The Five of Cups in the After Tarot deck. This person is not crying over the 3 cups that are spilled. They understand that there was poison in those cups. And so they're now eyeing a new 2 of Cups. That's exactly what this person is looking at in the After Tarot deck. So they're looking at the new business partner, the new boss, the new romantic partner. Again, whatever that is, this is a replacement for it. And it's better because this replacement is not that. This was the Knight of Wands, inconsistent, flighty, erratic, ego-driven, unhealthy. I stay for all the wrong reasons. I come and go, no consistency. It feels good in the moment, and then it's like a crash and burn afterwards. This is the most dependable knight in tarot, the Knight of Pentacles. This is long-term sustainability, long-term, good health practices, long-term financial security, long-term emotional contentment if it's a romantic partnership. This is the situation, environment, or connection that will always choose themselves over you. This is the situation, environment, or connection that will always choose you. Not choose themselves over you. Choose you. On the return, if we don't do anything here, this is who or what may return. Clarify the High Priestess. Because you have the divine gift of free will. You can go right back or stay. I don't know where you are on the Virgo timeline. Clarify the High Priestess. One more shuffle. Thank you. High Priestess is clarified by the Tower. It's going to crash and burn. I hate to be the reader to tell you that. the Chariot, and the Five of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Four of Swords, which tells me right, what precedes the Four of Swords is Three of Swords. There's heartbreak. There's disappointment. There's financial loss. There's emotion, feeling emotionally abandoned by this person. Staying at the job or going back to the job and losing money. And somewhere inside your gut, your intuition is trying to tell you that if we don't step away from this once and for all, it will be detrimental to us in some way. Health, emotions, finances. But that's what comes in. The Tower to the Chariot. There's that feel-good moment. There's that feel-good moment. Oh, it feels so good to be back with you. It feels so good to be here. It feels good to be back, and then it's a crash and burn. It's the sitting at the, again, I use the casino as a reference, sitting at that blackjack table, and on the first round, I don't know, you win $200, and you're like, yes, I'm back, baby. And then your next hand, you lose $1,000, and you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, that's what happens when we keep ourselves trapped or stuck in cycles that we need to move on from. Every time we re-enter them, the universe squeezes us. Come on, Virgo. I'm going to make this more uncomfortable than it was last time because I want you to move on. The universe wants you to make the choice to move on. But it will create tower after tower, and each tower will get worse until you're finally like, okay, uncle. I don't know if they have that saying where you are in the world, but growing up here we did. And it's like, okay, uncle, like I give up. Okay, I got it. I got the message. So this tower will be worse for you. I hate to be the one to tell you that. King of Swords. Could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius that you're dealing with. It does not have to be. This could also be, if you stay or go back, something legal occurs that is to your detriment. Again, that lawsuit, the divorce, something like that. Because in the private readings that I used to do, and unfortunately don't have time anymore to do them, but this would often come up as like an attorney or an accountant, someone of like a white collar authority figure, if you will. Could be the law, justice, judge, magistrate, police. I just feel like this escalates. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The King of Swords is clarified by the Five of Swords. There you go. The arguing, the manipulation, Five of Wands, and Judgment. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Cups. This is meant to teach you that this is not where it's at. It will get worse next time around. I don't know why someone needs to hear that, but it's meant to push you towards a new beginning. This is meant to push you towards a new beginning. So next time around, it gets worse. The manipulation, the deception, the financial loss, again, whatever it is that you have been incurring here, is just amplified. Again, the trumpet gets louder to try to get you to make a judgment call to say, okay, I'm not going to fight this anymore. I'm going to move on. So be very mindful of this when it returns, or the opportunity to stay or the opportunity to return presents itself. You should be thinking more expansively of your life instead of, staying small. This is staying small. Let's get you some oracle cards, some kippers. And then I want to look at the bottom of these cards, and actually put these in the wrong order. So I want to put them back. It was actually 10 of Cups, Strength, and the Fool card. So we'll look at them in a second. But let's get you some oracle cards. Can we get 3 oracle cards here, please, for Virgo? For Mercury in retrograde. Thank you. We have Patience. Circle. This is a circle. Safety. Bottom of the deck is Leap. So patience. Beautiful things take time. Let yourself grow stronger in the waiting. Some of you feel like, and only take it if it resonates, some of you feel like this is comfortable, or I have invested a lot of time here, and I don't have the patience or the time. I say that because we have an hourglass here on the photo. Like, I don't have the time to rebuild from this. But you would have had the time to rebuild from this. Like, you would have had more time had you not continued to stay in it for as long as you did, or return to it as many times as you did. Look, I'm your mercurial cousin of Gemini. I'm always going to shoot it straight to you, Virgo. So some of you stay because of sunk cost fallacy. Well, I have too much in this job or this career or this relationship, or this is all I've ever known. And all you do is literally waste time. And some of you are of the belief, but if I just stay longer, it'll get better.
it has proven itself to not be the case. Circle of care. 1, I do think that this is a circle. 2, grow with the support of love and compassion, connecting to the strength of others. Some of you need a better support system. Friends, family, online community, maybe a social group in town that you can join. Some of you don't, please don't be offended at this, okay? Some of you don't really know what healthy connections are. You either had dysfunctional home life, and don't be offended by that. I did as well. And as we get older, we sometimes enter dysfunctional relationships, whether they're professional, platonic, or romantic. And there might be something here of like trauma bonding for some of you. So it might be beneficial to you to connect with people who are healed, who have fought the addiction, who have gotten a divorce, you know, like empowerment groups. Again, whether online or in person, and maybe just surround yourself with some really good people, not people that are going to drag you back into the addiction or the cycle or a relationship where they step out on you. You deserve so much more than that, Virgo. And then we have safety. Feel protected and stable, grounded in security, no matter what life brings. Well, this boat is headed, it is in stormy seas and is headed towards a lighthouse. You get to choose what you're going to do. Are you staying out in the storm or returning to the storm? Or are you finally going to find some safety in that lighthouse? I feel like the universe is, this is reminding me of the hermit in tarot that holds the lantern. It's like, I feel like the universe is trying to call you in another direction. If this goes calm, it's very short-lived, and then it's tumultuous again. I think it's time for you to get to safety. Bottom of the deck, leap. Take the leap of faith, okay? Leap forward, overcoming obstacles along the way. And right behind that, look at that forward movement. Move forward from the heart, guided by your inner compass towards the future. And then you have flying towards the future. So you have 3 cards here back to back. Again, trying to tell you to move on from whomever or whatever this is. We'll get you kippers. And like I said, we're going to take a look at those cards in a second. Can we get 6 kipper cards? We'll look at it, but we'll put it back. False person. We'll see if that wants to show itself. And it fell on top of that King of Swords, that Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, or someone who's just very verbally combative, right? King of Swords to the 5 of Swords, 5 of Wands would be someone who's very verbally combative. It could be someone who's like a narcissist, or they manipulate words for you to stay. They convince you to go to the casino when you know you shouldn't, that type of character. So let's get you 2 cards here for the top row, the Anchor and the Loop. Imprisonment. This is a jail cell, okay? You're a beautiful bird stuck in a cage that you've outgrown. And you have an opportunity now to get shoved back into that cage. The Anchor is actually a jail cell. The Loop, the coffin card, came out on the side. You know you should close it. You know you should walk away. But something keeps bringing you back, thinking you're going to revive the corpse here. I'm going to speak it to you straight, Virgo, because this seems like a very important message to not say or return to something that has been detrimental to your growth and maybe your finances as well. Let's get 2 cards here for the insight and the filter. Mature woman came out on the side. Not very mature. I'm going to read that 2 different ways. Whoever you're dealing with is not very mature, whether they're masculine or feminine. There's also something about you should know better. You have experience with this. So if you were to go back and things are the same, or possibly here even worse, you really have no one to blame but yourself. You can't say they tricked you. You knew what you were doing because you had done it before. Concern. I would give considerable thought to returning to this. This man has his eyes closed in a chair, you know, chin in the hand. He's really contemplating this. And I would really, if this were my reading, I'm not sure I would go back. 2 cards here, one for the pivot and one for the return. High honor is the pivot. Main female sort of came out on the side. Bottom of the deck, pathway, journey, official person, and again, message of concern. Yeah, there's high honor. There's victory in moving on from this. The return, it's the same thing. It's a mature woman, you know, main female here. So, and I don't read body parts, not even in the Kipper cards. So it's still not a good outcome. I'm sorry to tell you that. It's still not making the right judgment call. It's staying stuck, you know, not going one way or another. We're stuck. Not going one way or another. We're stuck. Not going one way or another. We're stuck. All three of those cards came out sideways. So you have an opportunity to move in another direction. Pathway, journey, official person, right? This is like stepping into the role of the emperor or empress of your life and saying, I'm boarding that train, figuratively speaking, right? And I'm moving in another direction. I'm taking another path because I've already been down this road. Message of concern, privileged lady, distant horizons, mature man. What you were looking for there actually ends up entering your life. Another business partner, a better job, a better relationship, possibly even relocation if this is like a living situation that's toxic or unhealthy. 3 to 6 months, your life changes. 3 to 6 months, you meet another person. And yeah, would it be terrible that you're out of work for 3 months? Okay, don't quit your job then. But make it a point to find this job, to find this boss. This is the boss you want. This is the Knight of Pentacles boss. So even if your decision here is it's work and I can't immediately leave because I need the money, okay. But please look for this person. Make it a point to find this person because this person is energetically waiting for you. And so maybe you do have to stay there for another month or two. But then when this opportunity comes in, move on it. Don't ignore it. Don't get complacent because, oh, now the job's been okay for a few weeks, so I'm not going to look for this other job. Like, don't, that's how we get ourselves stuck. That's that short-term happiness. Under the deck, 4 swords. There's that King of Swords and the Moon. This is no bueno. I don't know what this person is hiding. They're an air sign. I don't know. I mean, they're strong on the air sign, but there's something that this person hides. We're going long on the reading, but I want to try to figure this out for you. What is this person hiding from Virgo? What's hidden in the shadow of the moon for this person? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun, King of Cups, and the 5 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups. Someone or something else. So this is a friend who asks you to go to the casino knowing damn well it's going to cause havoc in your life, and they don't really care. This is a lover who always wants reconciliation, but they keep other people on the side. This is someone who traps you in a third party because they're never going to leave their spouse. This is the job who wants you to stay because it benefits them, but they always have their eye out on finding someone else to replace you. This person's always looking at the new. There's something else here. For some of you, this person is married elsewhere. Just only take that if it resonates. At the bottom of the deck, the 10 of Cups, the Strength card, and the Fool. The universe is so desperately trying to push you in another direction that is healthier for you. Knight of Cups, loving yourself enough in the After Tarot deck. The Knight drinks the Ace of Cups to free yourself. 8 of Swords in the After Tarot deck. We are freeing ourselves. We're moving on from, what are we moving on from? The devil. Whatever the toxic pattern, trait, experience, person, relationship, whatever this has been in the After Tarot deck, the people who are typically chained to one another or the devil are actually unchained and freed. So the universe is constantly trying to push you that in the interest of self-love and doing what is best for you, that you pivot and move in another direction other than this situation, environment, or connection. I want to get 3 cards about the trap that I heard before. What is that? Trap, returning. Something like it makes it more difficult to get out of it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Swords. You get pregnant, they get pregnant. Something contractually here is done. The Hermit, that's you. and the Ace of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. You get pregnant, they get pregnant. Things feel good for a while. Maybe they have children or you do, and one of you asks the other to like formally adopt their child. Now you're like legally responsible for a kid. It's not technically biologically yours. There's a big investment that they make and that you're tied to it. So this is the suffering marriage where the person is a repeat cheater and they convince you to take them back because this time we're going to move to Florida and everything will be wonderful there because I'll be away from all of these tempting people that lure me into bed with them while you're at work. Bullshit. They're going to be tempting people in Florida as well. So for some of you, this is then you're tied. Now you're relocated, moving you away from friends and family in a new environment, locked to some 30-year mortgage. So there's a big commitment that comes with returning. This is staying at the job or returning to the job, and then they make you sign some type of employment, no compete contract, and you're locked in for 5 years. And you're like, this is all I've ever done for my entire life. And now for me to leave, I can't even work in this industry anymore. They trap you. You know, it's the friend or family member who's trying to reconcile with you and you're having financial issues and they offer to buy you the car, co-sign the mortgage. There's an entrapment here. And it doesn't mean that you can't disentangle yourself from this person in the future. It's just going to make it a hell of a lot harder because now there's something here about family or structure, home or money that is making you more linked or tied to them. Be smart about this, Virgo. Okay, that is your Mercury and retrograde message. I'm going to shut that down right there. You do with it what you will, okay? If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And until I read for you again, be smart, pause, and think this through. As always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the opportune time for us to pause, reflect, see where we are at in life. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to use tarot to take a look at where you're at. I got my little cue cards here set up for this new spread that I created for you. And we'll see what decisions here possibly need to be made. So when Mercury goes direct, you will be exactly where you need to be. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure where those placements are or what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Libra collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's begin now with an oracle card here, please, for the Libra collective for their Mercury in retrograde message. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Your message, breaking trail. A breakthrough is at hand. And at the bottom of the deck, we have wondrous universe, walk in beauty. Possibly stepping into a new chapter here. See what this is all about for the Libra collective. Interesting how your cards shuffled. Let's do that again, Libra. For the Libra collective, that's better. So maybe there's a little hesitation or trepidation or nervousness on your part. For Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What pattern are you repeating? The insight. What past is resurfacing during the retrograde? The filter. What boundary may need to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct. And the return. Who or what may return? For the Libra collective now, let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. The anchor, Two of Cups. The loop, the Empress. The insight, Five of Pentacles. The filter, the Seven of Wands. There are your boundaries. The pivot, the Wheel of Fortune. Possibly doing something differently this time around. And the return, the Sun. The bottom of the deck, we have Seven of Pentacles. Okay. Let's clarify this further now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading today. For Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising,
as well as Venus placements, we're clarifying the anchor, Two of Cups, the loop, the Empress, the insight, Five of Pentacles, the filter, Seven of Wands, the pivot, Wheel of Fortune, and the return, the Sun. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Two of Cups, is clarified by the Four of Pentacles. The loop, the Empress, clarified by the Eight of Wands. The insight, Five of Pentacles, clarified by the Death card. The filter, Seven of Wands, clarified by the Ten of Pentacles. The pivot, Wheel of Fortune, clarified by the Chariot. And the return, the Sun, is clarified by the Empress. Bottom of the deck, we have Wheel of Fortune. This is a really big change for you, okay? New cycle of your life. This next cycle will center around partnerships, Two of Cups, whether that is professional, platonic, or romantic. It'll be different for all of you. The test, if you will, or the difficulty, if you will be whether or not you can move forward in this next chapter and do connection differently than you've done it in the past. So there's a pattern here within the Libra collective that you will have the opportunity to repeat Empress to the Eight of Wands as you move forward, like showing up the same way, or maybe not healing some shadow aspect of yourself, or doing it completely differently this time around. Maybe having some healthy boundaries, maybe keeping your finances separate. We'll see what this is all about. It could be something here about contracts or agreements, being more mindful about them, prenuptials, postnuptials, work contracts. The pivot here is to move forward towards success. But again, there's something here about doing it differently this time around, not falling into the same trap or repeating the same patterns. Let's begin to clarify. Two of Cups. The anchor. This would be the type of Two of Cup connection that has always been familiar to you, but maybe not the best for you. Two of Cups. Clarify the Two of Cups. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Two of Cups is clarified by the Hierophant. It's definitely about commitments, okay? The Hierophant, the Queen of Wands, and the Six of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Pentacles. I want to clarify that Four of Pentacles, but the feeling right off the bat that I get here is when it comes to partnerships, and you are the house of partnerships, Libra, okay? You are the house of marriage, contracts, partnerships, relationships, whether they are professional, platonic, or romantic. You seem to take those types of commitments very seriously, almost to the point where you engage in them because they feel good for you. Maybe they stroke your ego. Don't be offended by that. A healthy ego is actually a very good thing. But there's a pattern here that in the past, you have always brought to the table in your connections. And so in this next chapter or cycle of your life, it'll be important that that one particular aspect of yourself, that shadow side, is eliminated. I say that because in the Four of Pentacles card in the After Tarot deck, this is the Miser card for me. This person is like really holding on for dear life to the way they used to show up in connections, okay? But this is met now with Scorpionic energy. So it's something that we need to transform within ourselves, okay? So let's clarify what that could be. Clarify that Four of Pentacles. And it's because it feels safe, or this is the way you've always shown up in professional or platonic or romantic connections. And maybe for some of you, this is a shadow side of yourself that you have introduced into all of your connections. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Strength. Page of Swords. And the Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Cups. This is about boundaries, okay? I feel like I'm dealing with the Libra collective here, that your shadow side is being a people pleaser. So I'll explain to you why I say that. The Two of Cups. A new partnership enters your life, professional, platonic, or romantic. Think about all of these past connections you've had in your life. The Hierophant, you make a commitment to enter into some type of contractual agreement with that person. This is work, this is career, community group, political, religious organizations, long-term committed partnerships. Okay, you choose, I'm going to commit myself to this particular connection, Queen of Wands and the Six of Wands, and it makes me feel good. I enter connections because they make me feel good, they're beneficial to me, and as a result, I invest a good part of myself into that connection.
It's a beautiful energy. But look what ends up happening. The Strength, the Page of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. The pattern here for the Libra collective is I enter those connections, and because they feel so good, or I'm receiving something back, like, again, stroking my ego, or makes me feel good to have this job, I don't really mention when I see the red flags. I don't bring it up. I don't want to cause a stir. It feels too good. I don't want to disrupt the apple cart. And so I don't say anything. And I tolerate um, unacceptable behavior, probably more than I should. But then the moment that I have the strength or courage or conviction, because I've had it up to here, and I say the slightest little thing, it turns into a war, right? A war of words here. Page of Swords to the Seven of Wands. Someone has crossed my boundaries, and now I feel like I have to stick up for myself, and it turns into a toxic or volatile conversation. Something that should have been a, hey, I didn't appreciate you doing that, turns into World War III, verbally speaking, of course, because you didn't say anything all along when you were noticing the red flags, or you didn't express your needs or your wants or your desires. And then when you do make mention of it, the other person becomes offended. Well, how can you be upset now? We've been running the company like this the whole time that you've worked here. Now you have a problem with it. So suddenly they make your final ability, right? Because you finally get the nerve up to say something. Now that is your problem. Now you're the problem. Now we're focusing on why Libra said anything about the relationship, about the marriage, about the partnership. Now it's suddenly your fault. It turns in on, well, you're just causing a fight. You're needling me. You're picking on me. I've been spending money this way this whole time. You never had a problem. I haven't had a job since we got married. Now suddenly you want me to get a job. There's something like that here at play. Like when you finally get the courage or conviction to speak up and say, you know what, this actually isn't, acceptable to me. Then suddenly the person becomes offended. So the loop here is you are on the precipice of entering there are new contracts, new soul contracts now coming online for you. Professional, platonic, or romantic. It could be a combination of all of them. I could be speaking to a Libra where you're on the precipice of starting a new job. You're going to meet a lot of new people there. You're going to engage with new people. You might have a new love interest here, or someone recently that you started dating, or maybe some of you are contemplating getting married or getting married again. The loop here would be to show up in the exact same way you showed up in the past, because that will only yield for you the same result you've always had. So there's something here about in this next chapter of your life, learning from that pattern and recognizing it within yourself and saying, in the next chapter of my life, I don't need to be a jerk or an a-hole when it comes to setting my boundaries early on in the connection, but I do need to set them early on in the connection, because I've learned from my past experiences that when I don't do that, it becomes very problematic for me. The Empress. This is your energy. You are ruled by Venus, and you share the Empress card in tarot with Taurus. Clarify the Empress, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Empress is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Six of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. And Six of Pentacles showed up twice. So there is something about reciprocity, breadcrumbing, maybe accepting less than what you deserve. So, Empress, the loop here. Again, that loop is Page of Wands, Six of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. I don't know who this is. New connection here online. It could be the new boss, new romantic partner. Something like that here is at play. There's, it could be the same person. For some of you, it could be the same person. I'm not really feeling that. I feel like this is different person, or I should say different meat suit, the different human body, but the potential for the same pattern here within this person. And it's a pattern that you control. It's a pattern that you initiate by not saying anything in the beginning. We'll use work as an example, and then you can extrapolate this and apply this to your life how you see fit. This could have been a Libra in the past that when you received a job offer, it made you feel so good. Hierophant could be the corporation or company that offers you the job. So Queen of Wands to the Six of Wands says, I feel really good. I've been recognized. I've been selected from my peers. I'm the one that they want for this job. And so because it makes you feel good to be selected or chosen, to be the recipient of that position or that job offer, you decide to enter into agreement. And now you like it so much and you're so grateful because you're coming from a place of low self-worth and low self-value that as things start to occur at the job front, and maybe the boss snaps at you in front of the customer, you have a coworker that you feels a little shady, giving you the side eye, because it feels so good, you're like, oh God, it's happening again. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to lose the good job. I don't want them to think I'm not a nice person. My boss has been snapping at me for the first 4 months that I've been working here. If I say something now, the problem looks like it's me. So you say nothing until finally the boss says something highly inappropriate and you voice opposition to it, and maybe you lose your job or maybe you get suspended. That could have been like an example of something that happened to some of you in the past. Well, this would be the new job now. You're on the precipice now, or maybe you just started a new job. It's important that when that boss snaps back, that you politely, because you are a very polite sign by nature when it comes to communication, to politely put them, pull them aside or create some kind of meeting to address your concern. So that's what's happening here. Or you could repeat the loop and not say anything and watch the communication and the tension between you and this person just degrade and get worse. Same thing if this is a romantic partner. Maybe in the past, again, low self-worth, low self-value, you enter a connection with a romantic partner, it makes you feel really good. They love you, they've chosen you, they've selected you, but you don't have healthy boundaries. And you start noticing some slips in the connection. This person can't account for their time. Their finances are separate. You don't really know where they're spending their money. They all of a sudden have all of this overtime work, and you bury your head in the sand and you don't say anything. And before you know it, months or years go by and you realize that your person is having an affair. This would be a new love partner coming online. When you see that first red flag, are you going to say something? Not from a wounded place, not from a I can't trust you because you screwed me over in the past or someone else screwed me over in the past, but from a healed place that says, I recognize the loop or the pattern. And before this gets worse, like it did in the past, I'm going to learn from it and address it now before it gets worse. When it's in its infantile stage of the Page of Wands, that's when I'm going to address it based upon Six of Cups, my past experience. Eight of Wands. Tell me about that Eight of Wands. The communication, the forward movement, quickly addressing something. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Wands is clarified by the Page of Cups. There's that King of Pentacles again. And the Five of Cups. Doing connection differently this time around. And I'll explain to you why. This is when something doesn't feel right or I need clarity. Instead of burying my head in the sand or tolerating it, there's a loving message, right? That this is you being able to communicate in a loving way. Something doesn't seem right here. Or this is very reminiscent of an experience I had in the past, either with you or with someone else. And wanting to address it, needing to address it, and actually addressing it. So this time around, being a little bit more solid, a little bit more sturdy, a little bit more grounded, and showing up in this King of Pentacles energy of like, this time around, you know your value and your worth. So the Five of Cups in the After Tarot deck, we're not looking at the Three Cups that are spilled like we traditionally see in tarot. Instead, we're looking at the new Two of Cups. So it's important with this new connection or connections that are like coming online for you, that you not repeat the pattern of the past of being a people pleaser. This time around, you need to know your value and worth, what you bring to the job, what you bring to the friendship, the community group, the religious organization, or the romantic love interest. Insight. Something here will occur within Mercury retrograde between you and one of these new soulmates that are coming online. It's supposed to, and it's going to be a red flag. Okay, and the death card is actually showing a black flag, but I'm taking it like there's a red flag here. The Five of Pentacles, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel like this person is taking advantage of you financially. This person has just said something that made you feel like you're a piece of crap or you have no worth or value, or that they have to carry you or take care of you. This person might repeat a pattern of someone in the past where they love bomb you and then they go cold on you and you feel emotionally shut out. Again, it could be the same person you've been dealing with. I feel like it's entirely new because you're looking right at that new Two of Cups there. So whoever this person is, whether they just entered your life or they will be entering your life in Mercury retrograde, something will transpire with them that will be oddly and eerily reminiscent of what you experienced in the past. That should be your moment to pause and say, I see the pattern. I was almost going to say nothing, but now I'm choosing to address this. Five of Pentacles. What is this experience that Libra will be having? I just saw the Four of Cups. So again, it could be someone makes you feel small, unseen, not chosen, not selected, unloved, worthless. Someone may make you say something, and in that moment, it triggers a wound, like a self-worth wound. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Eight of Cups. There's that Eight of Wands again, and the Five of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Four of Wands. Someone's going to say something to you. Okay. It could be that past person. I feel like it's someone new here. Someone's going to say something to you that's going to make you feel unloved, not selected, like you're a burden, you're a financial burden. There's something nasty here. Okay. I want to prepare you for this. You're going to have the opportunity to say nothing like you did in the past, or to stand up for yourself. This is a lesson for you to not return back to that toxic pattern, or, shadow side or something like that within yourself, where you don't address it, or you allow someone's opinion of you to become the opinion you have of yourself. You should never do that. You should never allow someone's opinion of you to be how you see yourself. That's their opinion. That's their problem. It's not yours. Someone can give you helpful criticism and say, hey, I've been noticing you've been doing blank. I don't think it's beneficial to you, right? If you do blank, may I suggest that you do ABC instead? And maybe they express that to you from a place of experience. That's different. That's someone who loves you or cares about you or respects you, and they see you engaging in behavior that might not be good for you. And so they're saying it in a loving, kind, supportive way. That's different than someone making you feel like you're some needy, codependent jerk that, is leeching off of them, or taking advantage of them, or that you're worthless. I don't know why I'm with you. I could find better. That's not healthy criticism. So something like that here is occurring. I get the feeling here it's going to make you feel like you're not good enough. Something like that. The Death card. Yeah, this is verbal. This isn't like an actual action. This is verbal. Tell me about that Death card. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Two of Cups. There's that new connection. The Seven of Pentacles and the Hangman. Pause. Pause. It's supposed to be a moment where you pause and say, now that I've entered this new connection, Queen of Wands, based upon my past experience, I'm going to communicate. Mercury. Okay. The Magician is mercurial energy. Mercury rules communication. Full card. I need to say something. And quickly. Knight of Wands. I need to respond back to this. I can't let this sit. This person is trying to affect my self-esteem or my self-worth. Whether they're doing it on purpose or not, I need to pause and not just allow these words to sit. So you will be tested here, Mercury retrograde. Yeah, someone saying something kind of nasty or rude to you, and it's going to trigger that wound. So I'm definitely talking to Libra here, where you have a self-worth, self-value wound. The Seven of Wands. The filter here is to create a boundary. To learn to create a boundary when entering this connection, or when this happens. And then hold firm to that boundary. Ten of Pentacles. For the duration. One more shuffle. Thank you. And this would be like you start a new job, and the boss says something that's eerily reminiscent to you of what the last boss said. That's your moment when you ask for a meeting, or at the end of the day, at the end of the shift, you go in the office, you ask them if they have a few minutes, and you say to them, I bring a lot of talent or experience or education knowledge to this position. The way you spoke to me is very reminiscent of how the last job spoke to me. I tolerated it back then because I really didn't know my value or worth. But I'm a different Libra than I was back then. If you speak to me that way again, it will be my last day on the job. So it's like you're kind of giving this person a warning. I see what you did. I recognize that it's unhealthy for me to work for someone who speaks to me that way. If you have an issue with me, you can pull me aside and address it. I'm open to criticism, but I'm not open to you humiliating me in front of the other coworkers or clients or vendors or someone I'm on the phone with. And that would be a healthy way for you to now create the boundary with that person and give them the opportunity to not do it again.
But the mistake here would be to not say anything and allow the boss to talk to you that way. Because once you allow it once, twice, now you just become a verbal punching bag for whenever this jerk has a bad day or they're having an issue with someone else, they come up to your desk or your station and they take it out on you. And that's not fair to you. Seven of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Six of Swords, the Two of Swords, and the Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Pentacles. That's exactly what it is. It's very politely saying, this is oddly reminiscent of something else that I experienced. And if it happens again, I'm leaving. If it happens again 2 times, like happens a second time, Six of Swords, I'm out of here. Because as the Queen, King of Pentacles, I know my value and worth. I don't think you're going to say that to your boss as the King, Queen of Pentacles, but there is something here of knowing my worth and value. 10 of Pentacles. And they either honor it or they don't. And if the second time happens, that is your cue to look for another job. That is not your cue to stay at a job where your boss is verbally abusive towards you. And same thing if this is a romantic partner. You start dating someone, you see that red flag, or you're going to hear the red flags, they're going to say it to you. It's calling them out in that moment. And again, in a polite way. It's oddly reminiscent of how my ex spoke to me. And that's why my ex is my ex. So I appreciate in the future that you don't speak to me that way. You certainly can bring up issues that you have in a relationship, something that I did that bothered you, but not at the expense of my self-worth or self-value. You can't mother F me because I left the cap off the toothpaste bottle again and you had a bad day at work. That's not how we address the cap is left off of the toothpaste bottle or toothpaste tube, if you will. 10 of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. The goal here should be looking for long-term, healthy, sustainable partnerships, professional, platonic, or romantic. The Lovers. There's your choice. 10 of Swords and the High Priestess. Bottom of the deck, the Sun card. Nice, making the choice to basically put this person on notice that if it occurs again, you will pivot and move in another direction. Because again, you're not going to sit silent here anymore and be anyone's verbal punching bag, or put up with adultery, or put up with someone always making you feel like shit, or being with a partner because they make more money than you do, they can always verbally put you down. Or because you have a self-worth value and you're with someone that you find to be highly attractive, does not give that person license to cheat on you. So there's something like something this person says should be your cue here between now and August 3rd to say time out. We need to address this. So for those of you who don't know, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it in your reading, Mercury goes into retrograde. Mercury is the planet of communication. So it's going to be really important for you, Libra. This is your, Mercury rules your neighboring sign of Virgo, and also your sister, cousin sign, if you will, brother sign, however you want to call it, of Gemini. So there's a communication wound here for you that I believe needs to be healed. The retrograde will begin on June 29th. It will extend until, or continue until July 3rd. We are already in pre-shadow while I'm doing this reading. Pre-shadow began on June 12th. Post-shadow will take us to August 3rd. So this will occur during the time period of now when you see this reading and August 3rd. The pivot. The pivot is this time around we take action. Chariot, we take swift action. This is the fastest card in the deck to address what transpired. Clarify that Wheel of Fortune. Thank you. We have the Death card. That's twice. That was 2 death cards now that we've seen. Doing relationships differently or doing communication in relationships differently. The Death card, the King of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit. I could love you. I could like you. I could respect you. But I do not have to tolerate you damaging my self-worth or my self-value because you have a bad day or I did something wrong. If I did something wrong, there's a more mature way to address it. And that comes from wisdom, the Hermit, based upon these past experiences, lovers that you had with other people in the past that you chose to have connection with. The Chariot. This time we address it quickly and we move on. We don't let things linger. We ask for clarification. We ask for discussion. We ask for explanations. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Chariot, clarified by the 7 of Cups, the 2 of Swords, and the 5 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Wands. We swiftly address this before it becomes a greater argument. That's the key here. No longer allowing
people to gaslight you, manipulate you, make you feel small, make you feel like you're a piece of crap, make you feel like you're lucky to have them. You're both lucky to have one another. They're lucky to have a great employee. You're lucky to have a great boss. If they're not a great boss, this needs to be addressed. And they have a right to address things with you, but not in a verbally combative way that makes you feel like a piece of crap. And same thing if it's a lover. So this is like nipping it in the bud. Two of Swords, there's no decision. This should be like instinct for you now moving forward. There's no need to argue. There's no need to stoop to their level, but there is a need to address what occurs here. Sun to the Empress, the return, who or what may return. Clarify the Sun. This is walking in beauty, like knowing your worth and value, breaking trail. A breakthrough is at hand. This will be a different way on how you handle communication in relationships. One more shuffle. Thank you. It's a lot of cards. We're not going to take them all. I will take the Ace of Wands and the Hanged Man. These fell face up, but they're way too many cards. So let's get one more on this, please. The Sun. We have the Ace of Wands and the Hanged Man. One more shuffle. Thank you. And we have the Star. Bottom of deck, Page of Cups. Your self-worth, this self-worth wound that you have, that's why you are a people pleaser. If this message is resonating for you, will be healed. Your self-worth and self-value will return if you're able to do this. If you can nip this in the bud when it happens. And again, in a polite, loving way, not in a confrontational way. Empress. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Empress is clarified by the Hierophant, the Five of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles. Boom, shakalaka-laka, boom, Tower at the bottom of the deck here. So this is you learning that worth and value, your worth and value when it comes to these commitments. Okay, Hierophant to the Hierophant here. Five of Pentacles to the Three of Pentacles. Five of Pentacles in the After Tower deck is coming out of lack. So there's something here about knowing your worth and value when someone speaks poorly to you by addressing what it is that they say to you immediately. And again, maybe you can't do it in that moment, but you do it that day. Or you set up a meeting to address it or something like that. And this is how we are rebuilding, basically, Three of Pentacles, a new Libra. When it comes to that communication wound, we are healing, actively healing that communication wound. Really nice reading for you, Libra. I don't like what's going to happen here, but it is important that it's done. It could be with a Scorpio, a Pisces. I'll see if I can get another card for you on the type of person it can be. But regardless of their zodiac sign, it definitely should be a trigger moment for you to say, oh, no. Can't talk to me that way again, or can't talk to me the way the last person in your position spoke to me. Let's get you some oracle cards, some kippers, and then we're going to take a look there at the bottom of the deck. That's how we'll close out your reading. I want to see what that tower is there. Can we get 3 oracle cards here, please, for the Libra Collective for Mercury retrograde? So this would be reviewing how you respond back to people. Embracing your truth, vitality, change. Changing the way how you respond to people, embracing your truth, accept your true self, Empress to Empress, loving yourself and others unconditionally. Again, it's being able to confront someone when they do or say something that does not sit well with you. It's, I love the job. I don't want to lose the job, but I don't like the way you're speaking to me, and we need to discuss this. And again, doing it in a mature or professional way. Vitality, reignite your energy, embrace new beginnings with enthusiasm. You have a real shot here to do connection very differently, to go from a toxic cycle or pattern, if you will, in relationships to relationships that are actually vital and healing and reciprocal and respectful in nature. And then you have change, dare to change and embrace the new possibilities. So you're at a fork in the road when this occurs. It's sort of like Two of Wands feeling here. You can respond or, not respond really the way you always have, or you can do it differently. And I think your choice should be here to do it differently. Get you some Kipper cards. We have home, return to inner peace. This is coming back to yourself. Okay, feeling calm, feeling restored. Self-acceptance, feeling grounded. Remember all that King of Pentacles energy, the Queen of Pentacles energy. and feeling at ease with who you are. This is loving yourself enough to not allow someone's opinion of you or those cutting words to allow them to speak to you that way, to let them sit, or to even absorb them. Again, someone's opinion of you, it should not be your opinion of you. Let's get you some kippers. 2 for that top row. You want to show yourself. We have message. So there is communication here. Conversation, offer. And on the side is coffin. Are you going to be the same Libra? You have an opportunity here to end the loop. The way you showed up in connections, that people pleasing, stick my head in the sand. I'm so lucky that I have them. It should be the other way around. I'm lucky to have them, but they're lucky to have me too. And they can't speak to me this way or treat me this way. So the opportunity is coming to close the loop. 2 cards here for the insight. Sudden wealth. This is a sudden aha epiphany moment of, oh my God, I see it. It's happening again. And the filter. And concern. And I need to address this because something they just said or did is of a concern to me. And it needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And then we have the pivot and the return. Okay, we'll take that too. The pivot, child, it's a whole new way. You're birthing a new way how to communicate in relationships. And then the return, unexpected income and courthouse. When it comes to contracts, legal, moral, social, spiritual in nature, you are unexpectedly knowing now your worth and value and handling these contracts, if you will, differently. Thoughts, message of concern, and mature woman. This is what I'm talking about, like change, becoming the emperor, empress of your life, changing how you show up in these connections because someone says something to you, it's a message of concern, and you think about it and you realize this does not sit well with me in a very mature way, whether you're masculine or feminine, I don't read body parts, only energy, you in a very mature way addressing what just transpired or asking for clarity. That's your win. Okay, let's see what's at the bottom of the deck. We have Page of Cups, we have 7 of Cups, and we have King of Swords. Oh, to the Magician. I'm going to take this. Oh, to the Queen of Swords. Based upon, for me, Queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. Kings take action. It's not hierarchical, just how I view a suit in tarot. So again, when that occurs, there's something here about not letting it sit. The 7 of Cups is letting it sit. Oh, what did they mean? Maybe they're right. We can't let it sit. We have to, Queen of Swords, based upon our past experience, King of Swords, so again, that Magician, mercurial energy, we need to address this. And we need to have an adult conversation. The King and the Queen of Swords are equals. So this is, we need to communicate and address what transpired. I'm confused by your actions, or I'm confused by something that you said, or it's not sitting well with me, or you spoke down to me, you treated me like a page, like a child. So there's something here about addressing it as soon as it happens. And that changes the game. We have the Tower. The Tower is Uranus. Uranus is the higher octave of Mercury. Mercury rules communication. So again, we have that Queen of Cups to the Page of Pentacles. It's immediately addressing what this person says to you. We're getting a lot of Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces here, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn for this person's energy. But again, we need to address that this person spoke down to you, whether they are your boss or not. They should be speaking to you like an adult to an adult, which would be equal to equal. So there's something here about addressing it. We have the moon here at the bottom of the deck. I feel timing wise, we have 2 new moons and 2 full moons, okay, during this Mercury retrograde cycle, something like that. So for some of you, this will occur in the energy of that full moon in Capricorn. Give me a second, Libra. Libra, and I'm back. I wanted to bring it up on my website, thetimelinetarot.com, and you can see it for yourself. If you click on Toolbox and you scroll to the bottom, you'll see the full moon and new moon dates for the year. So for some of you, this will happen in the energy of the full moon in Capricorn in June 29th. It's a micro moon. So maybe, again, someone says something small or in passing that will need to be addressed. And then also during the retrograde, you will also have new moon in Cancer on July 14th, and that's a super moon. So if it occurs during that time, this person says something that's so super, it's so glaringly obvious what they're saying to you that it needs to be addressed. So you have one of each. Apologize that I said 2 there. I was thinking of the new moon in Leo, but that's not going to happen for a week after we're out of retrograde. It happens around the 14th or so. So your dates here when this is occurring, something small is said June 29th or in the energy there of June 29th. And then the next one would be in the energy of July 14th. So I would keep those two dates in mind. For some of you, I'm feeling more like it's July 14th. I feel like this is going to be a little bit larger. And the only reason why I say that is because of the fives here, the Five of Pentacles, the Five of Swords. It's something that should be loud enough for you in this communication that kind of really kind of hits you in the gut here in that Eight of Cups. But regardless, see it as your opportunity to address the situation. This time around, you know your value and worth. Knight of Wands, Knight of Wands. Here at the bottom of both decks, Six of Pentacles to the Nine of Pentacles. Now you know your value and worth. So very swiftly, carefully, and maturely, Nine of Pentacles, we will address. I will be there with you as your tarot reader. We will address this together. And I have no doubt that you'll be able to do this. That is what I have for you, Libra. That is your Mercury in retrograde reading. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. They should all be up by Thursday or Friday of this week. Until I read for you again, good luck, know your worth, and as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon babies, rising as well as Venus. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the ideal time for us to pause, review, and reflect on where we are in life and possibly even where we want to be. So using tarot today and my little cue cards here that I have set up, we're going to do exactly that. And we'll see what changes you may need to make during this period. So when Mercury goes direct, you will be, like I said, exactly where you need to be or should be. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it's meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Scorpio collective now. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's begin with an oracle card here for their Mercury in retrograde message. Okay, let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. We have Mystic Healer. Healing energy flows through you. And at the bottom of the deck, Impasse. Reflect and redirect your energy. Okay, let's get into tarot here. This is for Scorpio. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What pattern are you repeating? The insight. What past will resurface during this time? So you can look at it, reflect on it and heal it. The filter. What boundary may need to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd. And the return. Who or what may return? Tell me more about this here, please, for Scorpio. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Eight of Cups. The loop, Ten of Pentacles. The insight, the Hermit. The filter, Page of Wands. The pivot, Nine of Pentacles. And the return, the Five of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Swords. Okay, let's clarify this further now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different and it does alter or change the meaning of the cards. And we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. So this is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor, Eight of Cups, the loop, Ten of Pentacles, the insight, the Hermit, the filter, Page of Wands, the pivot, Nine of Pentacles, the return, the Five of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Eight of Cups, is clarified by the Two of Pentacles. The loop, Ten of Pentacles, is clarified by the Sun. The insight, the Hermit, is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. The filter, Page of Wands, is clarified by the Three of Pentacles. The pivot, Nine of Pentacles, is clarified by the World card. And the return, the Five of Wands, is clarified by the Moon. Bottom of the deck, we have the High Priestess. Okay. Obviously, we're going to clarify this, but The anchor here, this is something that you're holding on to or something that has become a staple in your life. There's some type of disappointment here that you experienced in that Eight of Cups, feeling emotional lack, emotional disappointment with a particular situation, environment, or connection, whether it is still in your life or not. The Two of Pentacles card in the After Tarot deck, it's like, you know that you need to turn your back on it, and yet you continue to return to it. We're talking about emotions here. So again, whether the person, place, or thing is still in your life, it's like you continue to revisit the pain or the disappointment that you experienced with it. The loop here is doing this amplifies the wound. It almost like catastrophizes the wound. Ten of Pentacles, the Sun, you know, this is very expansive energy here. So I'm not saying that what you experienced wasn't emotionally disappointing or heartbreaking, but it's like every time we retell the story to ourselves or to others, we magnify it and it gets larger. And that's the loop. The loop is not like being able to heal it or maybe like catastrophizing something here more than we need to. So the insight, something here will occur during Mercury retrograde, will allow you to go within and do the introspection you needed to see that pattern or wound within you. The filter here is learning how to process pain in a way that we don't have to keep reliving it every time we tell the story about it. The pivot here is seeing that lesson or that experience for what it was, leaving it in the past. Again, not the situation, environment, or connection, but the feelings attached to the disappointment. There's something here about becoming free of them and being able to discuss them in a way where, again, we're not reliving the pain, we're just sharing an experience. The return is if we don't do this, it will like continue to haunt us. Five of Wands to the Moon. So let's begin to clarify. Clarify that Eight of Cups here for the Scorpio collective. Don't be offended at any of these messages. Only take what resonates. These messages are intended to help us heal. And this is a wound, I feel like, a loop that we, and I say we, most of you know I'm a Scorpio moon, we kind of get trapped in. So clarify that Eight of Cups. Clarify the Eight of Cups here for the Scorpio collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Strength card. Sorry about that. Queen of Swords. And the Six of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Wands. So again, situation, environment, or connection here that was or is, because I don't know where you are in the timeline, very emotionally disappointing to you. Maybe some of you had to walk away. Maybe for some of you, this person walked away. You quit, you know, you got fired. They broke up with you. You broke up with them. Whatever occurred here, every time we speak it into existence, we give it power or, we give it power or influence or energy over us. Two of Pentacles. Clarify that Two of Pentacles. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Two of Pentacles is clarified by the Nine of Swords, Justice, and the Magician. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. So again, the feeling here is even if I say that I've moved on from it, like I'm not with this person anymore, I'm not at that job, I don't talk to that friend anymore, or even if I still do, but I say that I'm over what occurred between us, the fact remains here that you're not. So when you're communicating about this injustice, if you will, that you feel occurred towards you, you're still very emotional when you talk about it. So whatever transpired here between you and this person or you and these people, it's like you haven't fully been able to heal it. And so you're not talking about it from a matter of fact type of place, like where it was just an experience you had. You still talk about it from a place of anger or resentment or pain. And there's a loop here that occurs because every time we discuss it, we make it even larger and larger and larger, which almost doesn't enable the wound here to heal. Ten of Pentacles. Clarify that Ten of Pentacles. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ten of Pentacles is clarified by the Four of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords, and the Four of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Four of Wands. So every time we talk about what occurred here, and look, I'm not telling you not to talk about it. I'm not telling you not to share your experience or confide in a friend or speak to a therapist. But there's something here of the way we talk about it, the way we tell the story, the way we share the experience keeps us trapped, Four of Pentacles, in the Four of Cups. So it keeps us in a state of like being the victim, as opposed to someone who had a terrible experience and is walking away with the knowledge and not the pain. And now when you speak about it, you would be speaking about it from a place of authority, being the healed, right? Being a healed version of yourself, being the healer, the mystic healer, as opposed to speaking about it from the place of being the victim. Okay, tell me more about the sun. Whatever occurred here was meant to empower you, not victimize you. Some of you still speak about it from a place of being a victim, even if it happened 20 years ago. So it's not changing the story, changing the way we speak of the story, we speak of the experience. Instead of catastrophizing it and speaking about it from a place where that sun, it's going to amplify the pain. Speaking about it from a more grounded place where it actually becomes healing. Hope that's making sense for someone watching. The sun, one more shuffle. Thank you. The sun is clarified by judgment. That's a judgment call here that we can make. Six of Cups, about whatever transpired here in the past with this person or these people. Four of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Two of Wands. It's moving forward in a healthier way. And we have the Four of Wands here twice. So it's moving forward in a healthier way. And look, I don't know how long ago that Eight of Cups incident or experience occurred for you. I mean, maybe for some of you, it was 20 years ago or 6 years ago with that Six of Pentacles. But it's most likely like it happens more recent, like probably within the last 7 to 8 months. If we're looking at that Eight of Cups as a timing card, that would be within the last 8 months. So maybe from December till now. There's a different way to tell the story. It should be coming from a place of empowerment, not from a place of victimization or victimhood. So there's a wound here that is anchored to you, or you are anchored to it, that you have not yet healed from. The Hermit. This is the insight. Tell me about the Hermit. So something is occurring here during Mercury retrograde to make you realize that wound is still not healed. And it could be something that someone says to you. Tell me about the Hermit. It could be this reading for some of you. One more shuffle. Thank you. Yeah, you're still anchored to the pain. And again, you might say, oh, I'm over it. We've reconciled, or I moved on from it. I don't need her, or I don't need him, or I don't need that job. But within you, the wound that was created from that experience is unhealed. And so every time you speak about it, all that anger and pain comes out. The Hermit is clarified by the Hanged Man. So something is occurring here. We have the Sun and we have the Lovers. Bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Wands. So there's something here, I want to clarify this a little bit more for you, that is transpiring during Mercury retrograde to get you to pause and look at it. The Lovers is Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is communication. So something here is going to transpire, or you might enter a conversation with someone where that topic comes up. And that's your moment to pause and recognize and almost like listen to yourself while you're talking or while you're texting, or whatever the communication here is between you and this other person. And listen to yourself the way you're talking about that experience. Are you talking about it like, this is what I experienced? It was an unfortunate incident, but this is what I learned from it. Or as opposed to, I can't believe that mother effer did that to me. And maybe it happened 5 years ago, but when you talk about it, you're supposed to catch yourself. So whatever that Eight of Cups has been for you, and however long ago it was, there's an opportunity here and that Lover's card to communicate about it, to talk about it. And your message here is to just pause and listen to yourself. How are you communicating about that Eight of Cups? Because if it's still coming from a place of pain and aggression, then that's something we need to heal. So I feel like there's a wound here that the universe is, going to kind of tap you on the shoulder and be like, hey, that bruise back there, the one you keep forgetting about, like we need to address this. And the way you'll know that you're not healed from it is how you communicate about it. So Seven of Pentacles, the pause. Tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Four of Cups, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Ace of Wands, bottom of the deck, King of Wands. So speaking about this, this is supposed to trigger for you this feeling of, I can take the lessons that I learned, the Eight of Pentacles, the way that this helped to reshape me or mold me or help me grow. There's something here about like dumping out the pain. Like this person is dumping out that Ace of Cups. So you should be able to speak about this with from a place of like clarity, from a more healed place, from a place of almost being a master of that particular lesson in your life, as opposed to speaking about it from this Four of Cups. This is victimization. This is empowerment. The filter. Tell me about the Page of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Page of Wands is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Queen of Wands, and the Chariot. Bottom of the deck, we have the World card. This is definitely about speaking about a painful experience from that point of view, from a place of experience. It's not saying not to talk about it or not to share what you've gone through, but to do it from a healed place, from an empowering place for you and for the person or people you're talking to about it. Three of Pentacles. Tell me about the Three of Pentacles. And that's how you're able to, or will be able to take that unfortunate, circumstance, if you will, and actually help to like heal other people even. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about that Three of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Pentacles, clarified by the Three of Cups, the Three of Wands, and the Nine of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. There's without a doubt something here about seeing it differently and speaking about it differently. And when you speak about a negative experience, I'm not saying yet you have to put on rose-colored glasses or pretend that that was a lot better than what it was, but it actually is more empowering for those around you that you're communicating with about that. It's more empowering also for them. So you're not only healing yourself, you're healing the people that you talk about. It's making them realize that you were able to come through this difficult situation in a healed way, and that they too can come through a difficult time. So I have a feeling here during Mercury retrograde that you're having a conversation with someone who has or is currently having a very similar experience to you, even if you don't know about it. And so being able to discuss this experience of yours from a more healed place also helps heal this other person or these other people. The pivot, Nine of Pentacles and the World. Again, it's taking the lessons and moving forward in a different way. Taking the lessons, not the pain. Tell me about the Nine of Pentacles. Tell me about the Nine of Pentacles. It's saying that happened to me and it was terrible while I was going through it, but I wouldn't be the person I am today. So it's going to sound so rough for those of you still going through it. It's being able to almost have gratitude. Nine of Pentacles sometimes could be seen as a card of gratitude. I have some tarot decks that actually have like words on the bottom, like little bullet points, what the card means. And one of them is like empowerment and gratitude. So it actually becomes very empowering for you to say, I went through that experience and I'm all the more better for it. Even though while going through it, it was terrible. But I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't experience it, because now I have all of this knowledge. Now I am healed. Now I can become a healer for others. Now when I talk about it from a healed place. And therefore, whoever I'm communicating with, it almost becomes a healing message for them as well. So it's redirecting, reflecting on this wound, and then redirecting your energy, how you speak about it, from a more healed or empowering way. It's making the decision here that as I move forward, I'm going to talk about that as that was terrible while I was going through it. But I'm grateful for that experience because now I know the value of me. Now I know the value of money. Now I know the value of time. Now I know what healthy relationship looks like. Now I know what a good work environment looks like. Like, again, whatever that has been for you. And that is empowering to you and the person or people you will converse with moving forward when you discuss that topic. Nine of Pentacles, clarified by the King of Wands, the High Priestess, and the Nine of Wands, bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. It's moving forward in a way that I'm speaking from a place of authority, not from a place of woundedness in the Nine of Wands. Nine of Wands would be the King of Wands taking action or even talking, because the World card here has, instead of all four fixed signs, it has all four aces. And I'm looking right at that Ace of Swords. So this is like when I take initiative here to discuss what occurred here, I discuss it from a place of higher knowledge. The High Priestess. The High Priestess is the only card in tarot that actually has the Book of Knowledge, as opposed to discussing this moving forward from a place of being a victim. You weren't a victim. You were a student. You learned something. And now how you communicate about what you learned puts you now in the role of teacher. Clarify the World card. It's seeing it as a lesson, a necessary evil, an unfortunate situation you had experienced. So now you know the worth and value of blank better. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And that's how we redirect. Four of Swords, we heal that wound by the way we speak about it. King of Wands shows itself again, and the Hermit. And there you are, Hermit to Hermit here. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Pentacles. Speaking about whatever transpired here from a more grounded place, from a place of authority, from a place of I experienced this and I grew from it. I didn't become a victim of that incident. I'll give you an example using myself. You extrapolate it and you apply it to your life how you see fit. When I was 19 years old, I was in a very abusive relationship. It was like a love at first sight thing. I got a job as a bank teller. I became friends with the head bank teller. A month or two later, she was having a wedding like in her parents' backyard. And she invited me. She invited all of us. And I went and I fell for her brother. I had no idea that he was on, on drugs. It's the family didn't even know. He's like one of those covert drug users, unfortunately, drug abusers, highly narcissistic. I was 19. I didn't really have any real boyfriends before then. He quickly moved the relationship along, and I just went along with it because I was young and naive and in love, and my family loved him. They thought he was amazing. Everyone thought Michael was amazing. No one knew what Michael was like when you were a woman just living with him. He was physically abusive. He was sexually abusive. When he was high, he was just a completely different person. And being much taller and larger than me, I could not fend him off. I would leave and I would return to him. And I would leave and I would return to him. And when I would talk to my parents about what was happening, I definitely was coming from that wounded place, right? Because I was victimized, and therefore I was speaking like a victim. When I finally left him, it was because he cracked my collarbone on the edge of the tub. That was like the last time that I had seen him. We fast forward now. Now I'm 52. Okay, I was 19. Now I'm 52. Now when I speak about it, I am not a victim. I don't need his apology. I don't need his closure. I'm not even angry over what he did. And you're probably wondering, how the hell do you go through 18 months of abuse and not be angry at the person? I'm not angry at him at all. I would not be who I am today had it not been for him. I actually looked him up on Facebook within the last couple of years and connected with him and found out that he got married and he has 2 or 3 daughters. Wife had breast cancer at the time, and I felt terrible that she did. So Fran seemed like a very nice woman. And I was able to, and still am able to, speak about it from a place of, I experienced that. It's part of my past. It was an unfortunate experience, but I learned a lot from it. Boy, did I learn a lot from it. And now I can speak about it from a place of empowerment. And often you'll see me in my videos wearing like, the off the shoulder shirts. And I know a lot of people give me flack for that, but I own this. I own this wound. I took it back. And so I can talk about it from as casually now as I would talk about, like this morning, I had 2 scrambled eggs for breakfast and 3 pieces of bacon, true story. And my coffee is still there. So it's being able to transmute the pain, if you will, into something that is more empowering. So now I'm speaking to you about it. I don't know who you are on the other end of this watching this. Maybe you've gone through something similar. Maybe you're currently going through it. Now you can see that you can come through the other side. It does not have to plague you. You do not have to be a victim to it. You were already a victim to whatever this was the first time it happened to you, the first time you experienced it. From here on out, you don't have to talk about it as if you're a victim. From here on out, you talk about it as if you are a survivor. It's a much different tone. And the people around you understand that they can come through it too, whether it's exactly what they're going through or something similar. So I would expect over the course of Mercury retrograde, you will have a conversation with a person or people, and this topic will come up for you. And when the topic does come up for you, whatever that Eight of Cups is, this is your moment to pause and reflect and actually listen to your words. Check with your body. How are you currently feeling? Because if you're feeling, you start getting sweaty and you're getting hot and you're starting to curse and you can like almost feel your blood pressure when it increases, that should let you know that you're not healed. And you're speaking about is still from a place of victimization. And therefore, you continue to be a victim. When you speak about it from a place of woundedness, it's like you're reliving that trauma. And so you're basically signaling to your body, it is happening now, or it is happening again, which will totally dysregulate you, your nervous system and everything. So there's a way here during Mercury retrograde when you have this conversation to check in with yourself about how you're feeling, and actually listen to yourself on how you talk about it. Because some of you think you're over that and you're not. And the body doesn't lie. So I would pay attention, again, when that conversation occurs, how you're actually feeling about it. And for others of you, if this is something more recent, you might say that you're healed or you're over it, but the way you talk about it should indicate to you whether you are or you're not. So you have an opportunity here during Mercury retrograde, planet of communication, that when we go direct, we no longer talk about that experience as if it just happened 5 minutes ago. We talk about it like it was something that happened in the past that we learned from, and we are now empowered and wiser and even grateful for it, because we wouldn't be who we are today had it not been for that incident. The return. I feel like if we don't do anything, we continue to exist in that state of victimization. And we continue to be 5 of Wands to the moon, emotionally dysregulated because of it. The moon rules our emotions. So it's almost like we continue to give our power to that person or that experience. So this is like if we don't address this, we don't start to heal it, we don't start to or begin to speak differently about it, then we just end up a perpetual victim of something that happened long ago. And that, again, just keeps us in that traumatic cycle, if you will, and it makes the body think it's happening again. Tell me about that 5 of Wands. So reflect and redirect your energy based on how you communicate about this moving forward. One more shuffle. Thank you. The 5 of Wands is clarified by the Fool, the King of Cups, and the Devil. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Pentacles. So if we don't do anything about this, and so Mercury goes into retrograde on June 29th. It'll go direct on July 23rd. We're already in pre-shadow. We entered pre-shadow on June 12th. Post-shadow will take us until August 3rd. So on August 4th, when we wake up, Fool card, we're now in the new era, right? Because Mercury now is direct. And we think we're okay because we haven't addressed the wounds. The next time we speak about it, look what creeps up. The little old devil. Devil to the King of Cups would be someone who's emotionally dysregulated, or someone who's allowing a past traumatic experience to still dictate how they talk about themselves and about the experience. And it keeps you, or will keep you, in this perpetual cycle of being a victim. Tell me about the moon. Tell me about the moon. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The moon is clarified by the Queen of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Chariot. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups. There's definitely something here. We have the ability to move forward in a more healed way, all based upon how we talk about it. The Queen of Cups in the After Tarot deck is taking the lid off the chalice. She's seeing it from a different perspective, what's inside that chalice. It's no longer a source of pain that dysregulates her. It's now a source of empowerment. She's converting or redirecting pain into power to move her forward. I just say her, she, there's a woman on the card. You could be a masculine, don't be offended. So I'm going to look at what's at the bottom of the deck, but first let's get into oracle cards and some kippers. So the anchor is, you are anchored to sharing the story from a place of pain. And again, I'm not trying to minimize for you what you've experienced at all. I mean, I don't know what that 8 of Cups was for you. Financial loss, emotional loss, you know, someone abused you. I'm certainly not trying to tell you, oh, you should be over it by now. This is a terrible message. I would never do that. But we do need to, we need to learn how to speak differently about it. We're not a victim of what occurred there. We are a survivor. We need to speak like a survivor. And that will encourage other survivors to heal as well. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please, for the Scorpio collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Breakthrough, innovation, safety. Bottom of the deck, healing. Breakthrough. Overcome obstacles, move beyond limitations, embracing new growth. See it as a growth experience. I know, and again, I don't know what it was for you. For some of you, it wasn't that bad, but you still hold on to it. For others of you, it was a terrible incident. And I don't want to get into it. That's your story. But see it differently. Have that breakthrough, that moment of clarity. I would not be the Scorpio I am today if that didn't happen. Innovation, boldly experiment, and be open to new possibilities. So innovate. This is Uranus. Uranus is the higher level of Mercury. Mercury rules communication. So innovate. Change the way you speak about it. Safety. Feel protected and stable, grounded in security no matter what life brings. That tumultuous situation, that heartbreaking situation. Be a lighthouse. Be a lighthouse in the storm for others. You survived it. Whatever it was, however long ago it happened, the fact that you're here watching this tells me you survived it. So moving forward, let's change the narrative and let's talk about it as if we are survivors, healed, and guidance. For some of you, by doing this, you will actually knowingly or unknowingly help to heal others. It's like you become the hermit or you become the guide. You become the healer now. Let's get you a couple of kippers here. 6 kippers here, please, for the Scorpio collective. Let's get 2 cards here. One for the anchor. Yeah, one for the anchor, one for the loop. Sorry. One for the anchor and one for the loop. Okay. The loop, occupation. The anchor, the message. Changing how we, and working, right? This is going to take a skill here to break this loop on how we communicate. Again, whether text message and writing, a conversation face to face, actually making it our job to change the way we talk about this bad health or this, again, unfortunate situation that we found ourselves in. 2 cards here, one for the insight and one for the filter. Okay. We have, oh, look at the bad health card came out on the side. So that conversation is meant to trigger for you that you are not fully healed yet from this experience, even if you say you are. Listen to yourself how you talk about it. And then the child card is like rebirthing. I'm going to rebirth the way I talk about this. And 2 cards here, one for the pivot and one for the return. We have journey, talking about it as if it was part of your life's experience. This was part of my life's journey. I wouldn't be where I am today without it. And one here for the return. Thoughts. Yeah, say if we don't change the way how we talk about it, the next time it creeps up in our thought or in our memory, 8 of Swords. We are still imprisoned by it. And for our bodies, it's literally when we talk about something like that in a very hyper way, it triggers our mind to think this is happening all over again. It triggers our nervous system to say, oh my God, this is happening now. So be very mindful of that trap. Expectation, coffin, and the Lovers. It's your choice. You can finally heal this once and for all and put it behind you, believe it or not, just based upon how you talk about it moving forward. Let's look at the cards here at the bottom of the deck. We have 2 of Pentacles, Four of Wands, and Knight of Pentacles. This was a learning experience. Now I know what happiness looks like, or what stability should be, or what partnership is like, or what I want in a partner. Again, we get a choice here in that Two of Pentacles on how we're going to discuss this. Discuss it from a healed place. Knight of Pentacles. Like, well, this was just part of my journey. Page of Cups, Eight of Swords, King of Cups. Look at that King of Cups dumping out that cup. Speaking about it from a place where this is what I survived. This is what I escaped. This is what I overcame. This is what I learned. Not a victim. Dumping out that cup is this King of Cups dumping out the devil. Not staying anchored or tied to the feelings or the emotions or the terrible memories. Just take the knowledge with you. There's, again, something here about transmuting. Four of Pentacles, this is like the story you were holding on to, and this is freeing yourself from it in the Scorpionic energy. It's very healing for other people in your life. The Five of Cups card in the After Tarot deck, we have a new set of Two of Cups. We're not crying over the poisonous cups here that spilled over. So now as we move forward and we Ace of Swords engage with other people, we engage from a more healed place. And you actually, without realizing it, become the mystic healer. So healing energy flows through you. Reflect and redirect your energy. The story you tell about this situation or experience should change or needs to change. And like I said, some conversation here will be taking place during Mercury retrograde to make you realize or make you more aware, give you some insight that that wound still needs to be healed. And the best way for you to transform or transmute that pain is to see it differently, not to see yourself as a victim, but to see yourself as an empowered survivor. That is what I have for you, Scorpio. That is your Mercury in retrograde message. If you like those messages, they've resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video if you're able to do that on your mobile device, and don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde message. Mercury in retrograde is the opportune time for us to pause and reflect where we are in life, and then to see what changes we need to make. So when the planet goes direct on August 3rd, we will be more aligned to where we need to be. So keep in mind that it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it's meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Sagittarius collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's begin now with an oracle card here, please, for their message for Mercury in retrograde for the Sagittarius collective. Got one more shuffle there for you, my friend. Thank you. And your message, answering the call. The time is now. The bottom of the deck, we have crossing bridges. It's time for healing, connecting, mending, and releasing. It's time to move on from something, an experience, a pattern, a bad habit, maybe a particular situation, environment, or connection in your life. Take it how it resonates to you. Let's see where we go with this message. This is for Sagittarius. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What pattern are you repeating? The insight. What past is resurfacing at this time to get you to look at a wound that possibly still needs healing? The filter. What boundary needs to be created? The pivot. How you can prepare for when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd. And the return. Who or what may return during this time or afterwards. Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Thank you. The anchor is clarified by the Six of Cups. The loop is clarified by the Six of Wands. The insight is clarified by the King of Wands. The filter is clarified by the Devil. The pivot is clarified by the Seven of Wands. And the return is clarified by the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have Eight of Cups. So again, there's a situation, environment, or connection that's no longer beneficial to you. For others of you, like I said, it could be a pattern, a habit that you've had for a long time. It could also be with no swords on the table. As a reader, I look at what's here and what's not here. For some of you, it could be the way you talk about a past experience. And if that's your message, then when this is done, you may want to take a look at that Scorpio reading, even if you don't have any Scorpio placements. Let's begin to clarify this. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We're clarifying the Anchor, Six of Cups, the Loop, Six of Wands, the Insight, King of Wands, the Filter, the Devil, the Pivot, the Seven of Wands, and the Return, the Three of Pentacles. Thank you. Okay. The Anchor, Six of Cups, is clarified by the Wheel of Fortune. The Loop, Six of Wands, clarified by the Nine of Wands. The Insight, King of Wands, clarified by the Knight of Swords. The Filter, the Devil, is clarified by the Devil. Well, that's going to be an interesting message. The Pivot, Seven of Wands, is clarified by the Knight of Wands. And the Return is the Three of Pentacles, clarified by the Seven of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Wands. Okay, please don't be offended by these messages. These messages are intended to help us heal and grow and expand and move on. So again, Mercury is the time where we need to review a particular situation, environment, or connection that we constantly stay looped to, hooked to. Your anchor here is the Six of Cups to the Wheel of Fortune. Obviously, we're going to clarify this. But this is every time I have a chance to move on or move forward from this situation, environment, or connection, or a habit or a pattern, I decide to stay in it. I am anchored to this Six of Cups. The loop here is this time it'll be different. This time, Six of Wands to the Nine of Wands, I will have victory. This time I won't be so wounded. This time I've learned from the past, so I can do it again because I'm smarter. Or the person has changed. The Insight, King of Wands to the Knight of Swords. There's something here that is occurring between you and another person. It is this person, okay, or situation, environment. It appears here to be some kind of action that they are taking or you're taking that rolls into an argument. The insight here is for you to recognize that when this occurs with this particular person during Mercury retrograde, that you are just simply experiencing the same loop. It's the same story with this person. Nothing is changing here in this job environment, with this friendship, this familial connection, this romantic partner. This could be an ex that maybe you're anchored or tied to or still in communication with. The Filter is amazing. The Filter is the devil to the devil. Well, this is the devil that we are chained and shackled to. This is a traditional devil from the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck. And we are addicted to this pattern. We are stuck in this toxic loop. The devil in the After Tarot deck is being freed from it. So there's something here where you will have the opportunity during Mercury retrograde that even if you enter that loop again, you will have the opportunity to break free from it. The pivot here, Seven of Wands to the Knight of Wands, is putting up a boundary and saying, no, I'm not returning, or I'm not going to keep doing this or engaging in this behavior that isn't serving me any. If you don't do anything about this, if you don't want to acknowledge it, if you want to dismiss this message, when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd and you wake up the morning of August 4th, you will be Three of Pentacles to the Seven of Swords. It's just a matter of time because you're going to still be collaborating or working with this or engaging on this, that you will end up in that same trap, in that same cycle. And at that point in time, Sag, you can't blame this other entity for the betrayal or the deception or the toxicity because you are knowingly and voluntarily engaging in it yet again. Again, with the mindset of this time it'll be different. So let's begin to clarify. Tell me about that Six of Cups. Who or what is the Six of Cups? Again, situation, environment, connection, possibly a pattern here within yourself. Like by pattern, I mean like a habit. Thank you. The Six of Cups is clarified here by the Five of Pentacles, the Magician, the Nine of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. This is a situation, environment, or connection that leaves you either emotionally or financially depleted, and you are anchored to it. Either you see this as a source of stability or income, or this could be someone you're married to, King of Pentacles energy. This could be someone where you feel tied to them, even though they treat you like crap, they emotionally abandon you, they leave you out in the cold, they reject you time and time again, because with that Wheel of Fortune, this is a cycle. But you continue to manifest that this person will be something more or better than what they currently are.
And again, this could be the boss, your neighbor, you know, this is someone that you regularly engage with, a friend, a family member, certainly could be a lover. So if we're looking at this in terms of a person, this person does not treat you well. They neglect you. They come and go in and out of your life. And yet you regularly and routinely, and with great persistence, may I add, continue to manifest that they be something else, that they be the Nine of Cups to the King of Pentacles, your ideal romantic partner, your ideal friend, your ideal family member, your ideal boss. If this is an environment, this is a very toxic job environment. But again, it's like, well, time served. I've been here for so long. I'm just going to keep hoping and praying that it ends up being better. That this boss that is such a jerk to me, that I continue to have these moments with, I'm just going to keep hoping and praying that tomorrow I go to work and they are someone different. This individual, or I should say this situation, environment, or connection is not capable of being what you need or want it to be. Otherwise, it would have been what you need or want it to be already. And this could even be a pattern within yourself. And when I say pattern, I mean a habit. This could be like alcoholism or drugs or something else that you continue to engage in that isn't good for you. But this time you're like, it'll be different. This time I'm an alcoholic of 30 years, but this time around I'll only have one drink. I know better than to have two or three. But it's a cycle. And then you have that one drink, you fall off the wagon. And before you know it, you are completely overindulging again. So you are interacting with, engaging with, or possibly overindulging with a situation, environment, connection, or activity that is detrimental to your health or your finances or your emotional well-being. And the feeling here seems to be this time will be different, or I can manifest this into becoming what I need or want it to be. Tell me about that Wheel of Fortune. Tell me about the Wheel of Fortune. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Wheel of Fortune is clarified by Three of Swords. So whatever this is, it's disappointing, or it breaks your heart. It leaves you feeling emotionally rejected. You heal, you mend in the After Tarot deck, but you go right back to it, and it breaks your heart or disappoints you all over again. That Devil, the Magician, the Five of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, that Three of Swords, for some of you, this could be a trauma bond. We have the Sun card and the Empress. This is break and repair, Tower. This is break, repair, break, repair, break, repair. There's a trauma bond here for some of you. Or again, just this belief that, this time it'll be different. Okay, they hit me last time, but they didn't mean it. This time they won't hit me. Last time I fell off the wagon because I had one too many, but this time I can control it. So you keep reliving that wound because you keep allowing whomever this is to wound you, thinking this time I can turn it into what I need or want it to be. Or I can control it if it's like an addiction. Six of Wands, this is the loop. I can have victory with it. This time will be different. This time I can handle it differently. This time they will show up differently. This time they'll love me. This time they won't step out on me. There's a lot of this times here that I'm feeling. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Six of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Three of Wands, and the Four of Cups. This time it'll be different. This time there's excitement and passion and collaboration, and we're moving forward. And oh, what's that? Four of Cups. Again, feeling emotionally rejected, depleted, being iced out, feeling like you made a mistake. And that's the loop. But then in that Nine of Wands, it's like, what say you? Want to do it again? Want to try this again? Clarify that Nine of Wands. Hierophant to the Death card popped out of the deck. Hey, you want to do this again? This work environment, the Hierophant could be a work environment, a group that you're a part of, like a community group, political or religious organization. It certainly could be a marriage or someone that you feel you have a soul contract with. I mean, it's possible for a few of you that I'm talking to, you think this is a twin flame and they are not. They're a false flame. But you put up with all of this terrible behavior on their part because you think that they're your spiritual equal or their counterpart, your counterpart. Death card and the King of Wands. That's what ends up happening here. So you choose out of some dedication or loyalty or some belief that we can just rebirth this. You have a choice every single time this experience happens to break away from it, but you choose to revisit it. That Death card is, we're going to rebirth this. We're going to rebirth this commitment or this connection. I'm wounded. You're wounded. I mean, these people are all bloody in this card. Like the elbows are bloody. This one has a bandage on it, but let's do it again. The insight. Something here is occurring.
during Mercury retrograde that should give you the realization that this is not working out. It's just a repetitive cycle. King of Wands. Clarify the King of Wands. Okay. So you're going to be angry here. King of Wands to the Knight of Swords. I just saw the Queen of Pentacles. We'll see what wants to come out next. So there's anger and aggression. The Knight of Swords in the After Tower deck. This person is slaying someone else here with their sword, with their words. So there's some aggression here. The King of Wands. Clarify this King of Wands, please. It's like this person has not changed. This job hasn't changed. I fell off the wagon again. It could be anger with yourself. One more shuffle here. Thank you. King of Wands, clarified by the Ten of Wands. Knight of Swords shows itself again. And the Ten of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Two of Swords. This is anger coming from you. So something here is transpiring between you and this situation, environment, or connection. Or like I said, if it is a habit and you're falling off the wagon here again because you think you can control it, but you can't. And I'm just saying it's just that the addiction is taking hold here again. And instead of avoiding it or healing it or finding out, going to the root cause about why you have that addiction, it's just like, oh, I don't need to worry about that. Addictions are usually there to mask something. It's like when we're very upset and we overeat, or some people overshop, it's soothing. And I know this because my younger brother is an addict. You can't really heal the addiction until you heal the root cause of the addiction. So even if this is something you're over consuming, over buying, overindulging in, you can try to go to AA, but, or whatever this is for you. But there is something here then about getting to the root cause about why do you default to that? Because maybe this is alcoholism, just an example, and you go through your 12-step process and you end up becoming, I don't want to say cured, healed, okay? But then you end up having an addiction to gambling or to drugs. So all you did was replace one addiction for another because the root cause here hasn't been healed. So take the message how it resonates to you. For some of you, this is something that you're doing. And the loop is occurring, okay, during Mercury retrograde. And this is you being angry at yourself that, oh my God, I did it again. I went into debt again. I revisited that addiction again, something I thought I could control at this time. If that's your story, it's not that you're not capable of controlling it. You have yet to heal it because you have yet to identify where the wound is that keeps bringing you back into that pattern or that habit. And if this is external to you, situation, environment, or connection, you keep giving chance after chance, loop after loop to, it looks like something here is transpiring and you are quite angry with yourself that you gave this another try or that you didn't look for another job. This is anger here over the Ten of Pentacles, angry over your investment of your money, your time, something like that. Clarify that Knight of Swords. This could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius that you're dealing with. It doesn't have to be. But this is anger. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Knight of Swords is clarified by the World card. I can't believe I did it again. I should have learned my lesson last time. The Hanged Man and the Knight of Cups. Bottom of the deck, King of Pentacles, which is right there. This situation, environment, or connection is not what I think it is. They keep coming back around and saying things will be better at the workplace this time, or they'll be a better friend or a better family member or a better lover, and they are not. And there's anger or aggression here on your part that you fell for it again, or maybe you had an opportunity to get like another job, but you ended up staying here because things seemed okay. And you were like, well, I might as well stay. It looks like there are improvements. And then, a month or 3 months goes by, and now during Mercury retrograde, you're like, son of a... And there's anger there, right? Because if that's your story, it's like, well, I just gave up the opportunity to have another job. And I stayed here thinking it would be different. They promised me this time it would. And here I am in the exact same loop, exact same situation. Same thing if this is with anyone else, friend, family member, lover, same thing. This is anger over, I've been here before with that World card. I've revisited this. I should know better. So the incident here that occurs, again, whether this is internal to you or external with another, it's supposed to get you to pause and reflect in that hangman energy. The Knight of Cups in the After Tower deck, this person is drinking from the Ace of Cups. There's something here of, this is not nourishing to me. This is not beneficial to me. And I don't have to repeat another cycle with whomever or whatever this is, or engage in this behavior again, thinking this time it'll be different. There is no different here. And again, if this is something internal to you, this is saying, I'm going to have to get to the root cause. I'm going to have to love myself enough to go within and maybe speak to a counselor or a therapist and figure out why I continue to engage in this behavior or replace this behavior for another behavior. The devil, clarify the devil. The filter here is to see this for what it is. It's a toxic pattern with you, within you, or a toxic situation, environment, or connection, and you need to unhook and detach from it. Nothing is going to change here. And by continuing to engage in it, you are continuing the loop. And at this point, you are deceiving yourself into thinking that this time it'll be different. And then this time. Like, how many and this times do we need? I love you, Sag. You're my North Node. And do I think this is for every Sagittarius walking the planet? No, this seems to be a very specific message. So if it's not yours, don't be offended. If you've moved on from this already, maybe drop some words of encouragement in the comment section, because there's clearly a group of you that have not yet recognized this or keep going back to this. And if this is like a romantic partner, this person is a knight, and you're showing up here in Empress energy, whether you're masculine or feminine. You might be returning to someone hoping they're a king, hoping they're an emperor, hoping, this false belief that they're like a twin flame or something like that, and they're not. They're a toxic karmic connection that was meant to cause you to learn something. There's some type of lesson here with this person, and you keep returning to them, or possibly returning to people just like them. But the loop is continuing here, and something is will be transpiring during Mercury retrograde to make you realize, I really can't keep doing this with this person or situation or environment. Tell me about the devil. This will be so glaringly obvious to you. You could be blind, not trying to make a joke of it, but like, you could be blind, you're still going to see this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The devil is clarified by the Tower. It will be so glaringly blind, you will not be able to distract yourself from this. This is like, it's just an example I'm being given, okay? So don't accuse your partner of this if it's not true. This is like being a Sagittarius and your partner stepped out of the relationship, okay? And they had an affair. And you took them back, and you suspect that they're doing it again, but you're not sure. You ask them, but they gaslight you. They're very good with their words, okay? And you continue to believe them. And you continue to return out of obligation to the marriage, to Hierophant. It's only an example. And you catch them again, maybe texting or on the phone, and they tell you it's nothing. Or you hear about them being with the ex-mister, the ex-mistress. And you're like, nope, it can't be that. That's my spouse. I'm going to stay in this. This is, till death do us part. And you continue to say, this will be so glaringly obvious. This is like you then walking in the house after grocery shopping and you find them in your bed with this other person. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to give you the visual of this will be so obvious to you that you need to move on from this person. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. And there's no way you'll be able to ignore it. Like, once you see this or hear this or feel this, you can't unsee it or unfeel it. The Tower, the Three of Cups, and the Knight of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Wands. You're going to see this very clearly, that this person wears a false mask. It's possible for some of you this is third party. Obviously, I'll only take that if it resonates with you. This could be someone here in your energy who tells you that they are clean and sober, and you end up finding some stash that they have of drugs or booze or something like that. Clarify the second devil that's here. This is just so obvious once you see it that you can't ignore it. The person, their mask falls off. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The devil is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles, the Six of Cups, and the Star card. Bottom of the deck, Three of Cups. For some of you, it's third party or it's overindulgence, either on your part or their part. But the Queen of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is seeing her reflection in the Pentacle. I don't know if you can see that on the camera from here, but she's looking into the Pentacle and seeing her reflection. So there's almost something here about you seeing your worth and value and knowing that being here stuck in this loop, this Six of Cups, you need to detach from it, because we're clarifying the detached devil. So there's something here about seeing your worth and value and moving on from this situation, environment, connection, or like I said, maybe a habit or behavior here that you are doing or engaging in, and truly healing from it. The filter here is to detach, to disconnect, and to leave that Six of Cups, whatever or whomever it is, in the past. Put up some boundaries. Clarify the Seven of Wands. So Mercury goes into retrograde on June 29th.
It'll go, I shouldn't say direct. It will be in retrograde from June 29th until July 23rd. We are already in pre-shadow at the time of this reading because we went into pre-shadow on June 12th. We'll then have a post-shadow period from that July 23rd, July 24th until August 3rd. So this is all taking place here within that window. So the pivot here is how to prepare for when it goes direct. When you wake up on August 4th, what are you going to do about this situation, environment, or connection that just repeated itself and has proven itself to you yet again that it is not changing? So how can we prepare now ahead of time for that August 3rd, August 4th date? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Seven of Wands is clarified by the King of Swords, the Nine of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Swords. This is putting up boundaries. Healthy Ace of Cups, healthy boundaries, and verbalizing them. King of Swords, and saying it to this person. I can't see you anymore. I can't hang out with you anymore. This is looking for another job, like another Ace of Cups. This is you. The moment that this occurs for you, this is choosing to pivot and to say, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm not giving this another thought. There's also something here about allowing the anger from this to fuel you in another direction. The Nine of Swords is Mars in Gemini. And it's like, now that I see it, and I see it clearly, King of Swords to the Nine of Swords, now I can take action to do something about it. Knight of Wands. Clarify the Knight of Wands. This is definitely pivoting in another direction. Like looking for another job, finding a way to extricate yourself from the marriage, looking for another living environment, telling if this is like a group of friends that keep sucking you back into the addiction or convincing you that you can handle it. This is like cutting these people off. Okay, the Knight of Wands is clarified by the Page of Swords, the Magician, and the King of Pentacles. Look at those same cards came out because this time I want better for myself. I know my worth and value. I'm not going back to that. And this is verbalizing it. So this would be like telling the friends, I can't hang out with you anymore. Every time I do, I fall off the wagon and I get stuck doing this again. This is you looking for another job and then giving notice at work because you manifested and found a better job or a better boss or a better business partner. This is you knowing your worth and value in this relationship and asking maybe for a divorce with that Hierophant card. But it is moving on from whomever or whatever this is out of love for self. The return. If you don't do anything, if you decide to stay in it, if you see this for what it is, but decide not to take action on your own behalf or to speak up on your own behalf, you will be repeating a cycle here. Three of Pentacles to the Seven of Swords. Because this is not going to change, despite your best efforts. This was meant to be a lesson, not in your life for the rest of your life. Three of Pentacles. Clarify the Three of Pentacles. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Ten of Cups, the World, and the Five of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Phoenix. If you do this all over again, you're right back to here. It does not last long. There's momentary happiness that I got control of this, or I can handle this, or this is the person I'm meant to be with, or look, I voiced some concern and the job is actually better. The boss is being nicer to me. It's a place of complacency where you feel a little safe for a little period of time. And then World card, again, you get hit with it again. Like it's time to move on. Five of Wands. There's conflict. There's competition. There are arguments. There's stress, strife, grief. It will happen all over again. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Sag. Seven of Swords is stepping into the trap again. Not learning from the past experience that this person is clearly looking back on. And with that Two of Swords in the background and this person's holding the Five of Swords, this person's doing it to themselves at this point. They made a decision to return. Tell me about that Seven of Swords. So again, this is being with a cheater. And like, how many times do they have to cheat on you for you to be like, I need to find someone, like I deserve peace. I deserve someone who chooses me. I shouldn't have to keep reminding someone that I'm married to or in a committed partnership with to only choose me. And it's not your responsibility to teach this person how to be a good spouse or a good partner. They should have already been there where you were when you enter this. Seven of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. I just got a whiff of something. What is that? All right, this is so weird. Maybe this message will confirm something for one of you watching. I just smelled like fresh baked strawberry rhubarb. I have not had strawberry rhubarb in years, probably 5 or 6 years. It smelled like strawberry rhubarb pie. What a distinct smell that is for me. Wow, maybe you like it, they like it. Maybe this has something to do with summer.
strawberries here, like in New Jersey, they harvest in June. Maybe this person is a Gemini or a Cancerian. I don't know. There's something here with a tie to strawberry rhubarb for someone watching. Seven of Swords is clarified by the Five of Cups, the Eight of Swords, and the Seven of Pentacles. Bottom of deck, Ten of Swords. I hate to tell you this, but you're only delaying an ending. You're just continuing a loop here, a loop of heartbreak, a loop of devastation, a loop of material loss, a loop of maybe even getting further and further addicted to something here that's clearly not good for you. Something that wears a mask. In that Three of Cups and Knight of Cups, it's like, oh, it's only one drink. We're just going out celebrating. It's fun. It's not fun. And this could be like someone who has an addiction will just, again, use alcohol. And I have nothing against alcohol. I just enjoyed a wonderful glass of wine the other night. But again, I understand addiction from my younger brother's experience. This could be like you're just having one drink, and next thing you know, you have multiples, and on the way home, maybe you get pulled over. I don't want to say car accident. I don't see that here in the cards. But you get pulled over and you get a ticket and you lose your license for 30 days or 6 months or a year. And boy, what a wake-up call that would be. So there's something here like that. Whatever this is, it wears a false mask, or it feels very soothing or comforting in the moment, or it knows how to talk to you. The Devil to the Knight of Cups could be very tempting. Just one more drink, Sag, one more drink. Oh, it's just a little shopping order on Amazon. Meanwhile, you are in debt up to your eyeballs in credit card debt. Oh, it's my twin flame. They're so sexy. They're so no. Toxic, toxic, toxic. So I hate to say this to you, but not freeing yourself from it, being tethered, thinking this person is coming back around again, so they must be the one. I mean, that could be the loop too. This makeup, breakup here for some of you. And every time they come back around, you think like, this is it. This is the time, it'll be different this time. And then whatever it is here that they do, they just continue to do it again. So I think you need to see whoever or whatever this is for what it is. It's time to answer the call. The time is now. Walk through a doorway. Okay, there's a new pathway. Cross the bridge. It's time to heal. Wandering path. Enjoy the journey. It's time to go on a new journey, Sag. This isn't it. I hate to be the reader to tell you that. Okay, let's get you some oracle cards, kippers, and then we'll see what's at the bottom of the deck there. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please. Additional messages for Sagittarius for Mercury in retrograde. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Quiet strength. Own your path. Heart's desire. Bottom of deck potential. Quiet strength. Find power in stillness, waiting for the right moment to act. There's something here that some of you, only take it if it's yours, a lot of people don't know what you deal with this situation, environment, or connection. You endure it, but you have quiet strength. You don't tell a lot of people about it. For others of you, you actually think this is like a redeeming quality of yours, that you are so strong that you continue to put up with whatever crap this person does to you. Own your path. Take responsibility for your journey, making choices that align with your true self and purpose. At some point in time, when we keep engaging in that repetitive cycle, at some point we have to take responsibility for it happening to us over and over again. So again, something here will occur. You get to choose your own path this time. Do you continue the cycle or loop here, or do you move in another direction? Heart's desire. Ignite your inner passion and desires, driving you toward your dreams. Very much. Phoenix rising from the ashes here. Whatever this is, it's time to move on and move in another direction, or enter a new chapter of your life. One where you get to rebuild yourself here from whatever this is. This situation is not changing. I also think for some of you, this person has a way with words, or maybe you find them very attractive, or again, this could be like a false twin flame here for you. Potential. Unleash your inner potential and transcend self-limitations. This will give you the opportunity here to plant a new seed in a new direction. Let's get you some Kipper cards. I don't know why, but this just gave me the feeling of like the mushroom cloud, like from an atomic or nuclear bomb. So if this is a person, like they come in hot and they come in heavy, and then it just like it erupts into a mushroom. So it blows up. And I feel like that's the cycle here. And it's a toxic cycle. Same thing if it's an addiction. It's like it feels good in the moment, and then we go overboard. 2 Kipper cards here, please. One for the anchor and one for the loop. Bad health. The anchor is being connected to can't make it up. situation, environment, connection, or pattern, like a habit, that isn't good for your health. Emotional, spiritual, psychological, sexual, financial, you take that how it resonates to you. The loop, community, I can make it work this time. Three of Cups, it'll be different. Or I'm ignoring a third party. Or they're my friends. There's the loop here is continuing to come back together to engage in this, or to think that like this time we could work on it and it'll be different or better. The insight and the filter. The insight, the lovers. This is you realizing that you have a choice. You have a choice to continue engaging in this. And if this loop keeps happening, then you're choosing to deceive yourself as much as whatever this is deceiving you as well. The filter, Emperor in the reverse. This is not who you think they are. And it's when this mask falls off, it's seeing this person for what they are. It's also realizing that this is, again, a bad habit within you, that you might need to seek additional therapy or counseling so you can get a better Emperor handle on what this is. And that will only come about, that true healing, by you actually getting to the root, Six of Cups, of the issue, of why you're engaging in that pattern or in that behavior. The pivot and the return. The pivot, concern. This is giving deep contemplation to moving in another direction and creating plans for that direction. And the return, family room. This is going right back to something that is comfortable. It is comfortable to exist here. This work environment, this is toxic or trauma bonding, or this relationship is so fluctuating that maybe for some of you, it reminds you of your family or your upbringing. And maybe that was a bit dysfunctional for you. And that's why they feel like home. Bottom of the deck, gift, wealthy man, main male. Great fortune is in the reverse. This situation, environment, or connection is not who or what you think they are. I think they portray themselves one way. I don't read body parts. So they're put together, or they look nice, or just because they have a career, you think that they're great. Or this is the boss who's very successful, but they're really a narcissistic, abusive jerk. There's something like that here. It is not great fortune. And I think it's time that you see it. Also, some of you, I really think, are of the belief that this is like your twin flame or something, and I don't believe they are. Great fortune is in the reverse. Change and distant horizons. And behind that, you have oil, toil and labor. I don't know why I just said oil. Maybe you work in the oil industry, or they do. Or you just think it's like, I can just keep putting oil in this, right? It's like the car that keeps breaking down. You're like, well, if I just keep putting oil in it, we can keep it together. Whatever occurs here, you will have the ability here to change your life or distance yourself from this over the next 3 to 6 months. But making that change is yours. And it's going to take some effort, okay, to get over this, to move on from it, to find a healthier work environment. You're going to have to put in some sweat equity into this. It's going to take some work to get to the root cause of why you are addicted to whomever or whatever this is. But it will be worth the effort. The bottom of the deck, we have 10 of Swords, 3 of Cups, and the King of Cups. This is that very short-lived, it feels good in the moment, we're celebrating this reconciliation, and then the King of Cups is dumping out the cup. It's the feeling like I did it again, or I fell for it again, or I dumped out another opportunity, maybe another job, because I stayed at a job because, oh, they took me out to lunch on Friday. That means all the issues here have been healed. The Phoenix, the Queen of Cups, and the High Priestess, and the Moon. This is moving in another direction. Rebuilding yourself, rebuilding your life, and trusting your intuition. You have the most intuitive Queen and the most intuitive card in Tarot, and the High Priestess, the Moon card. Your intuition has been telling you this for a long time. I just think that you haven't wanted to hear it, but it's been trying to reach you. During this Mercury retrograde, it's time for you to answer the call. That is what I have for you, Sagittarius. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that, and don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury retrograde reading. Mercury retrograde is the opportune time for us to pause and reflect. So that's what we'll do today. We're using tarot and my little cue cards here to see where you're currently at and what changes maybe need to be made. So when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd or August 4th, you will be exactly where you need to be and aligned with your path and journey. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, just simply means it's meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Okay, with all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Capricorn collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We need one oracle card here, please, for their message from Mercury retrograde. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have surrendering to the journey, release, control. And at the bottom of the deck, we have solitude. In silence, peace prevails. Okay. Tell me more about this, please, for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For their Mercury in retrograde reading, we are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop. What pattern are you repeating? The insight. What past is resurfacing so you can look at it and heal? The filter. What boundary needs to be replaced? The pivot. How to prepare for when Mercury goes direct. And the return. Who or what may return during the retrograde or immediately afterwards. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor is clarified by the Three of Swords. The loop is clarified by the Ten of Wands. The insight is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. The filter is clarified by the Knight of Pentacles. The pivot is clarified by the Magician. And the return is clarified by the Nine of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have Two of Wands. Okay, we're going to clarify this message using the After Tarot deck. The cards are slightly different in this deck, like the images are different, so it does alter the meanings, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor, Three of Swords, the loop, Ten of Wands, the insight, Seven of Pentacles, the filter, Knight of Pentacles, the pivot, the Magician, and the return, the Nine of Swords. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, the Three of Swords, clarified by Temperance. The loop, Ten of Wands, clarified by Justice. The insight, Seven of Pentacles, clarified by the High Priestess. The filter, the Knight of Pentacles, clarified by the Knight of Swords. The pivot, the Magician, clarified by the Three of Pentacles. And the return, Nine of Swords, clarified by the Ace of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have Three of Cups. Okay, obviously we will clarify. The anchor, you're still holding on to that Three of Swords. I almost feel indulge is the wrong word. I don't think anyone indulges in the Three of Swords, but I feel like you revisit it and not in a way that is healing to you. So you're continuing to hold on to something that at the very least, because for me, Three of Swords is sliding scale, some type of disappointment that has really stuck with you. And if we swing that pendulum to the opposite end, then this would be real heartbreak here. But you're still holding on to it. That Temperance card tells me you have been struggling to move on from it or heal from it. And I heard the word indulging, but I don't think anyone indulges in the Three of Swords. It seems to be an inability to truly heal of a Three of Swords experience. And I'll tell you why. I feel like with that loop, Ten of Wands to Justice, you're waiting for someone to make it right. You want clarity, or you want closure, or you want, an apology, or you're waiting for the person to make it right, or you're waiting for the universe to get maybe like karmic retribution on your behalf. There's something here. I'm stuck in this loop. I keep holding on to the weight of what occurred here to me because I want someone or something or the universe to make it right. The insight. Something here is occurring for you that's going to resurface this wound during the Mercury retrograde. It's going to show you how you're holding on to it and how you can release it. And the filter would be looking at what you've been holding on to and moving forward in that Knight of Swords to actually release it and move on from it. The pivot, the Magician to the Three of Pentacles, it's utilizing various tools, if you will, to be able to rebuild yourself after that Three of Swords moment. The return. I feel like if we don't utilize the time period here, Mercury retrograde, to fully address that Three of Swords moment, and if we keep waiting for the person who created it or injured us in that way to make it right, I feel like we go right back to being trapped in that cycle of always thinking about it. Let's begin to clarify. Can you clarify that Three of Swords, please? So the anchor is the pain. I'm anchored to the pain. I try to heal it in the Temperance, but I find a lot of difficulty with it. I revisit it often, meaning I think about it all the time. Swords are not just the words we speak, or in this case, what we're feeling, but we're also thinking about it. So we're talking about the pain, we're feeling the pain, we're thinking about the pain. So we are attempting to address the pain in that manner, but it's not fully healing it. Like it's still stuck to us. Whatever this person said or did, the wound has not healed yet. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Three of Swords is clarified by the King of Pentacles, the Ten of Swords, and the Ace of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Six of Swords. Whew. Okay, so this is you in your highest vibration. So you are aware of this in the King of Pentacles. I feel like you talk about whatever this person did or said to you that wounded you, the betrayal, the deception, the heartache, the trauma. Okay, we'll call it the trauma. I feel like you do discuss it a lot. I think you're seeing it for what it is. I don't think you're diluting yourself or diluting what occurred. I think you know exactly what happened here. I think you have absolute clarity about it, but I think you've been finding it difficult to move on from it or to heal it. It's like when we drink something like red wine or fruit punch and it spills on a white tablecloth. We're talking about the stain. The stain is there. We're talking about the incident, how the stain was created, how the glass tipped over, what the environment was, what was happening, but we're not doing anything to actually like address the stain. So the stain is still there. We talk about it. We see it. We talk about how it occurred and who did it, and what we felt when we saw that glass spill over and dump that, red beverage, if you will, all over the white tablecloth. But we struggle when it comes to actually healing it. Clarify Temperance. We want it healed. We're just having difficulty healing it. I know I used the word indulging before, and I really didn't mean to insult you in any way. What I mean by indulging, and definitely was the wrong word that I was given, but it's like continuing to revisit it and revisit it and revisit it and talk about it as if it just happened 5 minutes ago, but it didn't just happen 5 minutes ago. So we're spending more time thinking about it and more time talking about it than we're actually spending on physically, like really healing it. Again, using that tablecloth as the analogy, we keep talking about the spill and how it happened and who did it, but we're not actually taking that tablecloth and running to the sink or, filling a bucket up with water and soap and trying to get the stain out. So we have not addressed the cleaning up, if you will, the aftermath. Clarify Temperance here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Temperance is clarified by the Sun. That is healing. The Ten of Pentacles and the Seven of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Wheel of Fortune. So this seems to be a little bit of a cycle here where we really do want to heal this in its totality of the Ten of Pentacles. We want to heal every aspect of it. The Seven of Pentacles, it's been very slow. The healing of this wound has been very slow. The Loop, the Ten of Wands to Justice. I feel like some of you want this person to make it right. You want an apology or corrected behavior, maybe reconciliation, maybe a monetary payout if this was like a boss that screwed you over, or you just want the universe to give this person a good dose of karma. There's something like that. I'm waiting for something or someone to make this right because I shouldn't have to carry this. Like I'm carrying the weight of the pain now, the Ten of Wands, and I'm finding it difficult to get through my day. I mean, I stumble with carrying the Three of Swords and the Ten of Swords. I'm speaking like you. And someone has to make this right. It's not fair that they get to go and live their life and have all these great experiences or act like nothing happened. And meanwhile, I'm left holding this. And I don't want to hold this anymore. So I feel like regardless of how long ago that Three of Swords was, like when you still talk about it today, I feel like you talk about it like it literally just happened 5 minutes ago. Ten of Wands. Clarify that Ten of Wands. So the pattern here that we're repeating, spending more time thinking about it, talking about it, and waiting for something or someone to make it right, and not really investing enough time into actually healing it. Tell me about that 10 of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. King of Wands. 4 of Swords. You're waiting for this person to take action to come in and heal it. And 2 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, 4 of Cups. So there's a feeling like, and again, if it's not that person, it's just like the universe. Like, I want someone to make this right. I want someone to take the initiative and make this right. Why am I carrying this alone? And they get to go and carry on with their lives. And I don't know how this can be made right, but someone needs to make this right, because what happened to me was an injustice. Like, I'm speaking like you, like I did not deserve this. And I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did at all. Justice. Clarify justice. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Justice. Clarified by King of Swords, the Hermit, and the Page of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the 10 of Cups. There's almost a feeling here of like, my happiness cannot be truly restored until someone comes in and makes this right. Someone, something needs to make this right. This was not fair that I experienced this at this person's hands. I trusted this person. Justice, King of Swords, the Hermit, and the Page of Wands. I took a chance. I took a leap of faith. Page of Wands is minor arcana card to the Fool card. So I took a leap of faith to trust this person. I saw them as the King of Swords to the Hermit. Someone who is wise, honest, noble, someone I looked up to. And I don't know who this is. Friend, family member, lover, boss. I had great esteem and respect for this person. I thought they were wise. And so either they have to make it right or someone else needs to make it right. I can't fully heal or fully be happy until the person who did this to me either corrects it or receives some type of karmic retribution for what occurred here. If it's not your message, don't take it. Check another placement. But I have a very angry Capricorn collective here. And I don't blame you. But we're spending too much time seeking or desiring or wanting justice or explanations or closure. And we're spending more time on that than actually healing what transpired here, like within ourselves. 7 of Pentacles. So something here will occur during Mercury retrograde. Maybe it's this reading. I don't know. It'll give you the insight that 7 of Pentacles, we need to invest more time on the healing and less time about revisiting this incident like it just happened 5 minutes ago. It didn't just happen 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry if you're the cross watcher. I'm going to speak very bluntly now. This person was an a-hole. This is in your energy. This person was an a-hole, a liar, a cheater. They deceived me. They backstabbed me. They betrayed me. I didn't deserve it. I showed up in my highest vibration in the King of Pentacles. I gave my all to whomever, whatever this is. I either worked my ass off in that King of Pentacles energy for this company, or I was the main provider of this, marriage, or I supported this person on their road to success as their romantic partner. There's something here where I was solid and I was grounded and I showed up in best form, and what happened to me isn't fair and someone needs to make it right. And every time you talk about it, you get angry over the fact that to date, no one has made it right. I think I got that all out. 7 of Pentacles. What is the insight? One more shuffle here. Thank you. 9 of Pentacles, the Lovers, and the 5 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Page of Wands. The insight here, and I don't know how this will come about. Conversation, something you see online. Maybe it's this video. I'm continually making the choice to discuss this or portray myself as a victim. Please don't be mad at me. High Priestess. Tell me about the High Priestess. Because there's anger. There's unresolved anger here. I could feel it. I'm angry for you right now because I'm like absorbing your energy. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The High Priestess, clarified by the 6 of Cups, the Queen of Swords, and the 7 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the 4 of Pentacles. So something here is taking place. You're having a conversation here with someone. Maybe you're seeing something online. Someone in some way is going to remind you of that past incident. And you're going to feel really angry about it. And that should be your moment where you realize, I really have not dedicated enough time to healing this. It could even be the person themselves, because they're reappearing here. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Again, it doesn't have to be that sign. But it very well could be for some of you an interaction with this person that re-triggers that wound. So even if you're trying for reconciliation, or let's say it's a boss and you're still at work, something they do or say hits that wound and you're like, I'm still not over it. I'm still not over what they did or what they said. And again, this could be someone very innocent, like you and I are sitting down and having a drink together, and we're just talking, and maybe I share with you an experience that I'm going through and it's very similar and it makes you angry. It makes you feel like you're reliving it just hearing me talk about it. So it could be a very innocent conversation, Six of Cups to the Queen of Swords, but it makes you feel very combative in the Seven of Wands because it triggers for you that wound. It makes you realize you're not fully over it. I can give you a quick example and you extrapolate it to your life how you see fit. I know a couple where he cheated and she stayed. She really wanted to make the marriage work. And he cheated on her multiple times throughout the marriage. Every time she stayed, and she really convinced herself that she was healed. She didn't realize she was still anchored or attached to the wound, or she just didn't want to see it, maybe like in that Two of Swords, kind of blindfolded. And she was having a discussion with a group of us, and another woman in our group, another friend in our group, had said she had just discovered some items in her husband's bedside table that did not belong to her. And they were kind of like hidden, like in the underwear drawer. And it made her realize he was probably having an affair again, possibly with the same woman or someone else. And it re-triggered for this friend that wound from like 10 years prior. She got so angry. Like, how effing dare he? You raised his kids. It was an overreaction where some of us at the table, even though we have experienced something similar to that in our life, didn't have that reaction. We had empathy for the woman. We were compassionate towards the woman. We certainly understood where she was in that moment, sharing that with us, but we were not as angry as that other friend. And she like blew, like her whole face turned around. You could tell the blood pressure just went like through the roof. And she excused herself, went to the woman's room. She came back, she sat down. We were all very quiet. And she goes, well, I guess I'm not really over it. So it's kind of like this feeling. It could be like I said, an innocent conversation or something you see on TV. You see a movie or a soap opera or a show, and whoever you're watching or listening to says that they're going through the same thing, or it's a movie or a soap opera and it's the same storyline, and it triggers for you that aggression, and it makes you realize you're not yet over that. You have not fully healed that. You are at your core still angry about that. So the insight is it's as raw and as real as it happened 5 minutes ago, despite your effort to try to move on from it or to forgive the person, because at the core of you, subconsciously, you still feel like what occurred was wrong. It was an injustice and no one ever made it right. And someone should have made it right. Oh, look what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm feeling your anger. So the filter here is to see that we are still holding on to anger. Look at that Knight of Swords in the After Tarot deck, like slaying. We're still holding on to anger that we need to heal. Knight of Pentacles is Virgo. We need to heal this. So this should be a moment or an experience. Even if you're having this person still in your life, there's something that they do that triggers that wound for you, where you realize even in your best effort to try to forgive and come back together with this friend or family member or lover, something they do or say, and they might be perfectly innocent this time, but it will be reminiscent of that wound. It's going to trigger the anger for you. It doesn't mean that they're guilty in this moment of maybe what they did in the past, but it is meant to give you insight that you're still not over the wound. You are still holding on to Five of Pentacles, Ace of Swords, Ten of Swords, Three of Swords. And that Seven of Wands is anger. It's anger that someone crossed the line. It's anger that they crossed a boundary. It's anger that they tested your goodwill, that they took advantage of you. Tell me about the Knight of Pentacles. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles, clarified by the Page of Pentacles. So this would be learning. Page of Pentacles, Five of Swords, and the Six of Wands, bottom of deck, Strength card. So there's an ability here, or opportunity, okay? Opportunity to learn how to manage those emotions in an effective way where you can be triumphant over them and begin to heal. So the next time you talk about it, you're not as angry. So there's something here. We need to pivot. We need to pivot and get some help with this. So some of you really need to talk to someone about this. If not, maybe some self-help stuff online. But we need to learn how to heal. So when these conversations come up, Five of Swords, we can handle them from the perspective of being a survivor and not being a victim. Because this is victimhood. And look, again, I don't know how bad that was. I mean, that could have been terrible. But the path forward of healing is to rise up and sort of phoenix rising from the ashes here and moving forward and being able to converse about this or see things online or maybe even engage with this person from a more healed place. Clarify the Knight of Swords. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Knight of Swords, clarified by the Nine of Swords, the Knight of Wands, and the Page of Swords. Bottom of that, Queen of Cups. There's definitely something here about talking. This is either getting like information online to like help you expedite the healing. I feel like a lot of you think about this all the time. It might still affect your sleep, regardless of how long ago it happened. So there's something here about getting so angry at the hurt and realizing I need to transmute this into power. And power means getting control of these thoughts and getting control of this pain and getting to the root cause of it and discovering different ways on how I can heal it, whether that's therapy, counseling, self-help, watching videos online, joining a community online in that Knight of Swords of other people who were triumphant and successful over the pain, building community, getting involved in like maybe like a community group or something of people who have gone through that or something similar. Again, even if it's online, Page of Swords. The pivot here is using all of the resources at your disposal in that Magician card to rebuild yourself after that heartache. Because even if the universe came in and gave that person the best dose of karma, let's say you don't want them in your life ever again, and you just want the universe to give them back tenfold what they did to you. Even if that happened, you still have the wound. It still needs to be healed. If that person comes back on bended knee and they change and they become the best boss, family member, sibling, lover, friend, whatever they are to you, the best of the best, they never F up ever again for the rest of your life that they're in your life. What they did is still, the wound is still there. So this isn't even so much about this person coming back around or making it right or reunion or reconciliation or the universe giving them the best freaking dose of, karmic justice you can come up with. This is about you utilizing all of the tools at your disposal to rebuild your broken heart. You're not responsible for what they did, but unfortunately, you are responsible for healing the wound that they caused. Your heart now is your responsibility. I know you trusted them with it, and they didn't do right by you, but you and you alone are responsible for accessing various tools, if you will, or means to rebuild Three of Pentacles, that heart within you. It's not up to this person to do it. It's not up to the universe to do it. It's up to you to do it. The Magician, clarify the Magician. So this is the pivot. This is using the time frame of Mercury retrograde. So the retrograde begins on June 29th. We are already in pre-shadow as of June 12th. The planet itself will be in retrograde until July 23rd. And then we have a post-shadow period until August 3rd. So between now and August 3rd, something here transpires that make you realize, regardless of whether or not you want this person back or not, regardless of whether or not the universe has or hasn't given them what you feel they deserve, whether or not they've made it right or not, the wound still exists regardless of how long ago it happened. You're still effing angry over it. So something here transpires that gives you that insight that says, I spend more time thinking about this, or more time being wounded about this, or more time talking about this than I actually am into healing it. So I need to take some of that Seven of Pentacles time, resources, and actually invest in healing this. And again, there's something here with maybe like online or in person, therapy, self-help, community group. It's on me to heal this. I know that's really terrible. You didn't ask for that, but it's on you to heal it. It's like, trying to come up with an example that won't get me demonetized or the video banned. It's like it's like being in being at a location, okay, being at a location where there's some type of act of violence or terror or something, and the perpetrator or perpetrators, whatever they're doing, inflicts physical injury on you, okay, and now you have a wound and you're bleeding or you're injured in some way. This is like expecting them to come in with the first aid kit, you know what I mean? Or the operating table or whatever it is to like help heal you because of the wound that they created. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Even if they feel sorry that you were some innocent bystander that got hit with shrapnel, they're still not going to come and help you. And the universe, no matter what retribution the universe may give them, it's not going to heal the wound. It's not going to stop the bleeding. So unfortunately, it's on you to stop the bleeding here and to utilize anything you can to get a tourniquet on this, to look at it, it's becoming an infection, and we need to actively heal it. And that, unfortunately, is our responsibility. The Magician, whether we forgive who did this or not. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Magician is clarified by the Hierophant, the Tower, and the Ace of Pentacles, bottom of deck, Seven of Swords. This changes the game. This takes the power from what you went through or what they did and places it firmly in your hands. This is you saying, I'm going to use all the tools in my arsenal to rapidly heal this. And I'm not going to stop. Like I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to talk to someone. I'm going to join a community group. I'm going to look online. I'm going to look for self-help. I'm going to utilize all of the tools accessible to me to heal this. I want to be solid and whole again. And I'm recognizing that I need to own this. That's the pivot. And using this time frame to identify those various resources. That changes the game for you. I'm not saying you wake up August 4th and you're 100% healed, but now you feel like you've taken control of this. You're not just laying there bleeding out anymore. Now you have active control over the healing. You're not waiting for anyone to make this right, or the universe or anything like that. And you're no longer ignoring it either. Three of Pentacles, one more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Four of Cups, the Moon, and the Five of Swords, bottom of that King of Cups. This will set the stage for you to be able to heal this so that in the future, when you do heal about it, when you do speak about it, you won't be speaking from a place of anger or aggression. That Five of Swords here, we're not fighting in the After Tarot deck. And that might be something you can't see now, even at the time of this reading. You might be like, no way, Jen. No matter what help or healing I get or what happens to that person, or I am never going to get over what they did to me. Fair enough. But it's not going to sting because it won't be bleeding anymore. There's some kind of triage here that is needed. Emotionally, financially, okay, maybe physically. And unfortunately, the onus is on you to heal it. I'll give you a quick story. I forgot who I shared it with, which zodiac sign it was at this point. But when I was 19 years old, I was in a very physically abusive relationship. And he was the apple of my eye, okay? I started a job as a bank teller and became friends with the head bank teller, if you will. And she got married a few months later, invited all of us to the wedding, and I went there, and it was love at first sight with her brother. And no one knew. I certainly didn't know that this man had an addiction that made him very violent behind closed doors. Physically, financially, sexually, you name it. And he very, very quickly rushed the whole relationship. And my brothers at the time just thought he was the best thing ever because he presented himself very well, very King of Pentacles, very Emperor-like, and he was not whatsoever. And it took me almost 18 months because I kept the loop. I just kept going back, and this time would be different. And he really loves me. He's very sorry. And it was the drugs. And I made a ton of excuses. And it ended with the fracturing of my collarbone. After that, there was no return for me after that. But it was on me, even though he did it, it was on me for triage. It was on me to get the medical help I needed. And then consequently afterwards, the psychological help that I needed. I had to utilize all of the resources available to me at that time, which wasn't a lot back then in 1993, 94, something like that. But I had to find what I could find at the time. It was on me to heal that medically, spiritually, mentally, the whole thing. And now today when I speak about it, I'm not angry about it. I actually looked him up online a couple of years ago and reconnected with him and found out he's married. And unfortunately, his wife, Fran, has breast cancer. And I wish her all the best. She seems like a very nice woman. They've got a couple of daughters. And he seems over, from the brief conversations we've had that, and speaking with her, that he really ended up being a very, model husband, a model partner, a model father. And I love that for him. And I wish him the best. And I can speak about him now in that way. And will I ever forget the Three of Swords, Ten of Swords? No. But talking about it doesn't affect me the same way. But for you to overcome whatever this is, you're going to have to kind of do what I did. You're going to have to utilize all of the resources available to you to help you heal. Whether you can forgive them or not, or welcome them back into your life or not, is up to you. But unfortunately, the healing is your responsibility. I feel like if you don't do this during this time period, on the return, we just go right back to the Nine of Swords, where we ruminate about it all the time and we're angry about it. Nine of Swords is astrologically Mars in Gemini. So every time we talk about it, we're angry. Every time we think about it, we're angry. I think we have a real chance to heal this, okay? I say that not just as your tarot reader, but as your friend. I think we have a real chance here to heal it, but unfortunately, the responsibility rests on you to find those various resources. Tell me more about that Nine of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Swords, clarified by Five of Cups, Judgment, and the Eight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Swords. So again, if we don't heal this or utilize different avenues and different tools to heal it, and look, maybe some tools will work for you, maybe they don't. I've known people that they don't really like therapy, even when they try it. They just don't feel comfortable with it. Some people don't like the in-person. Maybe you want to try online therapy. If that doesn't work, maybe there's some type of group of survivors that have survived this that you can speak to. So there's something like that here at play. Just because one doesn't work doesn't mean that you shouldn't try another avenue. Because I feel like if you don't, we go right back to the Eight of Wands, of Judgment, to the Five of Cups. We're still waiting for someone to come along and make this right. Or again, that there's anger and aggression here. Ace of Swords. Tell me about the Ace of Swords. We go right back to that Ace of Swords. Like the way we talk about it is still painful. We're still traumatized by it. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Ace of Swords is clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Wound, the King of Wands, and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of deck, Four of Swords. And healing will still be required. And it'll still be on you to heal this. I feel like you go right back. So you'll have an opportunity here during Mercury retrograde to give you some insight that regardless of how long ago that happened, you are still actively interacting with people or thinking about it or communicating about it as if it happened 5 minutes ago. It's also very, dysregulating for your nervous system. When you're speaking about something, like I just, shared with you what I went through many years ago. I'm 52 now. But if I were to talk about it with that same pain that I had as a 19-year-old, my blood pressure would be through the roof right now. So I would also pay attention. Maybe the insight for some of you is just watching this reading and how is that a trigger for you? If this reading is a trigger for you, then that's a wound that needs to be healed. Because if you're really healed from that one incident, it's not a trigger to talk about it. You talk about it like it's an unfortunate experience that you went through, and you're a stronger, better person for it. Let's get you some oracle cards and kippers. And I also want to see what's at the bottom of those decks for you. So let's get 3 oracle cards here, please. So the anchor is the pain. You're anchored to pain from a traumatic experience. The loop is we keep thinking about, we spend more time thinking about it, talking about it, than we actually do spending time healing it. Something will transpire during Mercury retrograde that'll give you the insight that it's not fully healed or more healing is needed. And it's just a suggestion here is the way to filter through that pain is to look for different avenues between now and August 3rd that you can begin to move forward and heal this. And yes, in time, you will be able to speak about it just like I did, without the anger, without the aggression. And most of you will even be able to forgive the person, not make excuses for them, but forgive them. There's also a level of gratitude. And when I say that, there are people that look at me like I have 3 dragon heads popping up out of my neck. But yeah, I forgive him for what he did. Not for him, for me. But I forgive him for what he did. I didn't forgive him at 19. But at 52, I forgive him for what he did. He didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. He made some bad choices. As did I. I kept returning. And I have to own that part of it. And I have to forgive myself for that too. So your story, the narrative of this will change as you're healed. If you talk about it and you're angry, you have a little more work to do, and that's okay. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Vision. Heart's desire. Enlightenment. Bottom of the deck to flow. Vision. Look to the future with foresight and make wise choices. There's something here again. Looking out into the future and saying, I really need to heal this. I don't want to continue to carry this emotional pain or baggage into my future with me. I want to be able to look into the future and see myself healed from this and being able to converse about it or even think about it without feeling the flood of emotions like it just happened 5 minutes ago. Heart's desire. Ignite your inner passion and desires driving you towards your dreams. You can't just do this because a tarot reading tells you to do it or a therapist tells you to do it. You have to really love yourself. You're going to have to put all of yourself into this. It needs to be a heart's desire to tend to this wound and heal it. Enlightenment. Gain deep understanding and insight and open the door to new wisdom. Again, new ways on how to heal this. And I'm not a big proponent of using AI for therapy, but I do use AI like a search tool. So maybe if you go on Google and you click the AI mode, you say, give me 5 reasons on how I can begin healing myself from betrayal, and say whatever that betrayal is. And it might give you some options or choices that you had not thought about before. And so that could be a way to like open the door to some new ideas. Because we're all very quick to say therapy, but again, that doesn't work for everyone. So you might want to do an internet search to see how other people who experienced that, regardless of how long ago it was, what tools did they use to help them heal? And then you just, one after another. You try this one, it doesn't work, you try the next one. But whatever you do, don't give up on the healing. Let's get you some oracle cards. Yeah, in silence, peace prevails. When you can sit in total solitude and think about this and be at peace with it, then you know you're truly healed. Two cards here, one for the anchor and one for the loop. We have pathway and we have sudden wealth. I hate to say this to you, but you gained a significant amount of knowledge from having this experience on your path. And again, I don't know how bad that was for you, but there's something here about gratitude, and maybe you can't see it now and you probably just clicked off of the video, but I assure you in the future, you will be grateful for what took place. It either got you out of a bad situation, environment, or connection. It made you more empathic towards people who experience it. Now you become a wise leader, a wise counselor for others. Now you know the value of yourself, what you should and should not tolerate. Now you know what a healthy work environment or marriage or relationship should be, so you won't fall for that again. So in time, not now, but in time, you will see that that was part of your life's journey. surrendering to the journey, surrendering that as bad as that was, I was meant to learn something from it. 2 cards here, insight and filter. The insight, the privileged lady, and then the filter came out on the side. So looking for different ways on how we can take control. This 9 of Pentacles control, 9 of Pentacles control, to ground ourselves and to look for ways on how to fully heal it, because it's not fully healed. Even if we're not engaging with that person anymore, the wound is still there. We need to like fully heal this. And 2 cards here, one for the pivot and one for the return. Bad health. The pivot is looking for ways to heal from this incident, this memory, this experience. And the return. The return is main female, sort of came out on the side, and then we have the thoughts card at the bottom of the deck. So again, it's not feeling very, and I don't read body parts, it could be a masculine, but not feeling very steady or grounded every time you think about this. The bottom of the deck, we have the Queen of Swords, the 4 of Wands, and the Queen of Pentacles. For real happiness here to be restored, so you're not like stuck in looking back at what happened here when you put your faith, hope, trust in this person and they sabotaged it. You really need to, I hate to say you need to, but there is something here about healing that wound for happiness to truly be restored to you. 4 of Swords, healing, Hierophant, from whatever this person said or did. I mean, for some of you, someone you were married to, or like I said, family, could even be like a boss who really screwed you over. But the pathway here to new, whether you want to keep this person or not, the pathway to new is healing this once and for all. Whoever this was in that Hierophant energy, it was someone you really trusted. Last person on earth you thought would betray you, and they did. But it's time to heal that wound. And the best version of yourself is the healed version of yourself. It's time to do some real triage here for the Capricorn collective. And I hope you utilize these messages to do just that, because you deserve to be whole and healthy and happy again. And that's what I wish for you. That's what I have for you, Capricorn. That is your Mercury in retrograde message. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, be gentle with yourself. And as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the perfect time for us to pause and reflect and review where we are in life. So today, using tarot and my little cue cards here for the new spread that I created just for this reading, we'll do exactly that. We'll look to see where you currently are and maybe what changes need to be made during the retrograde. So when the planet goes direct on August 3rd or comes out of post shadow and is finally in direct motion, you will be exactly where you need to be and aligned to your path at that time. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what they are, in the description box below of this video right here, is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Aquarius collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We need one oracle card here, please, for their Mercury in retrograde message for the Aquarius collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. The message, ascending the mountain, keep going forward, no matter how difficult it is or how difficult it will become. Keep moving forward. Rejuvenating rain, clear the past, heal the present. Oh, nice energy. Let's see where we go with this. For Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For Mercury in retrograde, we are clarifying the anchor. I almost said anger. So maybe some of you are angry with someone else or possibly even angry with yourself. There might be something here we need to clear and heal so we can ascend the mountain and move forward. So just take that as a little footnote there. It may resonate with some of you, may not. But we are clarifying the anchor. Where do you need to pause? The loop, what pattern are you repeating? The insight, what will occur during the retrograde to make you pause and look at something that you might need to heal? The filter, what boundary may need to be created? The pivot, how can we prepare for when Mercury goes direct? And the return, who or what may return, either during the retrograde or immediately after post shadow. Tell me more about this here, please, for Aquarius. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Anchor, Knight of Cups. The Loop, Knight of Wands. The Insight, Eight of Cups. The Filter, Eight of Swords. The Pivot, Three of Wands. Nice pivot. The Return, Seven of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Four of Wands. Let's clarify this just a little bit. We are using the After Tarot deck to clarify these messages. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We're clarifying the Anchor, Knight of Cups, the Loop, Knight of Wands, the Insight, Eight of Cups, the Filter, Eight of Swords, the Pivot, Three of Wands, the Return, Seven of Cups. For the Aquarius Collective, which I am a proud card-carrying member of as an Aquarius rising. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Anchor, Knight of Cups, clarified by the Wheel of Fortune. The Loop, Knight of Wands, clarified by the Magician. The Insight, Eight of Cups, clarified by Three of Pentacles. The Filter, Eight of Swords, clarified by the Empress. The Pivot, Three of Wands, clarified by the Queen of Swords. And the Return, Seven of Cups, clarified by Nine of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Moon. This is obviously a love reading, but you can apply love to however you see fit. The love for a job, the love for a creative endeavor, the love for a person, love for a family member. I have a group of you here, which, you know, I'm a member of the collective, like I said. So these messages are intended to help us heal and grow and expand. So please do not be offended at anything that comes out of my Gemini mouth today during this reading. But I have a group of you where that Knight of Cups to the Wheel of Fortune, you are continually... I don't know how to say this. I don't want to offend you. Cycle after cycle, opportunity after opportunity, you very much pursue situations, environments, or connections that are emotionally pleasing to you. Knight of Cups, you love to be in love. You love to have a job that you love. You love connecting with friends that you love. This is a time after time after time again, I'm going to choose what is emotionally pleasing to me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. But here's the loop. Knight of Wands to the Magician. As much as we manifest the job we love, the friendships we love, the community involvement we love, the love partner we love, we actually show up as a Knight of Wands. We are not consistent. We're a little flaky. Maybe we shy away from commitment. Maybe we're not as emotionally available as we'd like to believe that we are. Don't be offended. Let's see where we go with this message. So the Insight. There's some type of Eight of Cups experience here. Now, some of you have already experienced it, and others of you will experience it during the Mercury retrograde. There's a connection here in your life where either you walked away from them or they walked away from you or something transpired where there are some hurt feelings. There's some insight here. Now, I don't know if you're interacting with this person or maybe you're talking about this experience with someone else or maybe just watching this tarot reading or another, but there's some insight here that if you catch it, and I believe you will, because now you're seeing this reading, it's like, oh, there's actually a part of myself here that I need to work on. Three of Pentacles and heal. Because as much as I love the idea of blank or being in blank, I don't actually show up that way once I attain it. I don't take it as seriously. Even though I manifest and I hope and I pray, I have a difficult time with commitment. You know, I want the ideal job, but then when I get the ideal job, I don't really like having to come to work every day, 9 to 5. You know, it's something like that. So we're inconsistent with it. We want commitment. We want a situation, environment, or connection that we love. But then when we have it, we're inconsistent with it. You know, 4 days out of 5 days a week, we show up late to work. You know, there's something like that. I say that I want love, but then I don't make myself emotionally vulnerable. So the filter here is to see this for what it is. That the reason why maybe we have had some difficulty with blank is because we contributed to it by not being as consistent with it as we wanted to be. I think the intention is the Knight of Cups, but I think we approach it as the Knight of Wands. And this could even be like you're a business owner. You want to put out a product or service that the public will love. And maybe you tell the public, look, I love providing you with this so much. It would be like me with my channel, right? So every morning at 7 a.m., you could count on me releasing a video because I love doing this and I love you and I want you to get these messages. But then I'm inconsistent. Maybe only twice a week you actually get a video at 7 a.m. Maybe some days I don't post anything at all. So it'd be like, again, I love this and I love the opportunity to do this, but I'm not consistent at all when it comes to fulfilling that promise, if you will. And there's something here in that filter of being able to see that what it is that I desire, when I actually have it in my hand or it's presented to me, I don't really nurture it the way I should or show up the way I should. And that's really what keeps me, because in the Eight of Swords, this person is free, but they're looking in the mirror and they're seeing themselves all tangled up. So if you've had a situation, environment, or connection like that recently, and you're wondering why it just hasn't panned out or didn't pan out the way you thought it would, I'm not putting 100% of the blame on you, but I am saying there is something here in regards to we just didn't nurture it as best as we could have. And there's a possibility here to revisit that or to have something new come in that's just like it. And so we have the opportunity to show up differently, whether we're re-engaging with that situation, environment, connection, or a new one. So the pivot here is that when we move forward, to be a lot more authentic. And that means if I'm desiring Knight of Cup connection, then I can't show up as a Knight of Wands. I have to show up for what I'm wanting to receive. If I'm having a job interview, as an attorney, I should go dressed in my best form, right? If there's a law firm who's extending that invitation to me, I shouldn't go in like a slob who hasn't showered in 5 days. Now, you might say, well, the people shouldn't judge you based on appearances. No, but I would be a representation of their firm to their clients. And so I need to put my best foot forward. So if I want to be hired as an attorney during that interview, I need to show up like an attorney. And consistently, to keep the job at that firm, every day that I go to work, I need to show up as an attorney. I need to look the part and talk the part and believe in my talents and abilities. So there's something like that here at play. And I feel like if we don't do this, we go right back to the Nine of Pentacles and the Seven of Cups, which is I want structure and stability or maybe financial success, but it ends up just existing in a dream state because I don't really show up in my best form when I do have it. Let's try to get a little deeper into this message because I think this is a moment for us to clear the past in terms of how we showed up in professional, platonic, or romantic connections, to heal this wound within us. Maybe, it could be like wanting someone who is emotionally available, but not being emotionally available ourselves would just be an example. So healing it in the present and ascending that mountain of healing. So again, whether we are in this connection or revisiting the connection or getting into the next connection, we will be as emotionally vulnerable as we want the other person to be with us. Knight of Cups. And again, it doesn't have to be love related. I just give you the messages that are here and you're welcome to extrapolate them and apply them to your life how you see fit. Knight of Cups. Clarify the Knight of Cups. This is the anchor. This is Wheel of Fortune, Knight of Cups. This is what I'm desiring. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Cups, clarified by the Two of Swords, the Empress, and the Two of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. So again, it's desiring connection, professional, platonic, or romantic, that is nurturing to me. I want a boss who's going to invest in me. I want a business partner who works hand in hand with me. Look at that Two of Cups, hand in hand. I want a love partner that I can grow with and build with and is expansive and nurtures me and cares for me, but I don't show up that way. So again, these messages are not meant to insult. They're meant to be eye-opening. Mercury retrograde is a time to review our past behavior or review a cycle or a loop we're in so we can finally break it. And when it goes direct, we are going direct as well. Wheel of Fortune. Tell me about the Wheel of Fortune. And Two of Swords is the moon in Libra. And Libra is the house of marriage, contracts, relationships, partnerships, whether they are professional, platonic, or romantic. And I think for a lot of us, we can't see Two of Swords. We're blinded that when it comes to these connections that we're desiring, we're not really showing up the way we expect the other person in them to show up. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And it's a cycle we do over and over again with a variety of different types of people in our life. The Emperor. Look at that. Emperor to the Empress. Eight of Cups. And the Ten of Swords. And it doesn't work out. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. It doesn't work out because we don't show up in best form. So we are desiring a partnership, Two of Swords. That's Empress to the Two of Cups. We are in partnership. We are in union. We have one another's back. They're nurturing me. They're nurturing the connection. But when I have to show up in a way that's emotionally vulnerable, I do not. Emperor to the Eight of Cups to the Ten of Swords. I can't show any emotional vulnerability. That's weak. I don't want to appear to be soppy. And so the relationship, maybe the other person feels abandoned. They walk away. We don't really know why they walk away. We're left sitting here looking at the Eight of Cups. This person's in the red coat. They're, you know, they're leaving. They're ascending the mountain, right? They're leaving us behind. And now the relationship is over. And we're like, I don't understand. That person was everything that I wanted. Yes. But did we show up as everything that they wanted? Did we show up in the same form or fashion or way as we expected them to? This is a fascinating reading. Both my person and I are both Aquarius risings. I hope you're watching, baby. There's a little bit of us in this on both parts. I'm going to be honest and say on both parts. But I'm going to read this as it's your reading, not mine. But I just want you to know that these messages, I'm not like, oh, shame on you. You know, I want you to know that there are parts of them that I can resonate with as well. So let's see how we can fix this. The loop, Knight of Wands. So the loop is, again, wanting Emperor, Empress, Knight of Cups, but showing up as the Knight of Wands, which to the other person comes across like we're not serious, that we're in it for a good time, not a long time. And look, I don't know your story. Maybe you're previously divorced. And as much as you'd love to have a committed partnership, at the core of you, you're afraid of commitment because the last time you had it, it crashed and burned, whether it was your fault or someone else's. So I'm not blaming you for being the Knight of Wands. I'm just trying to open up your eyes to this reading to show you that that's how you've come across. If you're going from job to job to job to job, and they're all crashing and burning, at some point in time, please don't take offense to this. When we keep having the same experience, lover after lover after lover, friend after friend after friend, romantic partner, whatever, job after job, and they all end the same way, or they all have the same issues. At some point in time, we have to be honest. What is that Taylor Swift song? Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. We have to look at and say all of these various connections have one common denominator: me. So this is taking a real honest review, a look at wanting to be anchored to the idea of something, but then when we attain it, we don't show up in the best form to be able to maintain it. It's like wanting a really nice car and being able to buy it, and then you treat it like crap. It never gets tune-ups. It doesn't get oil changes. You don't rotate tires. You know, you never wash it. You never clean out the interior. So you wanted it, you got it, but now you don't act like a responsible car owner to maintain it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Wands, clarified by the Page of Cups, Ten of Swords. Both decks show the Ten of Swords. And the King of Wands, bottom on deck, Queen of Swords. Well, if you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, howdy, howdy. But queens exist in the present for me, especially in an energetic read like this, because they're processing the present and they process the past. And kings take action. And so I feel for most of us, okay, when we are moving towards whatever this is that we're desiring, we show up as a King of Wands. We show up as we are large and in charge and we want this and we're ready to take action. But it's almost like the moment, as quick as it comes into our hands, it leaves because we revert back to the Knight of Wands. Some type of inconsistency here. And it ends up, it proves to be disastrous for the connection, whether it is professional, platonic, or romantic. The Magician. Tell me why the Magician is here. I feel, and then we go right back to manifesting, either trying to get the person back or a replacement. So we either manifest the job back, the lover back, the friend back, or we manifest a replacement for them. But what we're not doing is healing the wound within us. That's the loop that keeps us trapped. That's the story that keeps repeating here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Magician is clarified by Judgment, Hermit, and the Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Three of Wands. I think that's exactly what we do. I think then we want to manifest the person back or something like that, or a replacement, again, professional, platonic, or romantic. And we should know better at this point because it's happened so many times, and yet we don't. As much as we say that we've healed, we really haven't. The moment we get the job, the contract, the person, the friendship, we don't do our share to hold up the bargain, to hold up the contract, to hold up the commitment. So the insight here, Eight of Cups, clarify the Eight of Cups. There's either a revisiting of a loss, or maybe you're re-engaging with this person, or there's a conversation that takes place. And again, could be this video that makes you go, yeah, part of why that collapsed is my fault. And I think that's all it's looking for, is I think we need to take ownership of a repetitive pattern that we have here. One more shuffle. Thank you. 8 of Cups, clarified by the Knight of Pentacles, the Hierophant, and the 5 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, there's that Magician again. So the insight here is what we want is this long-term stability. Again, career and finance, love and romance. But we're always left in the 5 of Cups. It just doesn't pan out or work out with the client, the job, the friend, the family member, the lover. So something here is transpiring during Mercury retrograde that is supposed to give us the insight into our participation in that. What is that insight? That 3 of Pentacles, because it gives us the opportunity to work on this or to see how maybe we were not the collaborative partner we thought we were. One more shuffle here. Thank you. 3 of Pentacles, clarified by 8 of Pentacles, Knight of Cups, and the 7 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Hangman. I think for most of you, this is a conversation with the person or some type of interaction here that you have with the individual that you experience this 5 of Cups, 8 of Cups moment with. I want to get a little bit more on this, but I feel like there's a conversation here that takes place. There seems to be a little blaming, if you will. I think this person might say something to you that maybe gives you some insight to how they see you. I think this person sees you as being selfish. Don't be offended by that. And I'm going to tell you why. This is the Knight of Cups. I'm extending an offer to you. This is how they see you. I'm not really extending an offer to you. I'm extending an offer to you based on what I want to get out of it. I'm not reciprocating here. The Knight of Cups is drinking the cup. So I think this person, you're going to have this conversation or interaction with someone here that you had that 5 of Cups, 8 of Cups experience with. And something they say or do should be a little bit of a trigger for you in the sense of, yeah, when that particular situation or experience occurred with this person, I was selfish. I didn't uphold my bargain here, or I crossed the line here. I wasn't as collaborative as I thought I was. I didn't show up in my best form. So something here is said or done. And again, it could just be this reading that kind of brings to your eyes that you wanted this person, place, thing. I mean, it's a person, let's stick with person here. You wanted this person to show up in one way, but you failed to show up that way as well. This could actually be very freeing for you to be able to see through the lens of how this person sees you. I feel like this person was very disappointed in us, whoever they are, friend, family member, lover, someone you haven't talked to in 10 years. I just think there's an interaction here between you and them. Knights are messengers. It's almost like this has been a long time coming for this person to finally say something to you. And again, it may just be this video for some of you, but I think it gives you insight into how maybe you behaved selfishly, or you didn't show up in best form, or you contributed to the 5 of Cups or the 8 of Cups. Tell me about the 8 of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. 8 of Swords is clarified by 5 of Swords, Queen of Cups, and the 6 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords. There's something here that this person says or does that's really going to hit home for you. It's almost like you end up thinking about it, meditating on it. I think it gives you a lot of clarity that when you move forward from, when Mercury goes direct, as you move forward, I think you will be more prone to show up exactly how you expect the other entity to show up. I feel like this was a learning lesson for you. And maybe this person, whoever they are, professional, platonic, or romantic, means enough to you that having this conversation or this insight will make you show up better next time around, whether you have an opportunity with them or someone else. Tell me about the Empress. One more shuffle. Thank you. Empress is clarified by 2 of Pentacles, the Fool, and the 7 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups. That's exactly what ends up happening. So the 7 of Cups are in the After Tarot deck. We're leaving 6 Cups on the shelf, the old version of us, and we're stepping forward towards the Ace of Cups. So what we want now, we're showing up in that form. Empress to the 2 of Pentacles, turning our back to the past. And now as we move forward and engage, again, either with this person or with other people, we'll be showing up the same way that we expect them to show up. That's the pivot. That's how we move forward. 3 of Wands is the Sun in Aries. And the Queen of Swords is being honest with ourselves. Again, queens exist in the present. They process the past. So there's something here about looking at this past connection and owning our share of the 10 of Swords. Tell me about that Three of Wands. The pivot here is moving forward in a more authentic way. Whatever we want blank to be, we need to be a vibrational match to it consistently. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands, Justice. Justice is Libra. Again, the house of partnerships, relationships. So moving forward in respect to partnerships, judgment, we make the judgment call. High Priestess, learning our higher self. Three of Pentacles, we're going to work on ourselves. So next time around, we show up in best form and we consistently remain in best form. Doesn't mean you have to be perfect. You're not going to have, perfect days from here on out. Life's going to hit you. You'll have bad days at work or arguments with this person. But the consistent vibration of you will be different. I feel like you're growing up. Please don't take offense to that. Tell me about that Queen of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords, again, Ace of Cups, Six of Pentacles, and Temperance. I like this. Walking away from how we used to be. World card at the bottom of the deck. I can't ignore that. So this was a really hard lesson. This person, professional, platonic, or romantic, is someone that we really cared about, or we had a lot of respect or a lot of esteem for. And when we lost that job or we lost that relationship or we lost that friendship, we should have looked at, what our role was. But sometimes we don't want to. Sometimes it's easier to blame circumstance or that person or other people were involved. But this seems to be a pretty significant soulmate here in your life. And again, I think for most of you, this person is returning in some form or fashion because I have a match here, Emperor to the Empress. So I do think down the line, maybe you end up becoming really good friends with this person. Maybe the best friend returns. Maybe you end up collaborating with this company or boss again, or you reunite with this lover again. I don't know who this person is to you. I do think that they've been very significant teacher. I'm sure you taught them lessons too, but we're not looking into that today. We're looking into the lesson they were supposed to teach you. So this loss, again, insight, is to look at it and see where did I fall short? Because if I want the person to be an empress, I need to show up as an emperor. If I want the person to be an emperor, I need to show up as an empress. If I want this lover to be consistent and honest and truthful and loyal to me, guess what I have to be? Consistent, honest, truthful, and loyal to them. I can't go cheating on them. I can't be a broken emperor and expect this person to have faith and loyalty, or vice versa. I mean, again, I don't read body parts here, so maybe you're an empress. I can't expect the boss to keep me in high regard and give me raises and promotions. And meanwhile, I only show up to work twice a week. I take a 2-hour lunch when I'm supposed to take a 45-minute lunch. I smoke at my desk when it's clearly in the HR manual, no smoking. So there's something like that here at play where we were not consistent. We showed up initially in best form, King of Wands, but then we got comfortable. And when we got comfortable, we became a Knight of Wands. We became inconsistent. And in some form or fashion, it was a detriment to this particular connection. And we have to own that. And if we want to revisit that connection or another one, then we need to show up as that King of Wands, but maintain that as well. If we don't do any of this, if you're sitting there, la, 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 wasn't my fault, they were an a-hole, bad boss, HR manual sucked, this person was a dirtbag. If you want to put it all on them, you can. I'm telling you, as someone who exited a 24-year marriage, there's a part of me that very well could say it was all that man's fault. But I have to be authentic and honest. It wasn't all his fault. I contributed in some way, somehow, to that marriage failing. It takes two people to make a connection. It takes two people to break it. And this reading is asking you to review a recent connection that ended, or maybe several of them, and to be honest with yourself. Look at that common denominator, which is you. And what is that one theme or one role that you played in the breakdown of all of those connections? Were you inconsistent? You didn't take it seriously? You expected more from the other person than you were willing to give? Was there no reciprocity? Were you emotionally unavailable? Again, it's different for all of you, but we need to be honest with ourselves. Seven of Cups. If we don't do anything, I just feel like we return to how we were. We're going to manifest another connection. It'll show up, and for a little while, we'll be in our best form. And then when we get comfortable, we're going to slide right into the Knight of Wands, because we're not getting to the root cause about why we're showing up as the Knight of Wands. And why we show up as the Knight of Wands is different for all of you. But that needs to be looked at. Tell me about that Seven of Cups on the return. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles, King of Swords, there you are. And the Nine of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Two of Pentacles. When we have a contractual obligation to someone, a friend, a family member, a lover, boss, right? We can't be all independent. We can't be married to someone and act like we're single. We can't have a obligation to this company and then act like a free agent and do whatever the hell we want and buck the system. Connections have rules, whether they are spoken or unspoken, whether they're documented or it's just something that's supposed to be, it's just inherent to that connection. And there's something here about learning this lesson. Otherwise, I feel like we end up in the same low vibration. Tell me about this Nine of Pentacles. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Nine of Pentacles clarified by Nine of Cups, the Tower, and the Star. Bottom of deck, King of Swords. You're showing up here a lot. It's the King of Swords, whether you're masculine or feminine. But that's what ends up happening. We go right back to how we were, wanting and desiring something, attaining it, not showing up in best form consistently, however that, applies to you, to your situation, and then things fall apart again. And there we are having to heal all over again, possibly even blaming the other person. So the reading is tended to get us to review how we show up in connection, to be honest with ourselves, where maybe we are a Knight of Wands in some form or fashion. And how can we heal that? So when Mercury goes direct on August 3rd, so if you don't know the dates, I'll tell you quickly. Mercury goes retrograde. Mercury goes retrograde on June 29th. It will be in retrograde until July 23rd. We are already in pre-shadow. We've been in pre-shadow since June 12th. And after July 23rd, we will be in post-shadow till August 3rd. So between now and August 3rd, whether something transpires here or not, I think this reading is enough for most of you if you're still watching at this point. Take the time to really look into this. Why you want one thing, but then when you finally attain it, you don't show up the same way, or why are you afraid of commitment, or something like that. I think this is our time to heal this wound, to recognize the wound, to heal the wound. And so when, Mercury goes direct and comes out of post shadow on August 4th, we wake up having a true understanding that when we want a particular type of connection, the onus is on us to show up in our best form consistently. So this is clearing the past pattern, if you will, healing it presently. Keep going forward. It's never easy to have to look at oneself. The Queen of Pentacles is looking at themselves in the Pentacle. She's looking at her reflection. And there's something here about looking at our reflection and being honest. And Mercury retrograde is the time to do that. So when we do come out on the other end, on August 4th, we're a better, healthier version of ourselves. And look, if you want to be a Knight of Wands in whatever type of connection this is, you're more than welcome to be that. But you can't ask for an Emperor, Empress boss or company or romantic partner. It's a vibrational mismatch, because those types of energies are looking for their equals. So if you want to be a Knight of Wands, look for a Princess or Prince of Wands. I mean, you can certainly do that, but it's a little deceptive on our part to say we want that and then show up as that. Like, no wonder that person's probably upset or pissed off with us, because we presented ourselves this way. I'm strong, I'm solid, I'm steady. You could count on me. I'll be here every day, 8:30 to 4:30. And then, second day on the job, you sleep till 10. There's just a need here to be honest with ourselves, first and foremost. Sorry, fix my top, sorry. Let's get 3 cards here, please, for Aquarius. Okay, you want to show yourself? We'll take it. Step by step, breakthrough, silent strength. Bottom of the deck, flying. Step by step. Follow the natural pace and gradually achieve your goals. Step by step, be honest with yourself. Really go within and take the time to do this. Right? The snail is in no rush here. So I would take all of Mercury retrograde to have this honest introspection of yourself. Breakthrough, overcome obstacles and move beyond limitations, embracing new growth. It's okay to say, this is where I screwed up. I mean, that's how we grow. So I think this is, if you want to do this, want to be honest with yourselves, I think it's a phenomenal breakthrough moment here for the Aquarius collective. And then we have silent strength. Build your power in silence, waiting for the right moment to reveal your quiet strength. Again, it takes a lot of strength to look at oneself and be able to admit where maybe we went wrong or how we wronged someone, but that is the path to healing. And I don't think you need to announce it. I don't think you have to get to the top of the mountain and announce that you effed over this person. But the way you show up moving forward will silently show people who do know you, or maybe people you're reconciling with, that you have changed. You shouldn't have to tell someone that you've changed. They should be able to see it from your actions. Let's get you some Kipper cards, and then we'll look at the cards there at the bottom of the deck. 2 cards here for the anchor and the loop. The anchor, family, right? I'm looking for people I can bond with. They feel like family. I trust them. They trust me. The loop, poverty, and I don't show up that way. Can't make it up. And I don't show up that way. Insight and filter. Insight and filter. The insight, marriage. I'm telling you, this has to do with partnerships and contracts. So the insight is, I want an equal, but then when I get them, I don't really show up like they're equal. Expectation is the filter. There's something here about, again, moving forward. We're expecting this person to be an emperor or empress, but then they are expecting the same of us. And so the filter here is sort of seeing it through their lens, that we didn't show up in our best form. We certainly didn't hold ourselves to the same standards that we were holding them. The pivot and the return. The pivot and the return. The pivot, imprisonment. Seeing where our behavior has kept us stuck and freeing ourselves from that. And the return. In the reverse, adjudication in the reverse. Bottom of the deck, bad health, courtship, and message of concern. Some of you don't want to hear this, but the contract with that person isn't over. And again, maybe you just end up being great friends. You know, maybe it's the boss that, you know, you still stay in touch with once in a while. This, if it's a romantic partner, this connection is not fully over. There is something here about continued conversations. Now, I don't know if you end up fully reconciling, but there is something here about continued conversations in regards to this courtship, in regards to this connection, where you went wrong, where they went wrong. It's possible for some of you, you may feel inclined to write this person a letter. This could be someone you haven't spoken to in 10 years. You might feel inclined now to write a letter and say, I know it's been 10 years, but now I can clearly see where I did A, B, and C. So some of you may want to like write a letter to this person. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you the message that I received. Others of you may want to verbalize this to this person. 2 of Pentacles, 7 of Pentacles, 4 of Pentacles, 6 of Wands, and the Lovers. I feel like relationships will constantly be stuck, stagnant, not really grow, have a lot of promise in the beginning, but not go anywhere until we realize our contribution to keeping them stuck and stagnant. So next time around, when we make the choice to engage with someone, Lovers to the 6 of Wands, we show up in best form because we want victory. 10 of Pentacles, we want long-term committed partnership, professional, platonic, or romantic. King of Swords, King of Pentacles, Page of Cups. Next time we receive an offer or give an offer to someone, we really show up in best form. King of Swords to the King of Pentacles. I'm serious, I'm authentic, and I'm investing at the same level, or I'm showing up in the same form as my counterpart. Justice. This is for all partnerships in our life, professional, platonic, or romantic. I don't think this was strictly a romantic reading. But that is what I have for you, Aquarius. It's quite the homework assignment, okay? And it's probably the most difficult one out of all of the zodiac signs that I've read for this time around. But there is an introspection here that is needed. Some of you will have reconciliation with this person, but whether or not it goes a distance is entirely based upon you doing the work here and you showing up differently, not just in the beginning, but consistently. And for those of you who are like, I don't want that person. Okay, well, you have another soul contract then coming up. And if you show up the same way as you did last time, you'll have the same result. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is the very definition of insanity. So if we keep showing up the same way and the relationships keep crashing and burning, like I had said earlier in the reading, it's time for us to pause and see how we are contributing to that and what our role is. This is a time to review, reflect and review, and heal. Ascend the mountain, clear the past, heal yourself in the present. So whether you're reconciling or moving forward with a new connection, you will show up as a better version of yourself. And the world will be better off for it. And so will you. That is what I have for you, Aquarius. That is your Mercury and retrograde reading. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video if you're able to do that. Don't mother F me if you didn't like the reading, but if it triggered you, there might be something there for you to look at. Until I read for you again, I'm wishing you good luck, be gentle with yourself, and as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your Mercury in retrograde reading. Mercury in retrograde is the perfect time for us to pause and reflect and look at our lives. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to use tarot to take a look at where you're currently at. I'm going to use a little cue cards that I created here for the new spread. And we'll see what you need to do or maybe work on during Mercury retrograde. So when the planet goes direct and comes out of post shadow, he's very talkative. This is a cat that barely ever says anything. So I don't know if the mic's picking him up, but clearly he likes the Pisces collective. I'm so sorry. So when you come out of Mercury retrograde and the planet goes direct on August 3rd, you will be aligned and exactly where you need to be. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. As the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Pisces collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's get one oracle card here, please, for the Mercury in retrograde message for the Pisces collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Your oracle card, Voyage of the Heart. Love flows through you and to you. And at the bottom of the deck, Rainbow Blessings. Blessings are showering your life. Okay, let's begin to clarify. This is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying the anchor, where you need to pause. The loop, what pattern you are repeating. The insight, what past may resurface during this time to get you to look at it and heal it. The filter, what boundary needs to be created. The pivot, how to prepare for when Mercury goes direct. And the return, who or what may return, either during the retrograde or following post shadow. So tell me more about this here, please, for the Pisces collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor is clarified by the Eight of Swords. The loop, Five of Pentacles. The insight, Ten of Pentacles. The filter, Three of Wands. The pivot, Three of Cups. The return, Ten of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Pentacles. Okay, let's clarify this further. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with that deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we are clarifying the anchor, Eight of Swords, the loop, Five of Pentacles, the insight, Ten of Pentacles, the filter, Three of Wands, the pivot, Three of Cups, the return, the Ten of Wands for the Piscean collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The anchor, Eight of Swords, is clarified by the Seven of Swords. The loop, Five of Pentacles, is clarified by the Ten of Cups. The insight, Ten of Pentacles, is clarified by the Four of Wands. The filter, Three of Wands, is clarified by the Chariot. The pivot, Three of Cups, is clarified by the Moon. And the return, Ten of Wands, is clarified by the Seven of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have Six of Cups. Obviously, we're going to clarify this with tarot. But the feeling that I get here is you had some kind of ending here with someone, or some type of Seven of Sword experience here with someone. And you haven't quite healed it, and you haven't quite been able to get over it. It's anchored to you. You know, it's like a stain on you that has yet to wash off. So Eight of Swords to the Seven of Swords. When I think back to this particular connection, whether it was professional, platonic, or romantic, I'm still haunted by what this person did to me. Maybe something they said to you, maybe the way they treated you. There was some act of betrayal here. The loop here is the Five of Pentacles to the Ten of Cups. You are desiring harmonious connections. Again, whether professional, platonic, or romantic. But the loop here seems to be ruminating on what transpired here with this person in the past and not like fully fully healing it, it's almost like you end up rejecting it. Like the very thing that you want, you're a bit of like, there's like an energetic wall here that you've put up around yourself, which leaves you feeling isolated and out in the cold. I don't understand. I want connection and I can't seem to connect with people. So the insight here seems to be there's a little bit of a need here for you to drop your energetic wall. That doesn't mean to drop your boundaries. That doesn't mean to allow anyone into your world and into your space. But there is something here that if you are desiring connections, whether professional, platonic, or romantic, we do have to allow them in. The filter, 3 of Wands to the Chariot. The filter here, the boundary that needs to be created is almost like vetting people before we move forward. The answer isn't, I really want connection, but I'm not going to allow anyone in because I don't trust anyone because of what that person or people did. Because then it's like the loop is you want connection, but you don't allow connection in. So there just seems here with that 3 of Wands, like before we fully move forward, we just need to vet people. And so the pivot here is I do want connection. I'm not guaranteed that they're going to be ideal or work out, but I certainly won't get any closer to the 10 of Cups if I continue to energetically repulse everyone who is drawn to me or wants to connect with me. I feel like if we don't heal this within Mercury retrograde, if we don't want to review it and we don't want to heal it, what ends up happening is that 10 of Wands to the 7 of Cups, which makes it increasingly difficult for us to move towards a new Ace of Cups. That's what this person is looking at. They're looking at the contents of an Ace of Cups because they're leaving 6 Cups in the past. But I feel like if we don't heal this, we actually go back to like wanting and desiring connection, but finding it is exceedingly burdensome to connect with people because at the heart of it, we have a wall up and we don't trust anyone because of what that person or those people did. So we're still anchored to something here that was, again, some form of betrayal or pain or hurt. Clarify that 8 of Swords, please, for the Piscean collective. Clarify the 8 of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is like, I really want friends. I want community. But every time I've had a friendship in the past that they've screwed me over, as much as I want community, I put up this energetic wall. I don't let anyone through it. But then I sit there suffering in the 5 of Pentacles that I don't have anyone to spend holidays with or birthdays with, or, I don't have anyone I could text or call, but you haven't allowed anyone in. Even though you want people to come in, you energetically aren't allowing them. So you're coming across maybe a little bit unapproachable because of that. But it's because of this pain. The 8 of Swords is clarified by the 10 of Cups. So at some point in time, you did have this with someone. Page of Cups and the Page of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Chariot. So at some point in time, there was an exchange here between you and a person, or maybe you and several people. And it left you in the 8 of Swords. Tell me about that 7 of Swords. What transpired here? So this is like, Jen, I did try to connect with people. I joined the community group. I did try to date. I actually fell in love. There's something like that here. I really do want friends. At some point in time, I had a best friend. But then the 7 of Swords happened. Tell me about that here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Some type of lying, cheating, betrayal, manipulation. 6 of Pentacles. Breadcrumbed, no reciprocity, treated unfairly, the Star card, and the 5 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the 6 of Wands. So this is interesting because you are anchored to an experience, even though you are a lot more healed than you realize. You're just very guarded towards new connection. So whatever transpired there, I don't feel like, we didn't get the 10 of Swords here or the 3 of Swords. So I don't feel like I'm talking to a Pisces where you're carrying around this big bag of emotional weight that you still have to process because you're in pain over what this person or these people did. This seems to be more like, I really have been working on healing from what transpired here. I'm just not trusting people. Because the last time I trusted someone or trusted, again, could be several people here with those 2 pages, they really wronged me. And so again, I'm healing from that pain, but I still have a trust wound. There's still a trust wound here in the Piscean collective. Five of Pentacles. Clarify that Five of Pentacles. Because the loop is I want connection, but I don't allow them in. And then I'm kind of like, not that you're acting like the victim, but you feel like the victim because you're like, I don't really have people in my life. But I want people in my life, but I don't allow people in my life because I don't trust people. Because the last time I allowed people in my life, boy, did they screw me over. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Five of Pentacles is clarified by Seven of Pentacles. There's that Seven of Cups. And the Hermit. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords. So the feeling here is I would like connection, but I don't know if I can allow them in. Like if I were to have a conversation with you right now, I feel like that's what you would say to me. I really do desire connection. I have desired connection for a long time. I don't want to be alone. I want to have friends or friends who become like family. You know, I want someone to spend the holidays with and birthdays and enjoy life with and go on vacation. And maybe I'd love to have the love of my life in my life, but it's almost like because you have up this energetic wall, you end up existing like the hermit where you don't really have a lot of people or the type of person that you want in your life. And the loop may be here that you're not seeing how you energetically have put a wall up because of a trust wound that exists here. Tell me about that Ten of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Cups is clarified by strength. The Seven of Wands. And the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Wands. So the Ten of Cups is what you're desiring. Look at this. I'm desiring this. This is the loop. I'm desiring this. But anytime someone approaches you, you are quite combative. Now, I don't mean that you're mother effing people to their face. It's just energetically. You give off the vibe like, don't look at me. Don't talk to me. I'm not interested in dating. That's the vibe. Even though you may at your core be like, no, Jen, I really want to connect with people. I feel it's almost like unbeknownst to you type of thing. I don't think you know that you're doing this. Most of you don't know you're doing this. It's like subconsciously. People find it difficult to connect with you. They can feel that you have a wall up. And if this is love related and you're like, I would really like to find the love of my life, there are maybe people here that you have connected with or want to connect with you, but they feel you're only interested in friendship. Three of Pentacles. They don't feel like you're interested in a romantic partnership. But energetically, you're telling me here, but I do. I long for community, connection, fun, flirty, romantic partnership. But energetically, you're kind of walled off. This is all like warm and fuzzy. And this is sort of then giving the appearance of like stone cold. And I don't think you're a stone cold person, but energetically, I think that's how you come off. Like, don't look at me, don't talk to me. I'm not interested. Down with love, that whole thing. But I think within you at your core, you actually do desire love, professional, platonic, or romantic. So the insight here is to get real with yourself, that is something that you truly desire, and to acknowledge that the loop here is that you have an energetic wall because you have a trust wound that you've never fully healed or healed from. Clarify the Ten of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Pentacles is clarified by Page of Swords, Two of Wands, and the Four of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, High Priestess. So you have someone here during Mercury retrograde that will be approaching you for conversation. And this engagement, if you will, okay, this interaction with this person is going to reveal to you, it will give you some insight that you are more walled off than you realize. Like you could be a single Pisces, and this is someone who's generally interested in dating you, courting you, and they ask you out on a date or they flirt with you, and you put a wall up, and you're actually going to see yourself put the wall up. It will be the insight here. So again, you're receiving communication, and then you get to make a choice. And I feel like the eye opener here is you realize that energetically you're shut down. You're not responding to them the same way, or you're not receptive to this. And it's not out of a lack of interest. It's out of fear of getting hurt again. So I would expect some type of communication offer opportunity. It could be from someone you know. It could be like a friend contacting you. Maybe you haven't heard from them in a while, and they're like, "Hey, I'm in town. You want to hang out?" You'll see the wall go up. So whether it's someone new or someone currently in your life. I feel like this communication, when they present you with this like opportunity, something here like hanging out or going out, or you going to their place or them coming over to your place, you're going to see in that Four of Pentacles how you have kept yourself stuck because you are anchored to a trust issue. Tell me about that Four of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Four of Wands is clarified by the Two of Cups, the Five of Wands, and the High Priestess. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Pentacles. This interaction or communication, text message, whatever you're having here with this person, is going to show you that at the core of you, you're really desiring connection. But you're putting up a wall or coming across not very warm or a little stone cold because of a trust issue. So the interaction here is supposed to bring your attention to the trust issue that still needs to be healed. The filter here, Three of Wands, is to still connect with people, not to be, an idiot. I'm not telling you to go out there and trust everyone. I think vetting is required, but I don't know what transpired back there. But you seem to have lost faith in yourself, in your ability to properly judge people or properly vet people. So whatever transpired there, it's not only that that person, eroded your trust in them, they sort of eroded the trust you have in yourself. You don't feel like you can make good decisions when it comes to connecting with people. You can't tell the difference between a good witch and a bad witch, So when you have interaction with this person, you can't tell if they're genuine or not, and it could be professional, platonic, or romantic. But it's supposed to flag for you the insight. Maybe I'm not trusting this person, or maybe I'm being a little too stone cold because of what happened back there. I think there's a way to move forward through proper vetting. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands is clarified by Knight of Cups, the Sun, and the Hierophant. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, there's definitely here, the ability here is to move forward in a very slow way. In a very slow way. We don't have to burst on the scene. We don't have to go out on a date Friday night and Saturday night already be talking about marriage. This is going slow. Hierophant is slow energy, Taurus energy. But this is saying that you can move slowly and get to know people. And again, will everyone end up being part of that Ten of Cups that you're desiring? No. But no one's ever going to be part of the Ten of Cups you're desiring if you don't let them in and take time to vet them. The Chariot. Tell me about the Chariot. Clarify the Chariot, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Chariot is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Ten of Wands, and the Two of Wands. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Pentacles. So being able to do this, being able to say, I can trust myself to make good decisions. I can trust myself to vet people. I can trust myself to go slow. I can trust myself to weed out the people. Think of these. This is the Ten of Wands in the After Tarot deck. There's 9 wands on the ground. And that's what I mean. You might have to weed out some people. Think of each wand on the ground. Not everyone's going to become that 10 of, part of that 10 of Cups. But one will be. But you'll have none if you don't start allowing people in. So there is something here, being able to move forward and be happy. And yeah, you're going to have to, kiss a couple of frogs till you find the prince or princess. But that's far better for you to do that than to never let anyone in again. Because I don't think you want that existence. I don't think you want to live never allowing anyone in again. So you do end up connecting here eventually with someone, possibly by September, and you are moving forward with them. But there is something here. You will need to weed out people. But your intuition is a good filter. So we go from the Five of Pentacles of feeling abandoned, not included, not having no one in our life to share our life with or experiences with, to now coming out from being out in the cold. That's the Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck. So there is a way to move forward. And yes, vet people and go slow and weed out the ones who, aren't moving any further on your journey. But that means weeding in the ones that do. The Pivot. Tell me about the Three of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Three of Cups is clarified by the Page of Wands, the King of Swords, and the Five of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Wands. The Moon. Clarify the Moon for me. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon here is clarified by the Ten of Swords, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Nine of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. I don't know who this person was to you. They could have been a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sag, maybe an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. But there's something here that there's something here about looking at and seeing that not everyone is this person. And that the interaction that you had with this individual should not stop you from connecting with other people and building your own community or falling in love again or having these fun experiences. Again, just because this person was this way doesn't mean that the next person or the next group of people will be this way. The pivot is to not judge every new connection that enters your life by the past action of one person or maybe even multiple people in your past. It's saying that was my experience with that person. That does not mean that the next person will be just like them. The next boss won't be like the last boss. They may or may not be, but what are you supposed to do? Not have a job? You know, maybe the next lover is like the past person. Maybe they're completely different. Maybe they're everything you've ever dreamed of. But how would you know if you don't start dating again? So I think there's something here about like restoring trust in yourself, that you are capable of taking it slow and vetting people and being able to weed out who can stay and who goes. You're more than capable of doing that. And it's far better to do that than to continually exist in a state of want because you want connection, but you don't allow anyone in. I think you can trust yourself to make the right decisions here moving forward. The return. And I feel like if we don't do this, if we don't heal this trust wound that we have with ourselves, then we never let anyone in. And life is really burdensome when we don't have people to share it with. Life is really lonely when we don't have anyone to share it with. So I wouldn't allow what took place back there with this person or these people to make you judge yourself so harshly and think, oh my God, I trusted that person and they did that. I'm a terrible judge of character. I can't allow anyone into my life, into my space again, because clearly I was a very poor judge of character back then. I'm just going to continue to do that. So as much as I want connection, I'm not going to allow people in. And this way I get to safeguard myself and I'll never be hurt again. But that's not truly what you want. You really do want connection. So allow people in moderation, and take it slow. Tell me about that 10 of Wands. One more shuffle, because I feel like if we don't do that, life becomes oppressive. 2 of Cups, 8 of Cups, emotionally void. And you have so much love, Queen of Cups, to give. Ace of Wands, that's the bottom of the deck. Ace of Swords, double truth there. You have a lot of love to share, Pisces. Don't wall yourself off because you don't trust yourself to make the right decisions. You absolutely can trust yourself. So I feel like if you don't heal the trust wound with yourself, you go back to living in this state of want. And I don't really think that's what you want for your future. 7 of Cups. Tell me about the 7 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Cups, clarified by Queen of Wands, the 4 of Pentacles, and the 3 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups. I think if you do that, you go right back to where you were, being like stone cold, that 4 of Pentacles, the 3 of Wands, waiting to connect with people, but every chance that you get, you put up this wall and you don't really allow people in. And I don't really think it's because you don't trust people. I mean, for some of you, it could be that, but I think by and large, this is you don't trust yourself. And you don't trust yourself because someone had full access to you and treated you poorly. I mean, poorly. And so you don't trust yourself. It's like, well, I let that person in and look what they did. I can't trust myself to be able to allow anyone else in, but you can. Blessings are showering your life. There are new people that want to come in. Love flows through you and to you. Allow it in and trust yourself enough to allow it in. Let's get you some oracle cards and we'll close it out with some kippers. And I want to take a look there at the bottom of the deck for you as well. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please, for the Pisces Collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Heart's Desire, Leap, Circle of Care. Told you. Heart's Desire. Ignite your inner passion and desires, driving you toward your dreams. I know you're desiring to connect. So trust yourself enough to take that leap of faith to connect. Leap forward, overcome obstacles along the way. Yeah, There are people you're going to vet in and people you're going to vet out, and just take your time in that Hierophant energy. Circle of care. Grow with the support of love and compassion, connecting to the strength of others. I feel like it's safe for you to trust yourself again. I'm not going to tell you it's safe to trust people again, because you still will need to use your intuition to weed out the ones that shouldn't be in your life, or the ones that prove that they are untrustworthy. But you do deserve to connect with people, and you should trust yourself enough to do that. Let's get you some kippers. The bottom of the deck, you have rooted in courage. Find the strength in challenges, and like deep roots, stand firm in this storm. 2 kipper cards, please. One for the anchor and one for the loop. The anchor, house in the reverse. Some connection that you thought would, last the test of time did not. The loop, concern, sort of came out on the side. I want connection, but I'm concerned that any new connections will end up like that past connection. Insight and the filter. Insight, main male, and the filter. Community. It is safe for you to trust again. It is safe for you to trust yourself again. It is safe for you to connect with people again. There's main male, main female. There's someone new here, or someone currently in your life who will want to reach out with you or bridge a gap with you, connect with you. And it'll be up to you to say, I can trust myself to go slow and vet this person properly. The pivot and the return. The pivot, courtship. Being able to move forward and trust yourself to make decisions when it comes to new connections in your life, or just having connections in general in your life. And the return, high honor. Bottom of the deck, we have coffin. So I feel like there is no high honor. We won't be able to connect with people. We'll constantly be sitting here, coffin, false person, toil and labor, wanting and desiring connection, wanting to work on connection, but not allowing anyone in because of what someone from the past here did. I think it's time for you to trust yourself again. Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords, and Judgment. Ace of Pentacles, got to take that. Oh, you don't see this coming. Tower. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Opportunities, discussions, invites are headed your way relatively soon. Let me see if I can get you timing. Relatively soon. You'll need to make a judgment call about which ones you want to move forward with, which ones you don't want. But the answer here isn't to automatically say no to all of them. It's to trust yourself enough to try every single one and then make the decision that is best for you. Not every card in tarot's timing, but can I get timing for when this offer comes in? We have the Ace of Cups, which for me is a month. Cups are months for me. So within the next month, 3 of Swords at the bottom of the deck, it's the only timing. So within the next 3 to 4 weeks, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4 offers coming in. And again, this could be like you started a new job, and this will be like your, new coworker here asking you out to lunch. Be open to it. Be open to, getting to know the coworker and going out to lunch with them, or maybe a couple of them invite you out on a Friday night after work to hang out. Trust yourself enough to be able to form new community in your life. And then we have the Knight of Cups, the 8 of Pentacles, the 8 of Swords, and the Magician. I really think this is you like working on trusting yourself, freeing yourself from those thoughts, that 8 of Swords here that kept you trapped, freeing yourself from it and saying, I can't judge new people based on what the past person did. You're manifesting connection. So when it comes in, Page of Pentacles, 9 of Pentacles, 4 of Swords, there's that Queen of Cups again. Trust yourself enough to be able to say yes. Just go really slow. Page of Swords, get to know them. But take a chance. It might be the best friend, that you're going to have for the rest of your life. Maybe it ends up being the love of your life. Maybe it ends up being the boss that you end up, being right by their side until the day they retire or you retire. But you won't know if you energetically continue to shut the world out. So over Mercury retrograde, when you receive these various opportunities here to connect, trust yourself enough to say yes and just go slowly, and trust yourself enough to see the green flags and the red flags, and to be able to distinguish the difference between the two. That is what I have for you, Pisces. That is your Mercury in retrograde reading. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that on your mobile device. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, good luck, trust yourself. And as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace.